gonna constantly come up. It's just what it is. It's an interesting thing. So we're gonna pick up where we left off in the colony. We've been making good progress. We've got all of the different factions neutral to us, except the Mechs, because you can't befriend the Mechs. We do have to murder the Mech Hive. So we are kind of in the, like, scaling up the ship, getting ourselves ready for that kind of a tackle. And where we left off, we did a quick, this is a temporary park job. We are going to go, there should be a plasteel, was it plasteel? There's an asteroid above us? I don't remember what it was. It is plasteel. There's an asteroid above us, so the plan is to go to that asteroid in 2 days. I don't really care about the plasteel. That's just happens to be what's there. Oh, and if you look around, you see like everyone is badly injured. Oh, we still have people. Oh, they're just burned. Yeah, we got pretty messed up on the Ancient Danger. Didn't lose anyone on it, but people got properly jacked up. And that boiled down to, oh, you didn't even get treated? Boo. But we got pretty messed up because they had an incinerator in the group. And just did mayhem. Like, luckily we had 2 fire foam packs on us. Unfortunately, one of our fire foam packs is Sentient Cookie, who was our genie. And so they kind of got, like, 1 solid hit to them and immediately dropped. It was one of those ones that we fired in, they popped out, went to back off, and immediately got knocked down. What? Okay, you are tending to him. Yeah, so like everyone here is pretty roughed up. For those who missed yesterday, we made a lot of really good progress. We've got everyone at least neutral, so that's one really good bonus. And again, that's not counting the Mechs, so the Mechs are still after us. Yeah, to be clear, most of them have minor injuries. It's just they all basically have minor injuries. There's a couple who got pretty hurt, but like a lot of them, you look at them, they have minor burns on them. And that's just what the incinerator does when you run into it, is you just kind of goes woof across your group. It's got some pretty widespread coverage. Bulk goods trade ship. The next round we'll use a glitter just to make sure. I guess we'll have Leafy Pew do this. Okay, so we got bulks trade good. I already got all the Nutramine I could ask for. Go ahead and chuck him a bunch of leather. Give me the medicine because we're burning through all of it. Marine armor book. Grab that thing right away. Let's see. We'll give them the poor quality children's clothing. And we're slowly starting to go through all the rest of that. And that should do for now. I can't afford this deal. Oh, I haven't been paying attention. Alright, so carry that inside. And carry that inside. Yeah, so we've got the Nutramine, but we haven't had a chance. Give them poor quality children all the time. We only accept the best quality kids. Yeah, so we're making good progress on the gene stuff. Oh. Who are you? Why were you here? Oh, quest. Right. I was like, who is this person? Toxic fallout. Okay. So run down there and grab the advanced component. Grab the gold. And we're gonna need to restrict people back to the ship, which is fine. Grab the assault rifle. Grab the components. Grab the pulsar. Grab the art pulsar. So get everyone inside, and then we'll get them to be all locked away. Cool, and we're getting our other internal power done. Medical treatment needed on you. Please go to bed. I said go to bed. Alright, so I don't really care about that silver that much. I mean, honestly, between the masks and everything, we could, or the vac suits and everything, we could practically run around out there. So I'll let them collect stuff. We're not going to hunt anything else. It's all going to rot anyways. Because we're only staying here for another 1.5 days. Could, like, one of you refuel that? Alright, so the good news is I should have enough power that we no longer require the geothermal at all, and I don't have to toggle stuff on and off either. So I'm giving everyone a chance to load everything up. Cookie is surprisingly... Oh, you had anger, or agony pulse. I forgot. We got everyone into the hospital. ER went to help out with healing people, and did their psychic scream in the hospital, where everyone was bleeding out and everything, which didn't help anything. Because it downed like half the people there. Okay. Did you actually put the person in the machine? There we go. Let's get you in the machine. Because we're trying to get the super fast wound healing from the sanguiphage. That's kind of the only thing I really, really want from them. But we'll take what we can get. Alright, so Sentient Cookie is finally not downed. So go get your assault rifle back. At some point, I need to go in here and do that. And who are you? Oh, kind, great memory. Did I actually want to keep this person? How many people do we have right now? We have 14. And they're just a baseliner. I do have them queued to strip the clothes off of them, so let's get that done because they've got flak armor and everything. Oh, we also made Cookie into a, we made Cookie into a production specialist, so they're a production specialist genie who's crafting. And we have been just turning out masterworks like no one's business. It really is silly. So we're slowly getting everyone like masterwork flak and all that. We had like a legendary or two already. So it is going to be quite comical. Oh, I don't get standings for this. Okay, I might bring this person on board. Kind, great memory. They've got some skills we can put to use. Sadly, they're missing out some other stuff. What? They had a passion for shooting, but not melee, so they'll end up being an our range person. I need to get more melee pawns. Because this one was looking like we might go melee with it. Then they got trigger happy. It's like, okay, never mind. But I'm hoping Mandible here, as they age up, we'll get something like Nimble or Brawler or something like that, or Jogger, and have them step in, because I usually like to have 3 melee pawns so that when I get to a choke point, I can, you know, make sure they just do that. Yeah, so we're having them all haul all that. We got not too much longer. No one seems to be getting any meaningful tox buildup. Okay, so you're immune. Yeah, you've got initial tox buildup because your recon helmet isn't as good for protecting you against toxic fallout. Yeah, so long-term injuries. I mean, you've got the same injuries you've had. You lost an eye, and you lost a nose. So we're waiting on these ones to get done. And then we'll go into another round of that. So we got attractive again. We don't want attractive. See attractive as much as a negative as anything. Can you make shield belts yet? Yeah, no. Our melee we have had shield belts. And all that, so that's been good. But yeah, we did lose JD into a fight. We do have them sealed in a freezer in a sarcophagus, so if we're lucky enough to get a Mech Resurrection Serum, we will hopefully be able to bring them back on. Autocannon, Marine Armor. Nice. With that coming up, I'm going to go ahead and tell you to stop making that Recon Armor. We're going to take that off the list. You might actually get to do the mech head with this, with actual armor this time. Yep. It's a weird concept. Alright, so I'm going to restrict everyone to the ship. And why are you upset? Your lover died. Well, the extramarital affair got sorted. We're gonna go ahead and tell Leafy to stop whining. There. We told Leafy to get over their extramarital affair, and they said okay, and everything was golden. Okay, so only Mandible and Mgal are the only ones who can't doctor. But everyone else hold medicine, so anyone in a pinch can plug a hole. You just realized the frozen crypt room has room for one more casket. If we want to preemptive just in case. I actually made it that way because when it was just enough room for just your casket, it kept like trigger, because it's so little space, it was going, you know, minus 32, like 40, minus 32, 40, minus 32, 40. I'm like, it's just going to cause your corpse to rot. So making it bigger and then cranking these suckers down to minus 100, it's holding fine now. Okay, conversion. Cool. Okay, so everyone is switching into their space-safe clothing. So we're just waiting for the last couple here. Alright. So I've got them all crafting away, doing the best they can. Honestly, if we get the space later, I'll make it so Palatine just makes the components and advanced components, and leaves Cookie to actually make the finished armor and all that. because that's the thing that's going to benefit the most from Cookie being a production specialist. But we'll worry about that when we get there. Alright, so it looks like everyone has their space outfits on. So the moment this comes off cooldown, boom, we're leaving. I actually have a lot of prisoners on board. Okay. And we're finally going to get our Vaxstone so we can make our other 5 large engines, which has been a very long time coming. And if my calculations are all correct this time, I should have enough internal power that I shouldn't have to turn off any systems or build anything. I still want one more power cell to get rid of the wood fire generator, but we can worry about that if it should come to that. Yeah, this will work. Cool. So you park right like this. That means my defensive position is able to be gone in, and I can walk in and out through these other doors for faster travel. Okay, schedule, you are unrestricted. You're not about to... Okay, so you're not about to turn into an adult in the next minute or so. That should give me some more Gravelite panels, which we love to see. We don't care about any of this. I'll do this real fast. Plasteel. Ooh. Normally when I get to these plasteel asteroids, you really just don't actually see the plasteel. It's one of the ones that makes these asteroids kind of crap most of the time. Is, in theory, they've got a lot of good stuff on them, but then you just don't actually get it. I'm gonna go orders. We do this. Okay, temperature-wise, things are okay for the moment. Air-wise, that was weird. It looks like we're not actually getting enough air over here. Let's drop air production in there, and that should shore that up. It also looks like we could use a heater over here as well. And checking our power. We are showing a couple hundred extra power. That's a strong indicator that we do have plenty of power for right now. Put a heater back there and that should help. So another good news, I actually got a lot of things. Do you still keep the small engines after the upgrade? Yes, they do work together. There's no real reason to get rid of those unless you're really hurting for space, which you're probably not with the engines, because those take a total of 8 tiles. And that's, if you frame it out, it probably goes up to like 20. Which is not that bad. Okay, so we're now kind of on the edge of what our power can handle, but we are handling it without having to shut anything off. And make sure we go here. Yeah, I've got Vaxstone maxed out as a priority. And the reason I backed off making more of those tunnels, I do actually want the plasteel. We've got a lot of it, but we're also using it now, so it'd be good to have it. Compacted steel asteroid? Okay. We're not going to worry about that up here. The plasteel and the steel, or the plasteel and the vaccine are more important. I might need to turn off one of these benches. Chant calmer tonight? Yeah. No, definitely yesterday was a little bit of a one-off where, there were a few individuals who were in a bit of a spicy mood that, it kind of kept re-upping it. Even then, like, once people kind of started turning in for the night, like, so far as, you know, people in a spicier mood, like, I don't want to put out as a negative or whatever, it calmed down quite a bit. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. It's one of the reasons that, like, I kind of need to be a little bit better in situations like that of being like, hey, like, let's knock it. Because by all means, we want to keep the space open for discussion around things. At the same time, there's definitely a point where you could be pushing the vibe into a bad place where it is just going to continue to escalate. Like, and it didn't get super bad, but it was definitely people were a little bit spicier than we normally have. So you're getting close to being converted. I'm actually going to switch over to recruiting you. Let's shoot Frenzy. Because I can just hit them with the conversion right off the bat and take care of it. Okay. So I think we're going to do for right now is I'm going to toggle off this bench. And the reason I'm toggling this bench off is otherwise our production people are just going to be sitting on those two benches almost the whole time. And I really do need them to start cutting the stone. I'm going to toggle that one off too. I really do need them to start cutting the stone because it does me no good to come up here and start mining the vac stone if I just leave it on the ground here. One of these days, even with the limited number of stuff going on, I want to make an asteroid colony. It'll be very difficult. We'll have to wait for hydroponics to become available. And we'll definitely need to use the raids as our primary influx of resources and trade. But it would be curious to actually set up an asteroid base where you have to deal with, like, keeping everything environmentally sealed and all that. Leveraging vac suits and all that. Okay. So air is great. Temperature is stable. It's interesting that that room specifically is super cold. I'm not venting air around all that stuff. RimWorld things. You know you have food issues when you tell your psychopath cook to load up as many corpses as they can from the ward freezer and go off the map for a bit. Yeah. Sometimes things just get bad. Okay, so we are getting some stone cut. Alright, well they're now making pentioxyl, and I'll tolerate that. I do actually need them to be working on other things. Masterwork light leather pants. And thank you, Arc Editor, for the 150 stream streak. I do appreciate that a great deal. When we get the marine armor, I think I will make the marine armor a cookie-only thing. Nope, we struck more plasteel. Oh, hey. That's cool. We got ourselves one of the Archean's trees. Alright. Oh, I forgot. These things also make actual soil. Honestly, maybe that's how we ultimately celebrate at the end, is that we, after we kill the Mech Hive, we just go find an asteroid and just start setting up shop on the asteroid. Obviously, the grav ship will still be there because it's going to be there. But just make an asteroid base because we can. I guess there's a fire at church a few hours away ago. One of the biggest wooden churches. They couldn't save it. Yeah, no, when a wood structure gets a proper fire in it, there's usually not a whole lot you can do. Like, very genuinely, like, once you get to the point where it's not just a fire, but it's a structure fire, it's really hard to save much of it. At that point, you're more trying to prevent the fire from getting even farther. Alright, so we'll have sorry, not Mgallo, we'll have ER here. Put Leafy Pew's nose back on. Congratulations, you now have a nose again. Just call it Notre Dame renovation. Yeah, it's kind of what happens. It is sad. Old buildings like those whole lot stories. Yeah, it is. It's just, that's honestly one of the things that's really impressive about the old wood structures that do make it that long. Is fire is a thing that no matter where you are in the world, it is always a concern, it is always a threat. So for buildings like that to manage to avoid that fate for that long, that's it. Like, that's impressive in its own right. Alright, so that'd be for that. We'll go ahead and accept it. So we'll have 60 days to go over there to try and get the piloting thing. That's not a priority. Obviously, if I got the opportunity to snag it, I will. One thing we will probably do is where I've got my little pocket room back here for my power. I'll likely expand this out and put more stuff in here. And that's going to be like the room we don't want to get hit. It is the main vulnerable spot of our ship that if that gets hit, the whole ship starts having problems. But, you know. You can spread things out, which means you're more likely to take some hits to it. But a hit to one piece of it's not that bad. Or you can keep them close together. Wow, you are really, really bad at mining. You're up to 163 Vaxstone. Let's see, how much Vaxstone does it take to make that? 50, so we'll have plenty. It'd still be nice to put a location for the passenger shuttle as well. Like, honestly, genuinely, I could see squeezing it in, like, right here. It'd also be cool to do the orbital scanner. Frozen terraformer. Alright. Yeah, we can have up to 2 of those on our grav ship. And once they go and they get that plasteel, that'll be good. It's also a neat thing is almost every asteroid you go on will have like 1 or 2 things to give you just a little grav-like components. So it could also be an interesting thing of just trying to see like how much you could just stay in space. I'd like to lean in on that at some point so we can do. All right, bear with me, chat. What I'm gonna quickly do here is I forgot to grab a drink. I'm not gonna go put up my away thing. I'm just gonna quickly grab a drink for the other room and be right back. It'll take like literally 30 seconds. So I'll be right back. So I'll see you in a second. Okay. And actually, the fancy tree, it had a box with 2 of the seeds there. We actually have 2 instances of the tree. The problem is, unless you're going to stay somewhere long term, they're unusable. So that'll be a thing to worry about. But I do have 2 seeds for them. But yeah, I like the idea of potentially... It sucks. Because, like, the idea of building a space base is really fun. With a lot of other concerns and all that stuff. Can you not grow stuff in the O2 area? Yeah, I can grow stuff in here. I mean, I have to close the doors here. Yeah, you can grow stuff in here. Will it grow on the ship? No. Nope. All of the trees, like the Polex, the however you say this one, the Archean tree, all the different trees in the game, they can only be planted in the ground. So now we just need to squash the mech core to be able to settle down in space. That help you stay in space longer? Yeah. No, so you can stay in space just fine. Like, that's not even the problem. The problem you run into the game when it comes to space stuff is the number of events that work in space are very, very limited compared to on the ground. Like, all the weather events are gone. So when you roll, like, negative events, it's almost always raids. Like, raids of the asteroids colliding. Because the table of events is so incredibly small in space. It is... Oh yeah, for food? Yeah, food's not a problem in the space area. You can just use those. I don't think they provide light. I think it's purely, Yeah, I want to say they make soil. Yeah, they make rich soil. They make some air. Right, and they're sterile, so you can only get those. But yes, they don't make light. And limited traders, you'd think. Right. Could always be wiped out by a sword fight. Well, that's where stuff like this comes in. There's the cold. That is always a big issue. But usually, if you're going to be in space, you're probably running around in vacuums. Doesn't light just go into the area during the day? Well, that's what I was trying to remember. Is, like, I don't think that makes light, but it would still let me grow mushrooms in there. But yeah, not only does it make soil, it makes rich soil. Check for overhead mountain. Oh, that's not the one I'm looking for. Yeah, no, okay. The thing is, I would need to enclose the space to get the oxygen advantage. I'd also need to warm up the space because you can't grow the crops in that cold space. So the idea would be basically you plant this tree, wait for it to turn everything into rich soil, and then you get rid of the tree to be able to utilize that for a grow space. Warming the area and closing it isn't hard, like difficult? Yeah, the downside is once you cut down the tree, you stop getting oxygen, but you can't build a roof over the tree, they'll cut it down. So you could use it to prep an area, or use it for oxygen generation, but as far as growing stuff in there, I don't think you can without getting rid of the tree. Just leave the tree alone, but I have to put a roof over it. Because it's minus 103 degrees Fahrenheit. I would need to enclose this space so I can heat it up. Otherwise all the crops instantly die. The oxygen's not relevant. That's just for your people. But I do believe you have to get rid of the tree to enclose the space enough that you can reasonably warm it. Because you can't, like, abuse a geothermal as having, like, free heat or whatever. Yep, that's what I was going to say. Is you get rid of the tree. That's the reason we don't leave the tree alone. Is you get rid of the tree, you'd probably need to put a column or whatever here so the roof doesn't collapse in. Then put a, you know, enclose the space. You now have a big, you know, rich fertility soil area. But you'd also want the trees as a source of oxygen, especially early on. That's the reason why there's some of these asteroids, if you click on them, they'll be like the Archean tree habitat or whatever. I don't see any of them right now, but that's fine. New recruit Garcia. Okay. We got a brand new person in the colony, so let's go ahead and start the queue. If it's RimWorld, you can leave a single hole and it'll still warm it. You've seen others do it. I'm more like a 2x2 spot. Yeah, it's always tricky. But then it's still just going to vent the atmosphere, which takes away most of the benefit. Alright. Handle hunt. You could do plants. Oh, schedules, assignments, colonist, spacefarer, please. Make sure you put on your vac suit so you don't die. So finish converting you. Alright, and you're already on our ideology and everything. So you just need a vac helmet now. Okay, and we can get you the Hellcat for now for a weapon. Okay. That'll be your bedroom there. They've got someone going out of their way to get that plasteel. Because we've got the chunks of stone already. That's mostly just them taking the time to cut them up. All right. And what are you upset about? Elite expectations, unsightly environment, 8 without table. What's the space tree? It makes a very small amount of oxygen around it and makes the ground underneath it slowly into rich soil. It was just here when we got it. We got seeds for it, but it's only good if you're going to be staying at a tile for a long period of time. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Recreation unfulfilled. Well, you can deal with that yourself. Elite expectations, unsightly environment, A without table. Okay, we're down to like the last tile or two here. Okay. Oh, this will be interesting. Okay, so you have what? 2 people who need to go on board there. Neither who have spacesuits. So we might fail this quest right at the end. Because the shuttle landed outside in the vacuum space, and I am not giving up my spacesuits for them. So, carry that person as fast as you can. And carry this person as fast as you can. I'm assuming once they're in the shuttle... Okay, that was fine. Oh, we ran out of wood for the generator. So turn that off. Give ourselves a little bit more power. Distance survey for a shield generator. You got 25 days to accept that. Okay, so you got all the plasteel mined. We're just having them mine all they can while we wait for the vac stone to get cut up. It won't exist much longer is the name of this location. Because once we finish, once we leave the place, it disappears from existence. What are you mining? The asteroid is made out of vac stone, and so vac stone allows you to build certain things that would otherwise not be available. So I need to mine and then cut the vac stone into bricks. So while I'm waiting for them to cut the vac stone, I'm just telling them to like grit out and cut all they can. Because also there's potentially more plasteel in here as well. It means they all get slightly better at mining too. Orbital debris, everyone inside the ship. Go, 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 go. Okay, orbital debris is gone. You may leave the ship. Okay, so you're in there. There's not another baby on the way, is there? Okay. Alright, so we're up to 6,000, or 600. I'm going to try and mine at least 1,000, or have at least 1,000 of the brick, because that should basically cover us for any immediate future needs. And it probably won't be able to reach the bounty in one jump. We'll jump over that way for it. It's just a little flickering lights. It's probably fine. Turn off the power on the tailoring bench, see if that helps. And one of the stoves. Because I'd like the power to be stable. Right now we won't have Senju Cookie Hoppy in there. Senju Cookie is one of the main ones cutting the brick, so we don't want them wandering all over the place. You wonder, if you gave Senju Cookie a pain stopper, would that offset Wimp? Yes, but then they also have Delicate. So I really kind of do want them to go down right away so they don't die really easily. It is just the catch with the genies that unless you're going to go through and replace it with like Robust and all, you know, that, you probably want them to collapse from pain. It can get you in trouble. But it's one of the reasons why when you have Neanderthals, they don't have a tendency to get downed in a fight. They tend to die in a fight because that pain prevention means they're likely to get closer to death before they actually go down, making it far more likely they'll suffer a fatal hit instead of an injuring hit. Okay, and we're almost done here. At which point we'll jump over in this direction so that we'll be able to reach this. I don't remember what is that one? That's for the pilot sub persona core, which will greatly reduce the odds of having negative situations when we land. Not really something I'm specifically going after, but like if it's convenient, I'm gonna grab it. One thing we can do here is children's flak suits. Where are they at? Or not flak suits, children's vac suits. We'll drop that down to 4, which is already overkill for what we need. Yep, let's get that name in there. And, you already have your name in there, so we'll do this again. Let's see. Aster Blaster. Welcome to the colony. This will be your first time ever? Yep. May you live a decent amount of length. You missed a 0? Did I? Oh, I did. Oh, you know what? I bet you I didn't miss the 0. It'll just be Aster Blaster. Yeah, it's a character limit. I can't put the last 0 on there, it won't let me. Alright, so you're gradually getting frostbite and hypothermia in the back there. That's fine. It's just medical training. Okay, and with that, everybody back on the ship. Back on the ship, everybody. We have got our vac stone. And with that, let's get out of space. Yes, you're out of range. So toxic lake with drug stockpile, emu habitat, coastal habitat, archipelago, bay, caves, prairie dog, archipelago, wet climate, archipelago, a fjord with extremely high pollution, wild psychoid, mixed tile, sunny peninsula, cave ruins, drug stockpile caves in the desert, all right. And that should put us in a good position to go after the pilot sub-persona core. And then around that time, we should be able to accept the quest that'll make the second shield, generator come online. Okay. So there's where that is. Even though it shouldn't matter, I'll go ahead and drop myself relatively close to a geothermal. That shouldn't be needed at all. Overheated grav engine, that's fine. So assignments, melee, and anything. And then we go zone. Stockpile, low, allow all, except rotten and human-like. Then go here and go ore. We do have a tiny bit of silver ore over there. Jade. There's a tiny bit of jade way up there on the edge of the map, which is probably not a good place for me to go for it. Plasteel. That's fine. Machine. That's it. We might end up using some steel here. Go ahead and start hacking that. I'm going to check to see if there's an obvious ancient danger or anything here. It's pretty unlikely we'll see one even if there is one on the map because it'll be probably in the mountainside. So, oh, wait. There we go. That's probably an ancient danger right there. Wait for everyone to get their clothing changed, do all that stuff. And honestly, once everyone gets their equipment on, we're just going to go kill the bugs. So I don't have to be weird about zoning or anything. Okay. So I think we got everyone. So let's grab everyone real quick. Claims to be an ancient danger with modern tech. Hey man, Star Wars a long time ago in a galaxy far away. Yep, so just dealing with the two hives on the map. Okay. And honestly, we're not in that bad of shape. Let's see if we can knock out the Ancient Danger all in one go. Okay. Because you two are probably certainly going to stay dead, right? You got a permanent brain injury. Yeah, they're both bleeding pretty badly, so it should sort itself out. Okay, because we're really lucky we'll get ourselves a Mech Resurrection Serum. There's very, very low odds, like 1 in 50 or 1 in 100 or something like that. But we can make that happen. That'll be really good. Okay, so we got a Cyclops, a Militar, and a Pikeman in there. So what we could go ahead and do is we'll shift you all up here. Okay. Let's try and have this be a little less awful this time. This time we're not sending Cookie to lead in. Because Cookie there is a wimp. Entirely another group of hostiles with an incinerator again. So get back. Okay, you got back in time. That's a real bad position for that. Get back, get back, get back, get back. Okay, Bob, you did your job. Back off. Don't let him get close to you. I do see that one made a run for it. Okay, so Cookie has Styrofoam pack. Let's deal with this before it burns everything. There we go. I know. I kept you all out way too long and you're all getting pissed off because of it. Okay, all sorted. So you're the only one who survived, but you're not going to. I appreciate you taking the fire away from the rest of the fire. Real team player you got there. You'll deal with the brain wiring and all that in a minute. Okay, so we definitely got peppered by quite a few shots. Looks like Gil got pretty badly hit. The others just got grazed. So all in all, not that big of, not too bad of injuries. Yeah, I kept them out too long. They're all getting hungry and sleepy. Okay. And I'll just go down to here and say low, clear, human-like. Tend. Alright. Also medical and medical. Since you don't have refugees we're keeping aboard. Oh, we can turn that back into not a prison. Transport pod crash. Alright, so loser has shown up. They're a fast walker. So I will have someone run up here and rescue you. I don't specifically want that person. They're not bad. I could potentially... I mean, I could use them as a melee pawn. So if they join, I'd keep them. They're not really what I'm looking for, but they're also not what I'm looking for, so I'm willing to play. Okay, they have decided to leave. That's fine. I don't think they're good enough to, like, go out of their way to, like, kidnap them or anything. And a bunch of Luciferum. So not really a bad result, but not also what we're looking for. Oh, also, before I forget, take what little wood you can get. Turn these benches back on. And I'm gonna grab everything out of here, which is good. Okay, so before I forget, we're here for 4 more days. So it is time to rip up all of this back wall here. And I'm going to stop at that spot, because I want to very quickly flip that once we open it up. Because obviously the freezer will fail while there's a big hole in it. Okay. Visitor. So we're slowly getting all the flak outfits made and whatnot. Alright, so we're gonna need to bump those all up one. And then the vac suits were good. Hey, stop that. You struck Jade. Cool. Why are you sleeping there? There's an unassigned bed there. Wake up, find a new bed. Definitely also want to add air conditioners to the ship at some point. I don't need them everywhere, but just like kind of stymie the worst of like hot areas. Unnatural healings back up. Okay, so Randall Thor needs a new eyeball. Let's get that done. Yeah, and we're waiting on the detoxifier lung and kidney and all that. Okay. Yeah, cause we got like 300 something tiles. I've got enough that we can max this out. And I think what I said I was going to do last time is I was going to add 2 more bedrooms on this side. Put a ritual room down here, and then back here put our ideology room. So I mean, we're here for a couple more days, so we might as well get that going. So grab all of you, take that corner block off for stylistic reasons. You know, let them start building out those bedrooms. Thank you, Mohunrai, for the tier 1 sub. That's 28 Munchmans up the channel, and I really do appreciate that support, so thank you. It means a lot that you keep supporting the channel. Hey, No Namer, thank you so much for the 50 stream streak. I feel like I should have a door between these 2 rooms. As another thing, just because I noticed they've been kind of going in, out kind of thing. And that slows down their ability to move through here. So if I put a door here, that'll give me a bit of a shortcut through there. Alright. Masterwork vac suit helmet. Love to see it. Okay, everyone adjusted down, but that's okay. Masterwork flak pants. Yeah, so everyone adjusted down, but like, we've got a couple who crept back into the negatives, but until they hit it's like minus 70, they'll stay friends. Masterwork flak vest. That production specialist with maxed out crafting on a genie is just silly. Alright, once they get this platform, let's make sure they get those engines done first. Alright, so you're nearly ready for me to go down there. Message, still celebrating 35 years of independence? Gonna be sober any day soon. I understand, but okay. Yeah, no, Namer, we're not going into Ukraine today. I'm just gonna head this off at the pass and say we're not doing this today. We don't need to get into like any of that. Yep. We can have a day where we don't need to worry about whatever the latest crisis is. People need a place to, like, poke their head above water and breathe for a second before the next crisis hits. Alright, so just trying to get the end thing. He just bought a very nice cane made in Ukraine? Yep. Can you fly farther now with more of those engines? Yes, that's the whole point of the engines, is they do extend their range. So once I get all the engines built, I'll show the difference. Actually, I mean, I can show you. So we've only added one more engine that's actually complete. So let's see if we can find a good landmark. Yeah. So I'm looking for a good landmark to mark right on the corner of one of these. Yeah, okay, so we can remember Jega Wood here. That is the exact edge of my range. So we'll keep that in mind. Jega Wood's the exact edge of our range. And then when we get our 6 engines built, we'll see how much of a difference it makes. And that's with us already having built an extra engine. We are going to get 4 more engines than we already had showing there. So I'm actually going to need to mine steel as well. Alright. So the big thing is that we get these engines installed before we have to fly again. That's kind of the main thing I want to get while we're sitting here. Obviously, I want to get into that ancient stockpile to snag any goodies out of it. But engines first. You know, and once we get that, we'll finish building out these bedrooms and expanding the ship and all that nonsense. Is 10 fuel per tile? Yes. I mean, we're looking more at the max range we can go, not the fuel consumption. Plus, I do have the fuel optimizer, which does help a little bit. Yep, that's the idea. That was the reason why we went to that one market and said, like, this is the spot. So we did get that open. I'm not going down there yet. Like I said, the engines is the primary priority. Once we have the engines on, then we'll jump down to the hole, because that'll be the next thing. And once that's done, we can start building out the rooms. You can probably calculate from the volume of 2 larger fuel tanks. Maybe. Like, I can tell how far we could go on that fuel. Okay, so now I need them to rip those up. I want you to prioritize building that engine. And we got one more engine going right here. Stop cutting through that area. You're just going to keep canceling me building stuff. In fact, lock that door so there isn't a path worth going. And have you start working on that, because I know you're capable. And lock this door for the same reason. Because right now, as long as that engine's not built, this freezer is not freezing, which means JD's corpse is starting to go pear-shaped. Don't change the color of your apparel. Build the engine. Because the moment we get that done, then it's all sealed up again. And then everyone will be good to hop on down below. And most of our people have proper armor. Of some kind or another. Our food supply is not in amazing shape right now. Okay, so now we can go here and re-allow these 2 doors. Okay, but now, so we check our range with that updated. So, it was what? So there was Jegawood. So this is where our exact border was before. So to give you an idea of how much it's changed, so we could go from there to there with 1 additional engine. And with the other 4, we can get all the way out here. Sorry. So if you look now, my range is all the way from there to there. So we can cover probably about like a 4th or a 5th of the planet. Is the fuel optimizer extend your range, or just fuel saving? I believe it's fuel saving, if I remember correctly. Yeah, fuel saving 30%. So it reduces your fuel consumption, but it does nothing for your range. Engines determine range. Okay, so let's grab everybody. Get in the hole. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It just saves you a lot of pain from having to collect stuff. Are you freezing again? Yep. Yeah, if you look in that room, it's already back down to it. So you're only like an in-game hour or two where you weren't below freezing. So Cookie can start hacking these two doors. You can start hacking that one. Okay. Alright, so you head over to this door. Toxic waste atomizer. Alright. Grab all you, get you in position over here. Just hacking all the doors and all that stuff. Okay, so you're hacking that one. Oh, and then you're hacking. Okay, so we got this one open down over here. Guess Miguel will go join the others. Okay, nothing to care about in there. Okay. So we're probably getting down to the last room or two. That we're gonna go ahead and poke up here and all that. We've already hacked that door. There's the drugs. You're gonna back off real fast. Grab the rest of you. Get up here, quick, quick, quick. Alright. And poke on in here. You go ahead and open that. And I think we opened all the packages. Let's see. Safe. Okay, so I didn't miss any safes, because those are the hardest ones to see. I don't care if we miss components or anything like that. That's just kind of a nothing burger to me. And then we'll finish off the Mega Spider, just so it doesn't get up while we're running around down here. Any second now. Yep, we've broken off multiple legs. There you go, buddy. So undraft you, orders, allow all, exit, exit here, everybody out, and then items. I'll grab the medicine, all the various drugs, the book, and the bugs. Okay. And that's that next. So with that done, we're going to want to start enclosing this off. Okay, we can start building out all this part of the ship. We won't bother making the beds and all that right now. There's like no wood on this tile. So spending the time to get that is probably not a good use of my time. We'll get those rooms built and closed, all that garbage. We're also going to go zone, home zone. You're part of the home zone. That's all fine back there already. Safe. These will be part of the safe zone. Nearby. Those are part of the nearby zone. The Oh God Why. Those will be part of the Oh God Why zone, which I haven't updated in a good while. Okay. Meanwhile, did you finish getting those implants done? Okay, cool. We got one full set of implants. Alright, Bob. Have you ever wanted to have a lot of work done? So, everything but your left arm. So, install an eye. Install a right arm. Install a bionic leg. Install a coagulator. Install a healing enhancer. Install a stone skin gland. Install an aesthetic shaper. An aesthetic nose. A circadian, whatever, a detoxifier lung, and a detoxifier kidney. Are we going to succeed in getting all of that installed in you? Almost certainly no. We'll have to jump your medicine up to this. Does any of that make them more likely to get sick at all? No, so implants and all that don't ever make you more like... Well, I mean, I guess technically the, there's a stomach, a nuclear stomach, that has a chance of causing problems. But broadly speaking, almost all your plants either make you less likely to get sick or stuff like that. It usually won't make things worse. I'm surprised we didn't get, like, the immuno thing. Okay, first surgery is a success. Second surgery. Good job. It's all good, Aster. That happens plenty. It's one of the reasons why it's actually not a bad thing as a content creator to every once in a while be like, hey, you know, don't forget to follow and all that. Because people genuinely will just forget. And you only have 5 children that sacrifice themselves to a bug hive in the bottom right. When you let them out of the home area, there's like 100 bugs and more than 20 nests. Oh, if it's an infestation that's got out of control, that will continue to escalate. You have to like take that down, or it will wipe out your colony over time. If it's just like weirdly a bunch of individual nests, that's an interesting thing to worry about. Tox resistance, acid spray. Not gonna worry about that. You can have that bolt action. You can have the poor quality assault rifle. And I've got 2 Hellcats and a normal assault rifle. Let's go ahead and we'll get rid of one of the Hellcats. There's no point in me sending out a giant pile of them. I need more money. Okay, so we got the eye, the arm, and the leg installed successfully. And the coagulator. And the healing enhancer. Does past toxic exposure have an increased chance of organ decay? I don't believe so. It is, I believe organ decay is either when you have a creepy joiner, it's one of the possibilities of just having it. Cloning people just has a chance of having it. And then there is an RNG chance that you just get it at some point. Now we're doing brain surgery. Now we're replacing your lung with a detoxifier lung. This is like a full day of surgery after surgery after surgery after surgery. Does you don't even have your own weapons, military support, and 6 people right now? You've been box the bugs away. Do you know if there's any research routes that you could use to kill them? No. It is one of those things with infestations. Once they start getting ahead, it's very hard to come back from it. That's kind of the whole thing about the infestations. They are one of those things you kind of have to drop what you're doing and deal with them before they escalate, because they will... Oh, it started at 50? It started at 50. What is your wealth? If you're getting started at 50 and you only have 6 people, like, that's pretty wild, actually. Yeah, if there's a way to enclose them to be underground or whatever, you could get someone with Molotovs, just keep throwing the Molotovs to heat up the space, but that's only if, like, situationally that's something you can make happen. Alright, so we definitely don't want to stay on this tile. There's no wood here. We're still waiting for our cooldown on our engines. We still have 50 days to do that thing. So what I'm going to end up doing is probably just hopping a couple tiles over here to Temperate Forest to resupply for a little while before we go up after Abby. Asking for help for other colonies is 6 people. You have 20 people, 5 kids. Oh, 20 people, 5 kids. Okay. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, it sounds like a situation where you might need to do all those things where you get to, like, your max range, have someone agitate the bugs, have some kind of defensive position to drop back to choke point them. When you choke point, the bugs are pretty easy to take down. So, like, this would be an example of a choke point here, where it's 3-on-1, you put your 3 melee here, and then you just dump a bunch of range behind it. And yeah, you could do that. Yeah, or as JD's mentioning, if you can get a quest that brings in a bunch of hostiles, often you can just close all your doors and let the raid itself feed itself into the bugs. Even if they don't defeat the bugs or they soften them up, that still helps you. There's definitely a lot of times. Your ranged won't shoot your own people. So the way it works is, let's pretend here, so here's my melee pawns. Right there. And we'll just, you know, here's our choke point. Whatever. So you have here 5 tiles behind. They will not friendly fire. Back here, I don't remember the escalation, but it's something like they have a slight chance, they have a higher chance, and then, like, you've got the highest chance. So if you get the idea, you've got 5 tiles that as long as you're within 5 tiles of the people you're shooting past, you will never, ever friendly fire, with the exception of, like, grenades and the hidden area of effect. But, like, any of your guns, these will never friendly fire the people that close. But once you're out here in this area, that's where friendly fire starts to become a concern. But as long as you're within 5 tiles, you're good. So in a case like this, what we might actually do is you could go probably somewhere like this would all be... these ones in the back corner might actually start to be a problem. But you could have that whole area. And then this is where you have to get kind of creative, where you do something like that, but you'd probably want to still keep your choke point. That's actually the reason I have this weird design here, so my melee can tuck here. It's also a thing that the better your shooting is, the far lower risk of friendly fire gets. Made a kill box, 17 people with 5 kids. With the thrombo, horn, shield, belt, plate, armor during a raid doesn't kill them. They get about 20 bugs or less, and then you have to go back to the hive to produce more of themselves. A plant-killing mech came, and the bugs destroyed it, all in less than 2 in-game hours. You say scum to get raiders to fight the mechs, and they lost. Oh, are you doing mod stuff? Because if you're doing mod stuff, that might explain why a bunch of things aren't working. Why? I know you ran out of fuel, but why did a bunch of stuff just go off? So turn the power off on that. Okay, so we got to get this power sorted. You never played RimWorld, but Odyssey DLC looks very enticing because you love games where you have the mobile base and even mobile city like Airborne Kingdoms. Yeah, some mods, hospitality, hauling, UI stuff. No more mods. It's interesting that you're having, like, such a difficult time with, like, don't get me wrong, 20 hives is a pretty substantial one. So another thing you could try doing is from your defensive point. So you got, like, here's your defensive point. Here's the bugs, like, wherever they are, but, like, the bugs are on the outside. You can deliberately make it kind of a chambered setup. So that you'd have something like this. You'd hold the door open. You can spray shots at them, fall back, spray shots at them, fall back. And then you can just leave the door wherever you need to. There's things you can do about that. You could also do a burn box, would be one way of doing it, where you've got, you know, here's your burn box, probably not that big, probably like this big. So you'd have your burn box here. That's not what I wanted. Your burn box is here. That's probably this is probably too big, to be clear. And so you do something like put a little maze in your burn box that forces the bugs to go back and forth through it. And then you have one pawn chill back here. Make sure this is outdoors. And they just keep throwing a Molotov in that spot. You would aggro all the people and then have to pull them through, and then the bugs just feed themselves into this thing and just burn. But you need a door there and a door there. They could be open and all that. But the idea is just make it super hot so you incinerate the bugs on the way through. That's what you have in your kill box. One long line of them over sandbags and a final room with 7 wide at the end of 5 turrets. Not enough, though. I have that type of maze. I really don't know what to tell you at that point. Like, you can handle, when I say indefinite, like there's always a limit, but you can handle a pretty absurd amount. What guns are you using by chance in your group? Because depending on what you're dealing with, if you could either go close range with chain shotguns or long range with assault rifles or charge rifles or something like that. Even the MP5 or even the heavy submachine guns would all be pretty good. If you're using bolt action or sniper rifles, stop it. They're not. They're good for mid game and they're good for utility, but they're terrible for, you know, actual big conflict. Alright, so we need to get out this tile as soon as we're allowed. We're gonna have to land for a little bit, restock our wood, restock a bunch of our food and all that, because our food is starting to get low. Like, it's not danger low, but it's like, okay, I need to actually get off my butt and deal with it low before it becomes a problem. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, like, I'm not being like, no, it's so easy or whatever. 20 hives is not a insignificant thing. And then on top of the fact, if you're dealing with it's an infestation event, infestation, like I said, if you catch it early, it's a nothing burger. But the moment it starts getting away from you, it can get out of control really fast. Valley caves, strawberry plants, abandoned colonies, not very interesting. So what we're looking at is down that way. Lake with an island, ancient quarry in a chasm. I think this might be one of those. Raga Ghost Town. I think in this case, I'm just going to choose top a couple of tiles. 2 Templars. 2 chain shotguns, 2 pump shotguns, 2 sniper, 1 LMG, 3 submachine guns, 3-4 AKs. I assume you mean assault rifles. 3 guides of shield belts, plate armor, thrumbo horn, all level 10. Gotcha. So yeah, the regular shotguns and the sniper rifles are what's gonna be kind of hurting you the most. They're just not great damage. Obviously, it's like, oh yeah, just have different weapons. It's not really a solution to your problem. But that's probably the place where you're hurting the most so far as your weapon options. You know, you got to deal with what you got to deal with, of course. But yeah, no, it sounds like what's happened to me is the infestation got ahead of you. Yeah, because the numbers you're talking, 20 people, and you're still using those weapons, it sounds to me like you grew your colony very quickly. And that could be very dangerous. It is one of those things RimWorld will quite often do, is they will hand you a lot of stuff if you well let it. And then your wealth starts to explode, and your population starts to explode, and then you just don't have the people you need to keep it afloat. But yeah, no, it definitely where you're at the stage where this infestation has grown, it's a hard thing to escape. Sometimes, honestly, with the infestation, sometimes it starts to get away. The correct answer is to pack it in and walk away. Like, that does happen. That sometimes the correct solution for the long-term survival of your colony is to go, you know, whatever happened here, it's no longer under control. Time to skedaddle. Alright, so let's go ore. Nothing here. Jade. Go grab it. Plasteel. Nope. Machine. But yeah, like I've only ever lost one colony to infestation. And it was kind of like what you're talking, where it was an ancient danger. And I had just finished a really bad mech raid. I don't think we took losses, but like everyone was shredded. A couple people lost limbs. Like everyone was in real bad shape. And so I'm like, okay, I'll come back to, you know, like I'll deal with this infestation when I'm ready. But, you know, it took me a while to get people patched up and ready. And, you know, it had started with like 8 nests, and then it like jumped to like 20-something nests. And I tried to run up there and deal with it, but like, as you're saying, it starts to get so much ahead of you that, you know, even then, like, I was pretty teched out. Not a lot of numbers, but I was pretty well equipped. And I could shred a bunch of them, but it would be one of those things that back off, like, really, really hurt. And then have to go again. The bugs go all the way around her wall, through the kill box, and then kill all of us. If you lock down the kill box completely, they break down everything. Eat chem fuel and then explode your entire base. The closest you've gotten is when we killed all the bugs, but one doctor was left and had 2 other people survive, and then the next raid killed you. Yeah, no, it definitely sounds like the infestation's gotten solidly out of hand. And with the equipment you're talking about, it is not going to be an easy fight. So there are tricks you can do with pathing. Like, obviously I don't know what your map looks like, so there are tricks you can do. So like, pretend this represents a really large base, not size I'm making. But we could also go like something like this. So wherever your defensive positions are, it doesn't really matter. But having different... These will be doors in and out of your base. So we got our bugs here. And so say like this is your proper kill box. Like right here, that's your proper actual kill box. You know, it's got its stuff. So there are tricks you can do. Where what you'd do here is you'd start your fight at this position. And you'd have one person standing over by a door over here. So you start fighting this. You move this person to hold this door open once the fighting starts. And before things get overrun, you break away, you close this door as you go through it, and anyone who can start construction begins repairing that door. The bugs will go, they'll hang here for a second, they'll like stop moving after they've hit the door for a minute, and then they'll go out and they'll start working their way around to this area because now you've got a new path here. And so then what ends up happening is as they move over here, if able, you open that door and get yourself back into position. Then this one steps in, closes the door, repairs it. But the idea is to always have a door open into your base, and you're going to kind of like ping-pong them around the way to walk into your base. But the thing is, some of them will stop and attack the door, so you will need someone ready to try and repair it. Usually you can keep the door up if you have one or two people on repair duty, because only like one or two bugs can get at the door at a time. But yeah, that'd be, for as much outnumbered as you are, that'd be my my next best guess. The big challenge there is when you're dealing with the well, what the hell are the little one? The locusts. That the locusts can close range on you really fast. They stop and attack everything in your entire base. They never go through simply. So you were just saying that you drew them into your kill box and that they fought there fine. But if you close the door or whatever, they attack your walls. If you give a path, they usually will switch paths. You like putting down traps? That's another option, is just build a stupid amount of traps. But the problem you're running in with that is, since it's already an established hive, stopping to take the time to build all the traps, they will more likely scale up faster than you can get the traps down. Because you're already on the back foot. Like it's kind of the issue is you're trying to bring yourself back after things have already gone really wrong. It's kind of like if you wanted an equivalent of like you're dealing with disease. You've already got a bunch of pawns that are at malaria like 60%. And you're going, how can I save these people? And the issue is, you needed to go back to before that happened. Like, honestly, they put straight to your face, and then when you went to the storeroom and fought, they ran to the med bay and fought. Half of the bugs and all that. Yeah, gotcha. I mean, I hate to say it, it sounds to me like because of where the situation is at your base now, it might genuinely be just grab what you can and caravan and your tile's done. Like, very, very genuinely, that might be where you're at, is you've let the infestation get too far ahead of you, that unless you can bring in enough overwhelming force between, like, raids and then calling in people for help or whatever, that might be what you got. Because, like I said, an infestation, once it gets out of control, is real hard to get sorted. You need to make a new base? Yeah. So, if you were to go here, let's say I'm like, okay, this one's done, I can form caravan, you know, go to wherever my destination is, grab everyone, and you grab your food and any supplies you want. You won't be able to probably bring it all, but grab a bunch of your stuff, go to the area over here. You can make a new base and then abandon your old one. A setting you might need to do, I believe it's default by now, is if you go under gameplay, you can say maximum number of colonies. If it is set to 1, you might have to bump it to 2. But then you can abandon your old tile once you've left, because realistically those bugs are just going to keep escalating until everything is dead. But yeah, you could caravan everyone off the tile. It's also a thing if the bugs aren't being aggressive to you, really, unless you agitate them. it can be a strategy that literally what you do is you take like laps to haul your stuff off the tile. But yeah, no, it definitely feels like it's one of those situations where the circumstances of the tile have gone beyond your ability to recover. What stream software do you use? You're going to boot one up now. So I use OBS. If you're saying you're going to boot up a stream now, just so you know, that's considered really bad Twitch etiquette to like advertise that you're going to start streaming in someone else's stream. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, but a lot of people will ban you for saying that. Because it definitely seems... It's like walking into your local like fast food place, you know, it's a Burger King and the rep from Taco Bell rolling in and being like, "Yo, Taco Bell over there just opened." It's a bad look. If that's what you're saying. Giving you the benefit of the doubt here. But like just be aware that's considered pretty bad faux pas. But yeah, I use OBS. Alright. So we've got you. Got molecular analysis, all that roar voice. None of those are ones we want. Shaping the future. I already have a book on marine armor, and we're already researching it. I have like no money and all that. They keep bringing stuff in here. I keep having nothing they want. I was gonna grab the glitter world, but I can't. Let's see. Your followers are your friend. He wasn't trying to get hype. Yeah, no, like that's the reason. Like I said, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt here, but it is considered serious faux pas to announce that you're going live or whatever in someone else's channel. Like, regardless of if you're taking it seriously or hobby or whatever, it is literally against Twitch etiquette. There's like an entire document. I actually think, do we still have the command? I'll have to look at it. But, in the Twitch documentation. So, like, again, giving you the benefit about not being like, how dare you or whatever, but just know a lot of people respond very negatively to that. But with pennyloxin, do you just set the drug policy and forget and they take it themselves? Yeah, so what you can do with that is you go to the drug policy. So it'll be my one here called Colonist, so that when I have refugees, I don't take all my pennyloxin. Yeah, so pennyloxin, you have to take it roughly every, it's like 5.5 days or whatever. So I just tell them that they take it on a schedule every 5 days, and I don't have to think about it past that. I just got to make sure I assign them the Colonist drug policy, and whatever. I used to always just use it on the default, but then what I'd have is I'd have the Empire would show up, and then take a bunch of things. Yep. Oh, there it goes. It helps if you spell etiquette even remotely correctly. I was sitting there for a moment like, how the hell do I spell this? But yeah. So it'll literally mention on there to like not mention that you're going live or that you stream in other people's channels without being prompted to do so. So like I said, giving you the benefit of the doubt, not like you're all good, no harm, no foul. But just be aware, a lot of people will respond negatively, and a big part of that is you do have people who pop in the channels and feign ignorance and then go to the next channel and do it again and feign ignorance and go to the next channel and then feign ignorance as a really kind of messed up growth strategy that wholly does not work. But that's why it's one of those things that, like, yeah, people respond real badly to it. Okay. So let's see how this would line up with the ritual room. If I did it this way, it would not be interior to the ship. That is not what I was hoping for. But what I could do is I could still make this work by grabbing you and reinstalling you up here. We probably did the wrong schedule and forgot to change them. Yeah, no, it's easy to, get this stuff going. Yep. I did make a storage zone, right? I don't think I did, actually. Storage, dumping storage, over here. Low, allow, rotten. You tend to get people that want your Discord to sell art. You do art. Oh, want to sell art in your Discord? Yeah, if there's people trying to sell art and commissions on your Discord, 99% chance it's a bot or a scam. Unfortunately. Like, wanting to buy your art's totally different animal. But people are like, asking commission stuff. Unfortunately, there's a very high frequency of scams in that very specific thing on the platform. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for. So now I can go like this. You have some progress with your space battleship rebuild, and you're swapping out any and all light armor to heavy. That's cool. You don't buy or sell art? Yeah, no, my bigger point wasn't like anything with you individually. It was just when it comes like having random bots reach or like random art stuff reach out to you on Discord. It's usually like 95+% of the time just a bot and a scam kind of thing, unfortunately. Yep, so we're making ourselves a little ritual room over here because I got the extra tiles. Sad drifters. Alright, they are all adults, so they can betray us. We're going to force them to drop their weapons. Okay. Alanus, you almost died. I saw the truncated name and I was like, sorry man, we don't want it. Alright, let's go to our work schedule here. Honestly, don't bother. Let's do it this way, so copy. Okay, you can help handle, that's fine. You're not gonna hunt, you're not gonna cook. You can help construction and all that. You can help mine. You can fish. Don't do the rest. You show art. You show your art to get people to smile. Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah. No, I was referring more to like if you get like DMs about art or whatever. Thank you, Staver, for the 120 stream streak. I do appreciate it. But yeah, no, generally anyone considering doing content creation, again, hobbyists, as like an actual thing, it is good to actually read the Twitch docs around like etiquette and all that. There's also even stuff about like how to grow your channel and stuff like that. It's not like solid bulletproof whatever, but it's good information. Like I actually strongly encourage checking it out. A lot of it will help you avoid getting situations that could potentially hurt you. Because like for example, if you do have people who pop into a channel are like, oh hey, I also stream this game, you should check out my channel, like that kind of garbage. What usually happens on the background is that person goes, okay, like never raid this person, like never ever raid this person. They've demonstrated very poor etiquette, and that they're willing to kind of take advantage of things. Like, keep your distance. It leaves a bad taste type deal. However you want to phrase it. And a lot of etiquette faux pas can lead to that kind of stuff. And I will say one of the main things to do to actually grow on the platform is to network. Like, very genuinely, you want to network. Actually, you know what? I don't even think I need to make these. I might have enough beds to accommodate everyone. Oh no, maybe not. So we got 2 beds there. Oh no, I'll need 2 of these to be actual beds. Okay, and with this, we're about to have our ritual room built. Manhunter pack of 9 Mega Sloths. Never mind. You lost your prime and forgot to completely how to set it up. Okay. Alright. So what we're going to do here is you stand over there. You go and stand over here. I'm going to harass the Mega Sloths on the way in. Stop major risk breaking constantly. So I'll have this door left open. Well, if you want to split up, that's even better. It's a little bit more dangerous. Bring you all over here. Help defend. Look, man, you showed up not wearing clothes. Don't get mad at me because you showed up without clothing on. Could you not do that? Okay, Cookie, I'm going to have you run in the middle here before that fire gets out of control. Thank you, MTGO's Mike, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that, and I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. So I'm gonna actually keep this person just arrested for right now, and we're gonna convert them before letting them back out because they're just going to be whiny about everything, and I don't want to deal with it. We have Unnatural Healer, so you can't Unnatural Heal yourself. But all our other people are already healed up. So we can go ahead and have you hunt. You hunt. You hunt. You hunt. Just so we don't have any of them get back up on us. Alright, so we got that all sorted. Why have one gray spot between the recreation? Why have one... Sorry, where we lost it? Why have one gray spot between the recreation and the schedule? Here, just give people a chance to move around. Scheduling in RimWorld is one of those things that people will go back and forth constantly and like, what's the best, all that. And honestly, it doesn't really matter unless you're doing something like really terrible, like a really terrible schedule, for example, would be like sleep, 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 so you're just losing all your time to pathing. Like having like 1 or 2 separate instances of sleep or whatever, that's fine. But if you were to like break it up into like 4 blocks or whatever, they'd just spend their whole day just pathing back and forth. How do you run properly without work hours? That's easy. If you look at your schedule, this entire gray area, this is anything. They'll spend the bulk of that time working, unless there is something that's an immediate need. And then I just go out of my way to say, no, it doesn't matter here. Do your recreation to keep it topped off. Make sure you keep your sleep topped off. But anything they will juggle between, like, sleep, work, recreation, whatever they need. But because I have the other times already set, usually I don't run into problems there. I tend to find it's more important for me to set times for them to take care of themselves, and focus less on setting times for them to, you know, work and all that. Because they're bad at their self-care. Okay, so we got our ritual room built. I still got room for 150 more tiles. So actually shrink this zone. Because then we're going to want to make our ideology room back here. Okay. Let's see. Each pawn is like 5-year-old. You have to keep a close eye on. You set 24 hours anything and hope for the best. Yeah, honestly, 24-hour anything is not terrible. It can become problematic. Let's see. Each pawn is like a 5-year-old. You have to keep a close eye on them. You can. If you set things up right, you don't have to babysit them too badly. Just in case you forgot, the #1 thing you have to do in RimWorld, best tip of all of them, is don't lose. Not necessarily. You can have a lot of fun losing. And honestly, the lessons you learn the best are the ones that come with, like, consequences, that kind of thing. Like, to get the best lesson, it's making mistakes. You know, and then learning from it. If there's no consequences, you tend not to learn the same. Now, granted, there's definitely arguments to be made for setting yourself up with situations where you can kind of lose you can get yourself in trouble fast, so that you can kind of get yourself to learning quickly. You lose, you load it back. That can definitely be good, especially early on when you're basically learning. But like you're talking about with your situation right now with the infestation, you can run a situation where you just keep replaying the same thing and getting frustrated more and more. Because the mistake you made was earlier, and now trying to rectify a mistake that's been previously made, it can be sometimes pretty heavy where, you know, you're just kind of depending on the RNG to line up with you, where you play things right, and then on top of the playing things right, you're kind of hoping that just things work out. So I could definitely say you can get yourself in trouble on that one as well. By all means, play how you want and all that. But I do feel there is value to commitment mode, you know, so far as being able to give you opportunities to fail, to then hopefully learn from your mistakes and all that kind of stuff. Usually if you do their work priorities set right, they're pretty good rec room times, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, so we got that. The issue is that you're thriving other than the bugs. Used to starve every now and then is fine. High meds, 6,000 silver, good relations. It's hard for you to go back and leave this all behind. Right, no, I got you. You just notice that the engines are pointed that wall. Ship, Newton wept. Well, I mean, you could also look at as this wall could just be an angled shim or whatever. But yeah, it's a video game. Realism need not apply. It's neither wanted nor welcome here. Okay, marine armor, cataphract armor. Let's go. It has been a while since I've done a run where I actually got all the way to cataphract, because usually I beat the game before we even get remotely that far. We recently started playing commitment mode combined with semi-random research. It's kind of treating it like a roguelite. Losing a lot of colonies. Yeah, no, especially, but that's the thing. You'll learn to kind of test your limits to get a better feel for what you can and can't get away with. Can you see the research tree? Sure. Keep in mind I am running a mod called semi-random research. So say like I wanted the gun link, I can't choose it. It's locked. I'm not allowed. And that's a mod that makes things harder. But yeah, so where I'm missing like random good things in here, I'm actually not missing that many because we're filling out a research finally. It is just the nature of it where I'm almost done with research and I look at it. We got the brain wiring, the foam turret, these two here, gun link and this, and beam weapons, and then like the end research, and then otherwise it's waiting for more of that. So pretty soon we'll probably get rid of one of our research tables and turn it into a fabrication table to increase our productivity. Why do you have it all in the other research? You never get to that. I just have the research bench going. Are there any tips to a Odyssey first timer? Kind of the biggest one is if you're not doing the Odyssey start, so you're building your own ship, do not go to space until your ship can self-power and you have a bunch of heaters and a bunch of the oxygen things on your wall. Do not go to space until you have those things. You will jump there, and then you will realize you can't survive, and you will watch everyone die because you can't leave for a couple of days. That is the one big one. It's real easy to miss out something, especially since you can check the heat here, but you can't check the vacuum. How do you properly power your ship? So honestly, you could just use a generator like this as long as you keep stuff going. And then as you get more advanced, you move to the Grav Core Power, which is advanced Odyssey tech, which gives you a bunch of power, and that just has to exist and nothing more. You really thought your high-end armor would protect you from the space vacuum? And thank you, Senshi Cookie, for the 860 stream streak. I do really appreciate it. But yeah, so even just having like a chem fuel or wood fire generator is good enough if you've got the supplies on board. Bioferrite can actually be really, really good. Odyssey lesson is not being a hoarder. You don't have the space to store junk. Yes. It's definitely a lesson in Odyssey to like not... I mean, and honestly, in RimWorld in general, don't hoard stuff. Is 800 stream streak like the beginning of stream streaks? Yes. Okay, so ideology. Do we want to go for the meme? I mean, I'm probably not going to have the jade because I keep trading it away. We will plan to go for a marble reliquary. And then maybe actually, for once, go after... I mean, I'll just have to wait. Or do I have a bunch of obsidian? No, I don't have a bunch of obsidian at this point. Waste pack problems. They're willing to give me an Archotech leg, an uranium, a plasma sword, or a Psylink neoformer. An Archotech leg is not a bad one to grab. I am going to accept that we're about to pollute the hell out of a place. Okay. So let's have you haul that in immediately. Alright, someone's already on it, never mind. So where did all the pollution get dropped? The zones, dumping stockpile, critical, clear, toxic waste packs. Where did that pollution get dropped? Oh, you know what? That is a perfectly acceptable location. Where the hell do you think you're taking that? Don't you dare. You can just leave those right over there in that water. Yeah, the big thing we're doing here is just trying to save up the money. I'm assuming this is a tile without limestone. Yep. Mad rats. Alright. Rat jams become a problem. Let's grab all of you as well. So you all stand here. You get over here as well. Grab arranged people. Grab the next batch of ranged people. Grab the remaining ranged people. So we got one of the refugees is way out of position up there. It looks like there's no rats immediately around them, so that's actually working out pretty okay. I didn't even check. Do we have an ancient danger over here anywhere? I didn't see one. Oh, that's not one of mine. Okay, well, it sucks to be you, man. You're about to get nommed on by some rats. Oh, there's only 3 of them. All this for rats? Are they related to Skaven? Yeah, there's only 2 rats over here. A lot of times they just end up with a lot of rats on my map. And so it's just like, oh, okay, we're about to get like a dozen rats on us. Which this is still an overkill way of dealing with them. But still. My luck is they would hit Cookie once, and then Cookie would fall down and get an infection. Just that genie life. Government turns the rat. Oh man, yeah, the yesterday we had one case where I think it was 119 militars we had to kill. Okay, fine. I see you, game. I was like, okay, let's do a little fishing. It's like, no, Gilrod. Get the hell out of here. Alright, growth moment on Mandible. Okay. Alright, the game has told me that you are becoming a melee pawn. So it does mean what's going to have to happen is Mandible is now going to need to drop their gun, or they're going to get real upsetty spaghetti about it. They're like, oh, holding a long-range weapon? How droll. I feel unclean. So go grab your plasteel axe. Actually, take some Luciferum right there. Meanwhile, so that's a good assault rifle. Normal. 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 Ah, there we go. There's a poor quality Hellcat, so we'll equip the better quality gun there. Okay. So it's going to be a little bit here. We will tell you to gear. Alright, and Snuffalo just became there. Whatever. So you are going to be set to be melee. We're not going to do anything with that yet. But that way you go and grab a shield belt. Meanwhile, Snuffalo just became a child. Sorry. I'm gonna give you a full recreation schedule, shift you over one. Okay, you got the right ideology. And you go grab yourself a Hellcat. And actually, that Hellcat's better than your Hellcat. So you'll go ahead and put on that Hellcat instead. Alright. Starvation on Snuffalo. Meanwhile, we will suspend making baby food for now. There are currently no babies on the way, and no babies we currently have. All right. Make sure we get those done. Oh, we can turn that bench back on. So you use 250 power, you use 250 power. Like I said, we're probably going to go in here and swap one of these out for a fabricating bench. What's up? Any good tips to get raiders down without killing? You have a separate run you're trying to get an army with. So, one thing to be aware is on the background of RimWorld, there is a thing where it does adjust how things work in that as you get more people, the game will actively try to reduce your ability to get more people. So there is a mechanic hidden in the game where when you go to hit someone, instead of downing, they instantly die. So as your population goes up, the rate they instantly die will go up as well. It never, like, maxes out, so you cannot... Yeah, okay, I'll just answer after that. Yeah, I missed that the ad break was coming. Alright, so you just got struck by lightning. Cassie hates you in particular. It is what it is. It'll be fun to start making cataphract armor. Even if cataphract armor has a lot of negatives to go on with all its positives, in just the sense that, like, any hit you take of any kind hits the cataphract armor and does durability no matter where it's striking. So if you get hit by a bunch of weak enemies, it just shreds through your cataphract armor really fast, durability-wise. Oh, at this point, Sangophage, get in the machine. Does he want that super fast wound healing? Okay, so sad directors are still going to be here for like 10 more days. I'll go ahead and release you. Alright. So let's see, because what I want here is I want that super fast wound healing. The rest I don't care about. I already have robust. The super fast wound healing. It's given me attractive twice in a row now, which is kind of annoying because I actually see attractive as a negative trait in the game because everyone starts getting into affairs and fighting each other and hitting on each other and just mood breaks come from it. Still no super fast wound healing? Nope. To be fair, I only get to make an attempt every once in a while, and there's a lot of traits to pull from, which means the RNG is not particularly amazing. And we got Who is Kojo Bear? Thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. I do appreciate it. Alright. Yeah, so I see that you got out of the ad break and all that stuff. We do the minimum amount of ads per hour that Twitch requires to get rid of pre-rolls. But I did hold off answering your question so you wouldn't miss it and all that. But what I was saying is RimWorld on the background, it does have the situation where, one second. Pete, what are you bringing to the table? Do I actually want you? Hell no. But, so, in the behind scenes of RimWorld to do is early on when you, or like not even early on, when you have very few colonists, the game will try to actively give you more opportunities to get colonists, whether it's from, like, random joiner refugees showing up, the pawns you down are more likely to actually get downed, versus once you get more people, the game will actively push back on you trying to get more colonists. It's never like a hard limit that like once you get N colonists, you cannot get more or anything like that. But it is a soft limit in the fact that it will begin to put more and more pressure. And one of the main mechanics there is when you down a pawn, it has a chance of instantly dying, even though it shouldn't have died. And it is a mechanic based on the number of pawns you have. So trying to grow by downing raiders, you will kind of start to run into almost a wall where it's just very, very difficult to get additional ones. There are things like shock lances that can down people reliably without killing them, but you have to find them and they're not particularly common and all that. There are a couple other tricks you can use to cause people to get downed by pain and whatnot, but none of them are super reliable. So you are just going to end up killing more and more pawns as things go wrong. All right, well, that's another one we don't want. So that's what it is. I'll have Cookie Pop in there, see if we can't get a negative trait from you. Eat cold traps. Yeah, there are ways you can do, like, push people into hypothermia to down them and all that, which can help. So there are some strats around it, but as far as like just normal fighting, you're not going to grow your colony past. It's usually around when you get to like low to mid 20s. It's really, really a headache to try and grow your colony then, through means of like downing people and capturing them. If you have Anomaly, you can kidnap people. Yes, you can use the Psychic Abduction if you're using the Anomaly mod, or not Anomaly mod, Anomaly DLC. So we go in here to Anomaly. It's... where are you? Skip Abduction. You can use that to kidnap people. And it's one of those things that like 90% of people you kidnap, you're going to look at and be like, I don't want that pawn. Generally, you want to be picky on the pawns you're bringing. It is a thing that as you get more and more pawns that are... they don't need to be like S tier, but like that have things like Bloodlust where they're going to get in lots of social fights. As you get more and more pawns like that, it'll become more and more of just a headache to keep your pawns from killing each other. So that is the thing to keep in mind. RimWorld is actually not particularly well designed to have extremely large colonies. Like, you can do it. It is doable. But as your colony starts to grow in size, you'll start having more and more, it'll like slow down the simulation and all that stuff. That it could get like really out of hand after a while and your game will just run really badly. Alright, that's fine. So you have Supreme Expectations, which is a -12. So we are going to have to sit there. Oh, you got rebuffed hitting on people. That's a big contributor. So we are going to have to put some stuff to try and help keep the moods up. You know what I just realized? Usually in my runs, once we get a little ways going, we'll find stuff like Psychic Emanators. I haven't even had the option of a Psychic Emanator this whole run, which is a little surprising. Because most of the time I'll end up having like 3 or 4 of them in here, because they're not that hard to get a hold of. They're rare, but like Vanometric Power is significantly more rare than a Psychic Emanator. We've also not had to go down in like the Flesh Beast whole thing, and I find them a lot of times down there. But you need a decent CPU for larger colonies, but the last update helped a lot. Oh yeah, no, definitely with Odyssey, they did a lot to improve the game's performance at a larger size. Okay, we got Delicate, that's also terrible. You had a raider with Body Purist and Goju's Dependence by injection, and was missing an arm and a leg. They got new arms and legs that proceeded to try and kill a blood-eating thing pawn and got their head chopped off. Yeah. Well, no, you can definitely get those colonists that just, they're self-destructive, that they're not worth having around, they're just going to cause drama, that you're genuinely best off just not even having them. I would argue a bad colonist is exponentially worse than no colonist. There's definitely times you just have to put up with it. Okay. Yes, we still don't have that. We got the robust. That's good. We got some other goodies here. I don't have enough negatives either to pull from. But we're basically just pulling from... We had a Neanderthal we were pulling from. We've got a Genie we're pulling from. We got a Sanguiphage in the basement that we're pulling from. And then when we trade, we try and take what opportunities we can. But, like, it'd be good to get something... You know, our Chronophagy unlocked already. Oh, right. We're not getting anything because... Right. I completely forgot that that was just sitting there waiting for me. I was about to say, it's like, man, it's been a while since we got Strange Signal. Right, because it's literally been there the whole time. We had stuff locked up in there, a Flesh Beast, but unfortunately it did eventually try to escape and did not survive the attempt. Let's see, 17 Shooting Double Passion, 14 Melee Double Passion, Burning Passion, and 1 Passion and Plant and Cooking. Yeah. But I mean, like, even if you've got a lot of really good passions, if you've got traits that are just going to make your character have breakdowns, they're just going to break down and social fight your own people. They're a liability, not a benefit. You can get a bunch of melee and a bunch of shooting skill by just fighting. Like, as the raids happen, you'll naturally get that. But there's nothing you can do about most traits. There's some you can fix with biotech. But there's some traits that you just kind of have to deal with. Like, I know a lot of people really like the Bloodlust trait, and I cannot stand it. Sure, it means they don't throw a hissy fit after every raid shows up, and that's genuinely very good. But, like, that 4 times the social fighting risk, it's like, come on, man. I look around and half my people are bruised up, even though everyone's, like, borderline ecstatic because they just keep insulting each other and beating the crap out of each other. Definitely a colony you want to have, like, pain is a virtue or guilty or whatever, so pain is idealized. But at least while they're walking around in blinding pain, they're not at their wits' end the whole time. Dead Calm Gene, everyone? Yeah, no, if I was going to be doing, like, a bunch of characters like that, Dead Calm. Because Dead Calm is only 1 point. So it's actually, if I can fit it in, that's always good. Chemical Fascinations are pyro ones that are a pain to you. Yeah, I do not like Chemical Fascination either. I find it too much of a headache to maintain. And then the frequency they end up getting addictions and all that kind of stuff. I'd rather just not. It's one of those ones that can get a little bit micro-intensive. Harbinger Tree Sprout. Do not allow animals. Okay. So as you can see, I'm way over planting. That's fine. I'm probably gonna tell him to not carry the wood in here anymore. Did you plant those Harbingers, or are they just following you? Anytime you have the Monoliths show up, the Harbingers will show up relatively soon. It's a near guarantee. You just have to have the Monolith active. Speaking of which, so Lunarium, we got Masterwork Backsuit. So Lunarium here, your favorite color is black. Alright, fair enough. So I'll paint your floor black. Your favorite color is green. And for the record, making these rooms their favorite color does not give them any type of mood bonus or anything like that. Your favorite color is orange. It's not really a proper orange. It bothers me so much that this game doesn't have like the same palette between the two. So you like pink. There is no pink, like a proper pink. We've got you here. Your favorite color is light red. There's no color that that really matches that either. Those are all guests, so we don't care about them. ER here likes like the purest of white. And Mandible here likes light, or it says dark gray, it's a light gray, but sure. Okay. Painting the pawns rooms their favorite colors, peak whimsy. Yeah, no, it's just something to do to like make the rooms more interesting. Oh, get rid of that. That was one we were using as a prison, so I was counting as a barracks, so I won't get the full move benefit of that. Alright, so yeah, you're fine. Who was the other person that fought you? Ah, creepy breathing and beautiful. Yep, I can see it. Because creepy breathing will make people not like them, and then beautiful will make people like them. So their whole social situation is gonna be a whole mess. I mean, granted, in this case, it's because we tried to convert them, and then they didn't like that. All they needed to do was just agree with our ideological views, and everything would have been fine. Have they considered just caving everything they believe true to their heart for my consideration? Okay, and so one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to go to these shelves over here. I'm going to say wood, no more wood in those shelves. Alright, let's go ahead and while we're at it, let's do a little check here for things that we don't need more of. All this stuff that we got trace amounts of. Get all those furs out of there. Get that stack of drugs out of here. Get these stacks of drugs out of here. I've got a lot of Luciferum if we wanted to put someone on it. We got the Jade to get out of here. Honestly, I've got a bunch of these I can send away again. The tree seeds we could get out of here. We already got the marine armor unlocked. Oh, you got a kidney and a lung we'll get out of here from where we were doing... Oh, I have an architect leg. I forgot that was even sitting there. Grab all these guns we're not going to use. They've got the assault rifle there. We'll keep the chain shotgun. There's recon armor that's all but gone. We got vac helmet and a prestige recon helmet that's basically done. Alright. What DLC should you play first? You've done biotech? If you've done biotech, so I would say Ideology has the most replay value of the DLCs you haven't done. Odyssey definitely expands the world in the biggest way. Royalty, I'd say, brings the least to the table. It's got some cool stuff, but it's nowhere near as involved in scope as a lot of the other ones. You also have, like, Anomaly is fun, but Anomaly tends to be more like a challenge mode, whatever, that it's got a lot of cool stuff it does, but it's definitely like Anomaly is its own kind of thing. So I'd say either Odyssey or Ideology, depending on whether you're looking to, like, grow the planet or mix up how your colony plays. You know, there's argument to be made for either of those. We're getting a bunch of this junk out of here. Everyone else is still continuing to plant stuff. And it won't be too much longer before we're going to have to leave. I'm expecting to see the message from, like, oh no, the mechs are chasing you pretty soon. I'm just hoping we'll be able to pull up a lot of this stuff before that happens. Because our packaged meals are getting scarce. It's good enough. So 61. We're basically looking for who will get the most standings from it. So 61's looking like our winner. Cool. So pretty much I just went and took like all that spare leather that's been laying around and just been like, get it out of here. And that's kind of a big part of how we've been maintaining our relationships at this stage. Is just periodically just taking what we got and sending it on its way. Okay, pollution's continuing to build up. That's fine. Yeah, so it looks like a lot of our potatoes are about to come in. You spent 1,000 hours playing RimWorld, accumulating as many things as possible, only to discover recently you should not do that. Yep. Yep. Because the wealth chart just keeps on climbing. We're almost to the point we could Arco Nexus with our current wealth if we wanted to, which is a little concerning. Actually, now I think about it, let's extend that out a little bit more so I can continue to like secure that defensive point a little bit better. It's interesting they don't even have to harvest the plant, they just build over it and it ceases to exist. Been meaning to ask if it's all good, what's the name of the song you roll the credits to at the end of stream? Have you had stuck in your head? I know it's by the Fat Rat. I believe I have it in the About section down below. If it's not there, I'd have to look it up, and I need to get it there. But I believe it is in the stream's About section, if I'm not mistaken. But it's by the Fat Rat. You can actually find it on YouTube, that the Fat Rat does post all that stuff on YouTube. So nearby is okay, but not oh my god, why and safe. It isn't in the About? Gotcha. We got the intro music. Is the same song for the outro? No. Let me see if I can't find it, because I do have it on my hard drive and all that stuff, in a folder and all that. I need to get that added. I thought it was there, because I do want to make sure I'm like giving credit. Let's see. Music. All right, so the ones I've got here, close to the sun. I think it's Still Here With You, is I believe what it is. By the Fat Rat, Still Here With You. I believe is the name of that. I'm actually gonna double check that. So you're gonna hear very momentarily a little bit of echo here. Because I'd like to get that fixed. Just making sure it's the right track. That's it. Okay. So let me go to my own About page and get that sorted out real fast. Stop, stop, stop. I don't want to see your autoplay. Channel. Cool. Well, I told it to stop. Okay. Stop it. Okay, so edit panels. Alright, waste pack infestation. We'll deal with that in a moment. Alright, so where is that music panel? Yeah. The outro, and thank you for the follow. Outro music is the Fat Rat. Still here with you. So get that there, and I'll get the links all set up later. Cool. Alright, so we get that out of the way. And whatnot. And we got waste pack infestation. So this is based on raid points here. So let's see how obnoxious this is. I would anticipate this being pretty nasty. 9 mega spiders is not nothing. Luckily what I could do here is I can go to expand, oh god, why, and go like this, and go clear, oh god, why, and tell them that this whole area is off limits. And just like that, we can ignore that entirely. That's just how many people are trying to haul stuff. Because there's not enough stuff for people to do. Alright. You troll of a game. I was about to say we need to get things cooking so that we'll be good. And the game's like, nope, no power. Can't have it. Wasn't there 5 of them? Interestingly enough, that they all have, like, really low chance of conversion. I mean, the arcane things are wonderful. So let's see. Defoliator, that's a nothing. Proximity activators, power, unstable power cores. That is a lot of sluggers. So you got 2 Mechs capsules and a Mechs beacon. Those are the ones that we'd be worried about the most. Because it looks like it's mostly these guns, and all you need is, like, literally 1 smoke launcher, and all of that doesn't matter. The 2 mech capsules will spit out some unknown mech, and then the drop beacon is a wild card. The birthers, as long as we can get the first ones down in time, we could just knock all of those out without worrying about it. What I might do is we'll wait till getting ready to leave the tile. Oh, that's after... Oh, I have to defend it. Nah. That's always kind of the thing. Alright, so we have the distance survey thing here. We'll want to make sure we grab that before time runs out. So we want to go ahead and resupply here, because I need the cotton down here. I didn't check. Do you year-round grow season, or am I like... Okay, fine. War Merchant. You are real lucky you didn't hit that nest. Alright, so we're starting to get the first of the cotton. Okay, so there's some go juice for you. Yeah. I'll probably just stick with what we got. So we're definitely not going to keep the hemogenic with the long jump. We're not keeping attractive. We're not keeping delicate. I still have the Architect leg. We are going to not keep that melee weapons. You can have my incinerator. Did you have anything I wanted? No, not really. Okay. Just land your grab ship, you're so scared. It's not too bad. Like, you get a warning when the mechs are coming. It's not that they just suddenly show up. Thank you, Cannon Hawk, for the 290 stream streak. I appreciate that as well. Mysterious cargo. Ooh. Alright. You know how to bribe me. Give me the manometric power. I want a Revenant Spine. Give me Revenant Spine. It is a corpse. Well. Do I still have that spot set up right here? I do have the spot set up right there. So if you could just go over here. Are you not configured to hold it? This got unset somehow. Okay. So now go over here. Before something eats that corpse, bring it back. So to be honest, I would say the cube is the worst one. Like this one, I get a bunch of advanced research. Someone gets a minor mood penalty on them for a while. Not that big a deal. Versus the cube, you're going to have at least one person go comatose before it's over. But this one's just kind of a nothing burger. And then we got ourselves another Vanometric power. Which means I don't need a additional power, one of these cores anymore. And what this means now is we're deconstructing our wood fire. You like the cube? The cube can be very dangerous, though. Masterwork formal shirt. And just like that, we still have stable power, just barely. And that is with no fuel or no anything. So that's cool. Yeah, no, it is definitely one of those things. You could always use more power, but also, like, we're in pretty good shape here. Okay, so everyone is starting to pull up all the crops. We're doing good there. We just need to keep killing whatever wildlife shows up for little bits of meat. While I get all these potatoes and all that loaded up on the ship. Keep getting our packaged meals and whatnot. Getting our cotton. Alright. And slowly we're getting all the stuff to enhance our next person. And also, before I forget, legendary work of a formal shirt. Alright, so your right leg, operations, add, install architect leg right. And grab Leafy Pew. There you are. Bob is slowly becoming a $6 million man. Yup. And meanwhile, go here, assign you back to that. Alright. We have a Mech Hive raid coming in. Well, that's actually not that terrible. It's got the one termite and a lot of lancers, which is always not great. It's really a shame Bob is down right now. You know what we might be able to do? This feels like kind of a waste. Hey, oh, you can't. Okay. Schedule everyone get inside the ship right now. Because what I'm going to need to do is I don't engage at really far range just because of the Lancers. But the pikemen and the Lancers want to get distracted by other things. I am down for... You know what? This is going to be a waste. Let's see. So, Animal Shard Pulsar. If I remember correctly, you're the one who Manhunter packs my animals. Hey, Pete. Push the button. There's not a ton of animals on the map. Come on, Mega Sloth, it's you and the termite. My money's on that Mega Sloth. Never mind. It's got support. This did not thin them out nearly as much as I was hoping. Alright, I'm really hoping you get up soon. Can you not make corners, or will it put vacuum? No, if you skip corners, it'll automatically smooth it. It's just weirdly the way it works. So the problem is it's got all that cover from those Lancers. That's the issue I'm running into right now. And those Lancers are going to be a bad time. Let's see if I grab everyone and I run them down here, if I can convince the animals to run over this way. I should have done this earlier. Come on, come on, come on. Bring on the animals. Alright, back off because that's about to pop. Come on, Mega Sloth. Bring you and all the friends you can. Okay, so this is about to get real messy real fast. We still never melee pawn. My plan is just run up and try and take that out before things have a chance to get too bad. Okay. Back in. Okay, so the people who took hits. Neither of those are terrible hits. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh no, the swan's involved. mechs don't stand a chance. The badger went down like no one's business, but the swan... Hey, Bob, get over here. You were down at the wrong time, man. Actually, make sure those Muffalo and all that go down there. Okay. That's unfortunate. You've done your job, Bob. Back off. I don't care. You're already Manhunter Pack. What are you gonna do? Manhunter Pack more? Okay, so you're not Manhunter Packed. Everything else here. Excellent. Well done, team. You're all heroes. Absolutely nothing of moral or ethical concern occurred there. And you should feel no guilt about anything. Oh, hey, Pete. You look like you're having a rough time. Yeah, for the record, we ran the refugees out to be on the front line to basically tie up the pikemen and all that long enough for me to do a bunch of damage. We still took a couple of hits from the pikemen. Luckily, we didn't get caught by any of the lancers, because my luck is we get the one shot and then immediately someone's head pops off. We've already had it once this run. What refugees? Side eyes. Hey, man. Everyone's got to pull their weight. And for some people, the pulling the weight is just standing between me and whatever's coming after me. I wasn't trying to necessarily kill them, but it is what it is. Honestly, I take that back. Because you know what the most of those really nasty damage shots were? I'm seeing a lot of unique assault rifle and unique heavy submachine gun. So we definitely killed that one. That was Megalo, blew out their heart. Those two were definitely maybe us as well. The last one might not have been us. The last one genuinely might have died from just being burned. Are we the baddies? It depends on your definitions of baddies, we, and are. The is fine, though. Wow, Leafy View, that was a really bad 10, all things considered. So you lost a kidney to a lance shot. And a shoulder to a lance shot. So yeah, that one was not my fault. Are you playing with all the DLC? Yeah, I generally play with all the DLC. Alright, getting a little bit low on steel, so go ahead and mine that steel over there. And why are you upset? You observed a corpse, we rejected a joiner in danger, and a refugee was not helped. That sounds about right. And you got upset because someone insulted you. It's like having an animal pulsar for exactly that reason. Yeah. No, it's a shame they were split up so much so that they did manage to get on here. The good news is they just hit a little bit of wall. and then we kind of stopped them. The problem was they kept all of them bunched up because people sleep in these beds. Earlier on, what I should have done is run everyone down to this corner. That way, long before the termite got to us, all the animals would come around to be nearer to us. And then just have dumped over to them. Because even if they didn't kill the termite, as long as they got some of the lancers and pikemen tied up, then we could just step out and just pour shots. So you are really upset because of corpses and all this stuff. It can only take a day or two for them to get over it. I helped a refugee. Just the one. Honestly, you know what? Get over your infection. Oh, well. I wanted you to heal the infection because that was actually dangerous as opposed to putting the shoulder on or the kidney, which would have helped with the infection. So that's certainly a choice, I guess. Okay. I can lock that door open again. Yep, they're cooking as fast as they can. And we're getting more and more people into flak suits and all that. Just in time for us to research marine armor and start moving everyone into, or sorry, cataphract armor. Start moving that direction, which will be a pain because cataphract armor is real expensive. Where do you have a fertility section on your bar? So the fertility section is from a mod I'm using that's a UI mod. So say I want to go and I've got my genie here. It adds this thing here, so I can go to my genie who is sentient cookie. And normally what happens is if I were to say, okay, take... Actually... Are you not my genie? One second. What? Huh? That's weird. So what it should be telling me right now... Well, we could... Oh, it looks like the mod's bugged in some way. Well, that's annoying. So what normally happens is I could go here and choose Sentient Cookie. Oh, genies are... Okay, that's fine. Understood. That's not a good example. So if I had a Neanderthal here, the Neanderthal would have all their stuff over there. And then the problem is you'd be like, okay, well, I want to give the Neanderthal... I don't actually have a good, dead calm. So Neanderthals have the aggressive trait, dead calm overrides aggressive. And the problem is with the vanilla UI, it won't tell you what the actual outcome is going to be. You just have to guess. Like you can figure out like what cancels what and the points and all that, but it can be very hard to manage sometimes. And so I just got a mod that all it does is it just updates UI. It's like, okay, that'll cancel that, so this will be a result. Because it's not intended to be some like secret in the game. It's just they really need a UI there and they didn't bother for whatever reason. Because it tells you what happens with like baseliners and all that. We'll wait till they process a bunch of those other corpses. But yeah. So no, it is definitely one of those things when you're looking at it that like dealing with, impids and Neanderthals and wasters and all that, it can be such a hassle to deal with. And then this thing, which is part of that same mod, I actually don't care about it. It's designed so I can be like, okay, if this person has, like, if these two people have a kid, like, what are the potential outcomes and all that? I honestly wish I could disable that because, granted, you asked in, like, a good way. A lot of people's like, why do you have a sperm icon? It's like, man, I don't want it, but I want the ability to actually tell what the hell I'm gonna get when I recombine, you know, a Neanderthal or a Waster or a Pigman or whatever. I want to be able to figure that out without just having to guess everything or sitting down with the wiki or something and like calculating it out or something. Like, that's the kind of thing that just having it on the UI is how it should be in the first place. Alright. So we've already shredded all the mechs. That didn't take long at all. Let's see. Unnatural corpse study. The investigation of the unnatural corpse has revealed more about the body. An architect shard at its core psychically links it to Randalthor. It will rebuild itself when destroyed and teleport any distance to be near Randalthor. Megalo thinks there might be a way to permanently destroy the corpse, but will need more time to study it. Let's see. People say baseliners are best for some reason. What's your favorite xenotype? You almost said race. That would have been bad. I mean, so like, baseliners, you're neutral. They don't do anything specific one way or the other. All the other races have a strong pro-con. So like the genies are incredibly good at research and crafting, but they're also weak and delicate, so they'll get downed and killed much easier. Neanderthals have a tendency to beat the crap out of everybody and anything constantly and forever, including each other, but like it's really hard to put them down. And you get the idea. So baseliners kind of your neutral, you can do whatever you want with them. All the other ones kind of have their pros and cons and niches, and a lot of them have the aggressive trait, which is just obnoxious. So generally, you start with baseliner. I wouldn't even say that they're the best. It's just they're your all-arounder, versus if you're trying to get, you know, if you're looking for a melee pawn, getting in a hold of a Neanderthal is a very good choice for a melee pawn. If you're doing an underground colony, getting dirt moles can be very good. But baseliner's the only one that kind of any situation, they're not a bad choice. Let's see, I have a question who's someone who's never actually seen it. What is the sanguiphage ending? There is no sanguiphage ending. That's kind of the catch. Ideology, its ending is Arconexus. So not every scenario has its own ending, nor does every DLC even have an ending. Like the biotech doesn't have a biotech ending. So that's just kind of it. There's no ending to be had with that one. All right. Okay, so let's go up here and deal with this Timberwolf. It's starting to get close enough that it has no food to work with, so the only thing it'll probably eat are the kids. The only ending you like... Hey, look! We got the award for betraying the refugees. We didn't actually intentionally betray them. You know, stuff happened. There we go. Now we don't get hunted. Yeah, no, anomaly ending's my favorite. Because, like, one of my criticisms I would give of all the DLC that is not anomaly historically is not even the endings, but like the gameplay, is one reason why Anomaly is my favorite DLC, is outside of Anomaly, every raid can be broken down into a couple of categories. It is a straight-on raid, or it's a raid that goes through, like, pathing your kill box, it is a siege raid, it is a breach raid, or it is a drop pod raid. All raids fall under this category. Now, you'll have nuance where it's like, oh, well, it's a mech hive cluster, it's got an auto mortar, it's like, that's just a siege raid. That was slightly overkill for a wolf? Yep. I don't take chances. Do you have a wife and 3 kids exclusively so that you can take breaks saying it's for family? No. That is a very weird thing to say. I do have a wife, and I do take a break. Usually during the stream, it'll be around 2 hours in. It'll step away just long enough to welcome her home. but like that's only on the days that she comes from work while I'm streaming or whatever, as opposed to already being home. Why don't you? It's like every streamer. It's really not. I would actually say the number of content creators I know who are like, you know, parents of like 2 or 3 kids is a very small subset. They do exist. Like, there are friends at channel who, you know, are adults with children and all that. But I would say the bulk of people are either, you know, single or in a relationship, most with no kids. There are definitely people who have kids on the platform. Like, don't get me wrong. But I would say they're more in the minority than the majority. It's also just a weird hot take, because it seems like it's coming across as you're intending it as very much a negative, because you're basically saying, you know, you use your family as an excuse to take breaks. And yeah, that's just being weird, man. Because, you know, on top of that, people should take breaks. And I do take breaks. My break is going to use the bathroom or whatever. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's I have to pee, which is a completely valid break. Alright. Legendary work for a formal shirt. And you are inspired to make art. You think if people wish to take the breaks, they could take breaks for themselves? Most streamers watch do that. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say is very much. Why is the internet such a weird place? It's the pro and con of anonymity. There's behavior that in real life, like, you would be like, dude, that's not okay. But because of anonymity, absolutely a thing. You just want one night without weird, please? The internet's a tough one. They're saying as a joke, you know, three streamers content creation who take time off for family? Yeah, that's fine. It's just a weird thing to bring up randomly. But yeah, no, I don't have kids, no immediate plans to have kids or anything like that. Probably no plans to have kids in general. I would much rather remain the fun uncle who does all the cool things. And not have to deal with it. Because it's much easier to be the one who only has to handle the kids from time to time and not have to be, like, responsible for everything. But yeah. But yeah. There's all sorts of different walks of life. Hey, Nooblicious, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. You only get once a month to use it here. Teach the kids? I mean, they're not old enough yet to learn RimWorld. They've started playing some games, but we're talking like Mario Kart kind of stuff. Yeah, who needs actual kids? I've got a channel. And let's be honest, there are definitely people who act like children in here. Which this isn't a strictly everyone needs to be over 18 or whatever channel. Like, you know, obviously when we're playing mature games, that's a whole thing. But at the same time, the policy is don't say your age. And if you say your age and you're a minor, you will be banned. Because one, it demonstrates that you don't know basic internet safety. Even as a joke, to be clear. Don't do it. Twitch also has advisement to never disclose your age on the platform. Alright, so we got a combat ship passing by. Let's go ahead and grab you. Like, that's just basic internet safety. Have you ever tried Workers and Resources? I have. I have actually streamed it before. Unfortunately, when I play that game, people get, like, really weird about being like, oh, I can't watch this because Soviet whatever. People get all weird about it. Even though it's just a video game and all that stuff. So it's just kind of one of those ones. It opens up conversations I don't want to deal with. It's a good game. I personally really enjoy it, but it is one of those things. Yep. Yeah, no, absolutely. I think genuinely it's a good game. I believe these days it's published by Hooded Horse, and we like Hooded Horse. And all that kind of good stuff. But Tarkov has tons of viewers? Right, but Tarkov also has a game you can play as what's effectively American military contractors as well. Yeah, it's based in Russia, and it's by a Russian developer and all that stuff. But, like, with workers and resources, it's arguably positive with some of that stuff, which I would argue it's more neutral, but people get weird. They hear the vaguely, like, old-school Russian music of it, a very, like, Soviet Union kind of thing, and people just get weird. It's like Hardcore when it came out. Several streamers who stopped that one due to harassment. To be fair, like, I obviously don't agree with harassing people. I also would not watch someone playing Hogwarts. Because it ultimately helps bad things. Incoming mechanoids in 9 days. Let's go here. And you can have entirely different opinions, that's totally fine and valid. But it's the same thing. Because, like, the difference I would make with that one is if you're buying Hogwarts, or, like, again, if you own it and you're playing it on your own, you've already purchased it, keep playing it, like, whatever. Like, the money's already been spent. Like, that's not... It's whatever. But as a content creator, when I'm streaming it, I am actively promoting the game. I am helping enable sales of that game. And that ultimately means J.K. Rowling is getting some money, and J.K. Rowling takes that money and very openly, by her own words, you know, pushes it against individuals and all that. So it is a thing where you are directly supporting something, even if you don't believe in it. And I personally don't think just turning around and, like, cutting a check to some charity undoes that, but it is what it is. And again, people can have different moral stances. I'm not going to think less of a person because someone's played it or whatever. But it is one of those things that it is a messed up thing. No one barred you because HL had very minor connections. Sorry, what? Oh, Hogwarts. Well, no, she has the IP. Literally anything you buy that's Harry Potter that isn't like some, you know, copyright violating thing, you are giving Rowling's money. That's what owning the IP is, and so she has done awful things to that IP as a result of that. It has effectively poisoned the IP. So, like, it doesn't matter if you're buying a wizard hat or a book or a wand or a game, you are sending some amount of money to Rowling, and some amount of that will be spent on going after transgendered individuals. Again, not judging people for doing that, but I do respect that people are like, hey, you know what, I support these people, I'm not going to watch it. That's fair. But we're going to move on because I don't want to make a big stink about that stuff. Everyone has their own values and all that kind of stuff. And it is just one of those things that we should be respectable. Yeah, like I said, again, our niche, I'm not judging people for buying it or whatever. Obviously, some people believe in trying to separate the artist and the art and all that kind of stuff. I don't necessarily agree with that, but we all have different views. It's not one that I, like, I'm not, if someone plays it, I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'll never talk to them again or anything like that. Nothing that extreme. But if someone's playing the game, I won't tune in. And it's very difficult if someone presents themselves as an ally while also doing that. Because it's kind of like, I'm an ally so long as it's convenient kind of thing is how it feels, which is unfair. Is Tides of Terraria part of Terraria? I've never heard of Tides of Terraria. I have no idea what that is. Yeah. So, we'll move on from that conversation because that's another one that'll just get into the, you know, get politically spicy. And again, while we don't have, like, a no politics policy on the channel, generally I try and shy away from, like, current politics or any individual, like, political party, candidate, whatever. because it very quickly can escalate. Oh, did we not accept that quest? Okay. Okay, so we still got 2 days to accept the quest. I'm gonna go ahead and accept it because I won't... only 20 days? Okay. So where is that? Okay, so only 20 days. Alright, so the survey site one is more important than the pilot one. Or the shield is more important than the other one. That said, that's 20 days. You're 30 days. So we're going to go and divert to doing the survey scan one. Yep, I'm running the border. Not an ally, not an enemy. But Rolling had some crap thrown at her initially, but her response has been wildly out of proportion. Well, I mean, I would say she's shown who she really is. But we can move on from that. We don't need to make the whole thing about Rolling, because frankly, the less brain cells I apply to interacting with that, the healthier I will end up being. Okay, it's a weird Palworld crossover thing. I wasn't sure if it was part of Terraria. You haven't played it as well. A Palworld crossover thing. Yep. Yeah, no, I generally try to be inclusive as many groups as possible. Obviously, when a group is exclusionary of another group, you have to kind of pick your side as much as you want to or not. But, that is what it is. Because as far as I'm concerned, if someone is just trying to enjoy existence and someone else says, no, don't do that, that's a problem. Okay, I mean... yeah, that wasn't necessarily, like, strictly necessary. But yeah, it's fine to just move on. Yeah, paradox of tolerance. The good old paradox of tolerance. For those who are not familiar with the paradox of tolerance, to have a tolerant society, one must not tolerate intolerance. So if a group of people is being intolerant, you must not tolerate them. Hence the paradox. Yeah. You've kind of been let down because your late game colonies could barely handle 50 TPS. Do you have any performance tips to increase TPS? Don't let your colony get too many people. Is honestly, like, that's just what it is. If you get too many animals, too many people, you'll have a problem. Animals can get you caught out in a lot of ways. Move to the Ice Sea. Yeah, it is a thing, because every single entity on here, animal, whatever. Alright, so we got a mech cluster that's landing. So there's no auto mortar or anything like that, so we're just going to go over here and say, okay, clear. And then go like this. Because we're not staying here much longer, and there's no auto mortar, there's no tox, whatever. So literally I could just ignore its existence. I am going to have to, like, skimp on the edge of our area right here. Well, actually, I don't even need to do that. What I can do is something a little bit dirty here. Let's go structure. Sandstone so we can build it fast. Alright. So we'll let them build that little bit of a wall here while we continue to harvest. And that means when it goes active, we don't have to worry about it. Yeah, no, it's, we've had the conversation about Paradox many times, the game dev company, that broadly speaking when it comes to Paradox, that, I don't mind their business strategy of how they approach DLC. My only big thing is just, as time goes on and they start to build up a lot of DLC, there is a certain point where they kind of got to circle back and be like, okay, we're going to bundle a bunch of it and discount it. Because, like, it's one thing if you're along for the ride and they go, okay, well, here's another $20 to get, like, all this extra stuff added to your game. Fair enough. Continuing to fund their development and all that stuff. Which games are theirs? Stellaris is their biggest known game. That's theirs. But they do tend to basically they keep adding major updates to their game and then charging you to buy it with DLC. And I don't mind that model, personally. If they're continuing to develop, that's fine. But it is one of those things that, like, okay, but when a bunch of time passes, you need to take those older versions. You need to take those older versions and like discount them so you can actually get that. You love that model, but it gets to be overwhelming FOMO. Yeah. Well, I mean, my big thing against it is just, if you get into it late, you're like looking at Stellaris, you're like, cool, well, I want to get what Stellaris has to offer. How much does it cost me to get all the DLC? And then you look at it and go, oh, like $300. And it's like, sorry, man, your game ain't worth $300. Let's be real here. We're gonna actually change our zone here. So the nearby zone. Yeah, I don't know what the exact amount is, but it's like in the $200-300 price range. And like, don't get me wrong, a lot of that DLC is not... It's like more small things that you wouldn't mind missing, but there is a lot that adds like major systems to the game. Right, exactly. If you've been along and you've been playing for thousands of hours as they've been adding those updated, you can make a certain justification that it might actually genuinely be worth the $300 price of admission. But if you're someone who's hopping in and it's your first time playing, it ain't worth $300. Protecting Dominus. So, free wielder, psi-meditative. Okay, I mean, we can't actually accept them, so that's just not going to be a thing. Another masterwork flak jacket. So we should be hauling all this stuff in. And basically, I want to let them keep hauling until we see stuff we care about going over there on the ground. When that happens, we know we're kind of tapped. Yeah. Have you played Chef RPG? No, I've actually had a few people ask me that. It's one I've had my eye on, but I believe that already came out, right? I apologize, you're gonna get an echo here. Sorry. Chef RPG. Yeah, that one's already been out. Was that early access? Yeah. Yeah, so that's one I've kind of had my eye on. Oh, stop it. I told you to pause. I hate that where you go, a video happens, and you hit pause, and then it finishes loading it, and it plays it anyways. And it's almost every place that has auto-playing video does that. I mean, you played Stardust from its initial launch, through either 2 or 3 redos of it, when they made planets weird building, and then you couldn't really use synthetics anymore. You parked it. Glad you did. That was about 10, 15 DLCs ago. Yeah, no, for me it was like... they did the major rework of the home planets, and I kind of relearned how to play the game, and I had fun with it. And then they did another major rework, and I'm like, no. There's too many other games. I got stuff to do. I don't want to deal with this. Yeah, so until we start seeing food land over here, or we need to leave, I want to keep letting them haul stuff in. Because we want to get as much of this filled up as possible. We got a merchant arriving. Just narrowly avoiding setting that off. Because the plan is to go from here to where we can get the next of our shield generators, which is going to be taking up another chunk of our storage, unfortunately. Alright. Let's see, Mystria kind of fell flat. I liked Mystria. You still enjoyed it. Chef RPG is definitely promised. You're not sure if the content ceiling is quite yet, but there's definitely potential. You're surprised it hasn't seen more sales. I mean, I think one big thing is early access. Like Fields of Mysteria, one thing that really helped it was with the with a lot of the marketing they did. They were able to kind of get it out there in front of more people during its like demo Kickstarter kind of stuff. Whereas for Chef RPG, I've only kind of heard through it from like, you know, others mentioning it. So it's very much marketing. Like ultimately the reality is, which is a discussion I bring up constantly when devs are like talking to me about like things about being successful. For the record, I have over 15 years as a software developer. I've launched many successful products, yada yada. But like, it is a common thing. They're like, oh well, we've done this. Our last project wasn't successful, and you're like, what was your marketing? It's like, oh well, you know, we were just making a really like, you know, with our product being so good, we figured it, you know, people would find out about it. It's like, no, nope, sorry man, that's not how any of this works. You gotta, it doesn't mean you gotta advertise. There's many types of marketing, but like, no, you gotta genuinely market. People can't buy the product they didn't hear about. You just heard of it, right? No, exactly, and it's the same way I heard when someone popped in and was asking. It's like, oh, you're gonna play this? Like, I haven't heard of this, and this is with me actively trying to keep my eye on what's coming out on stuff. You still can't wait for the Stardew update. The one thing I'm the most excited for. The Stardew update is definitely one of them, but it's Grave Seasons. That's the one I'm looking forward to more than anything else this year. Which, for those who haven't heard, that's basically it's in that whole slice of like Stardew Valley kind of thing. So you know, you got your whimsy, you can become friends, you do your farming, maybe you get married. I actually don't know if there's marriage in the game, but oh no, there is definitely marriage in the game. Never mind. You know, you get married, you do all that kind of stuff. There's an active serial killer killing all your neighbors, and you don't know who it is, and it's randomized each run. And also, you just generally live a good life. But you get the idea there, is it's a twist on the formula. Okay, so what do we got here? Wolf, I am going to rescue you. You are not welcome to stay. But yeah, so it's the idea is that you have this serial killer going to your town, so you're doing like your normal Stardew Valley thing, but at the same time, you're trying to figure out who this serial killer is who's killing your neighbors. And one would assume you put a stop to them in some capacity or another. You can end up marrying the serial killer, whether or not you know they are the serial killer, which is fairly concerning. All right. Cataphract armor. It has been a long time since I've used Cataphract. Yeah, that's right. Use expensive. I remember that nonsense. And then we will allow you to use the Cataphract helmet. Let's go into the Cataphract because it's been a long time. Where is the helmet? Why am I having problems? Oh, it's because it's stylized because of our ideology. Yeah, so what do you give me? Yeah, so you don't give me as much here, but I was looking for the tox protection. There's literally no tox protection. So that's a little bit of a harder sell. So that gives me 68% protection against that. Now we can go here, details, and the vac suit helmet. Oh no, it's only one difference. So yeah, those will end up replacing it. Nitro, yeah. But yeah, so I'm really expecting. Oh yeah, no, we've been joking about that. Like, what are they going to do to like retool Clint to do for the romancing thing in Stardew Valley? And my entire thing, and they're not going to do it. Why are you up? You best get away with that without being killed. Okay. Well, they're awake now. Because my zoning was wrong. But like the joking is like Clint being like, alpha male, by the way. You know, absolutely stud of a Chad here. Why does nobody love me? But yeah. Bro is going for stroll right into the gates of hell. We're really lucky all that stuff had the walls in between, so you're able to snake around there real fast. Alright, so we just want them to haul as much of that in as possible. We got 6 days till we gotta be gone. I am also curious what they're gonna do with Sandy. Because, like, Sandy's one of the townies in the game who doesn't have a lot of story of her own. Like, her story is practically just being a knock-on for Emily, who works out in the desert. And they've given her a little bit, but beyond that, they really didn't do a lot. Yeah, she's just a content facilitator, right? So they're gonna make her romanceable. They're going to have to add more there. Wolf joins. Hey, Wolf. Out. You are not welcome here. I saved your life. I did not welcome you into my colony. So you could have enjoyed a nice stay where you could have slowly recovered and all that kind of stuff and been allowed to leave when you're all good and ready. Instead, you now get to walk out of here heavily injured. Definitely marrying Clint and then divorcing him for Sandy. Yeah, no, my plan when the update drops is I'm just gonna romance Sandy. I'm figuring like half the internet's gonna go after Clint. Let's see, is Concerned Ape and his team planning to update interactions with all the character? Like big social update? We don't know. We do know that they are going to need to flesh out Clint and Sandy a little bit, and they have alluded to that they're definitely going to be doing a little bit there to Clint to make him slightly less whiny. Because Clint as the game is presented right now, basically just whines. He is someone who struggles with social anxiety, and then the reason why I feel like Clint is a very frustrating character is while sure there's a certain amount of realism about people who struggle to pop out of their shell and end up progressing a lot and all that, Clint is frustrating because if you look at every single other character in Stardew Valley, there is character development as they go along the way. And Clint, basically, he develops a little and then he immediately regresses back to where he starts, and he does that like 2 or 3 times. And you're like, literally, if none of this happened, it would change nothing about Clint's situation or my interactions between him. Like, this story does nothing. It's the casino scene in Star Wars. You literally delete it from the movie, and nothing changes about the entire movie at all. It has a net 0 impact on anything. Alright, so we're officially dumping cloth on the ground here. I did get a bunch of it. We did get a whole lot of potatoes on board. We're just letting them pull up the heel root now and getting as much of that on board as possible. We actually have a whole bunch there. Okay, so literally everything's being stacked here. There's no point in me staying. We're just harvesting stuff for it to sit on the ground. So let's get everyone assigned. Let's get everyone assigned back onto the ship. Oh, wait, actually, one second. We aren't going to where we were last time. You're still convinced Finn's character could not have been in the films and the movies wouldn't have suffered? I would say Finn had a pretty significant part in the first movie. The first movie he was in. But it definitely feel like he got kind of railroaded off to the side to the point that, yeah, he was just kind of a knock-on at that point, that his entire purpose was to yell Ray. The worst part of Clint for you is him asking us to give Emily a gift. I don't mind that one as much. Like, it's kind of like, dude, Clint, get a spine. But ultimately, like, that one doesn't bother me that much. It's kind of the way, like, Clint just kind of, you know, is constantly, like, fawning over and almost being a creeper. Like, he's not stalking, but he's definitely, like, obsessing over Emily and all that, and constantly just beating himself up over not, you know, being lonely and all that. And, like, it's an understandable thing. Like, people go through social anxiety, people feel lonely, people, you know, struggle to, like, bring up the nerve, the courage, whatever you want to say, to, you know, reach out to people they might be interested. Sure, these are all entirely reasonable things. All right, we got an ancient danger up there. It's just the fact that, like, from the start of the game to the end of the game, there is, like, not really any character growth on it. That, you know, sure, that might be realistic, reasonable, you know, insert verbs, terms, whatever here. But at the same time, it's very unsatisfying as a player. Okay, so we'll start working on that. It's just frustrating because you're like, please, Clint, I need you to do anything. Anything, buddy. But I would honestly say, for me personally, like, the whining about, like, oh, I'm all alone. Nobody notices me. And you're like, well, yeah, because, dude, you don't... Nobody notices you because you're too busy, like, cowering away from existence. They can't notice you. Like, I know it's very, very hard for people, you know, myself included. I present as very extroverted, just in the fact that I am capable of talking to people and all that without, like, really having difficulty. But it's very draining for me, so I am an introverted person overall. But there's definitely a thing where it's like, even if you're an introverted individual, there is a certain need of being like, hey man, if this is a thing that bothers you and you want to improve it, there really is only way to do it, and that is to, you know, kind of try. Are you gonna struggle? Are you gonna fail and stuff like that? Sure. You're gonna have struggles, and, like, there's definitely gonna be discomfort and all this other stuff going on. But, like, if you just do nothing, you've got a very predicted result of nothing's gonna happen. Yeah, if Haley deserves character development, so does Clint. Right? No, I agree. Even though I've made the comment a number of times that, like, yes, Haley has a somewhat redeeming story as it goes along, where she warms up to you, she stops being quite so abrasive and yada yada. And then my comment is like, you know what real life me does? Never gives her the time of day. Because if I'm, you know, minding my business and someone's first thing they're going to say is to be incredibly rude, it's just like, all right, well, I'm done with this person. You are never getting that second chance. Now, I take that back. Unless, you know, if, like, the next day she came up, she's like, you know what? I'm sorry. That was meant for someone else. I was rude. Like, you know, genuine apology. Sure. Second chance there. But she doesn't do that in the game. She just says it, and that moves on and be like, all right. I've got better things. I have self-worth. I don't have to put up with this crap. The world's a crowded place. I don't need this in my life. Did you not bother showing up with anything? There's, like, 2 things in here. Okay, that's certainly a thing. There's a lot of the pods, though. So let's try and take advantage. I'm going to try to not kill these things immediately. Interestingly enough, okay, so they are going up to that wall. So what we're going to try and do here is I want to poke those And if a whole bunch of awful comes out, you should just get out of here. If a whole bunch of awful comes out, I would like to have a chance to split their attention between me and the art stuff. Man, it's been nothing but pure hostile for the last couple of them. Oh, wait, they're all shooting at it? Get in here, take advantage while you can. Okay, they immediately popped a shield, because of course they did. So get around that corner before you get downed. Mandible, don't do it. Get the hell out of here, Mandible. Pigeon Cookie, why are you down there? The good news is this time they don't have crap for weapons, and they just have flak armor. So for whatever reason, this particular group was an absolute snooze burger. Going on. Alright, so Sentient Cookie, get out of here. Mandible, you can go about your business. The best bachelor is Krobus. Can we agree? Krobus is cool. I'm not sure I'd say best, but Krobus is definitely cool. Krobus is just trying to build, like, live Krobus' best life. You're only good. I'm going to deconstruct that art. It's been ancient. It's been sitting in here for who knows how many total generations. And we're going to walk in here. And we're just going to disassemble it. So what injuries did we get? You got one minor bruise, and you got some bruising from taking a hit, and you got a pretty bad shot to the torso from a revolver. Molecular analysis. Go ahead and apply that. No 5 alive, no disassemble. Johnny 5 is alive. You fixed Stephanie. That's something I haven't thought about in a hot minute. Good old Short Circuit. That is a movie I have not thought about in a very long time. Go ahead and murder everything on this tile that is out and about doing whatever. And I'm mostly planting that so when we have a raid, that they'll potentially target the crops I don't care about. Okay, did you actually get patched up, or did you pretend? Oh, we're pretending. So, like, just not treating people? That's the agenda? There you go. And actually, we're going to sit there and say, any worker, Sentient Cookie makes the armor. Anything else is fine, but only Sentient Cookie makes the armor, because Sentient Cookie has all those bonuses that'll go a long way. And how long till you... Okay, so your genes are going to be regrown very soon. You know, you keep losing more and more bits and pieces because of, you know, frostbite and all that. It really is unfortunate for you to be a sanguiphage in the basement here. Did we get the... Okay, so we haven't got the anomaly thing back up. Also, we need steel, so let's mine that as... Oh, we already have some mined. Or mined on the schedule. Rose nothing. Yep. I mean, that's what he shows up for, having, like, a bionic arm well before I could make them. And then, you know, legs and all that. Okay. Is this a tile with marble on it? No. I would like marble. I'd really like you to not run up way to the edge of the maps if you could help it. I just realized this whole time I've been using cyanide to hunt, and he's using incendiary rounds to hunt. Which is not really something you want. It's fine, but it's definitely pretty cursed. Okay. It's also a shame none of those things survived in there either. You light the wildlife and everything is pre-cooked? Yeah. It's a preservation strategy. Yeah, so we only need to be here long enough for the scanning survey to finish, and then we're going to go back. Unnatural corpse study complete. And it's gone. What I need is not advanced research, normal research. And if you get your normal research maxed out, it'll switch over... Or, sorry, if you get your advanced research maxed out, it'll switch over to normal research, but only if none other is available. Or you don't have something cute if you're not using a mod. But I'm not too fussed about that. There's a bunch of steel. So all getting that done. Okay. Because like I said, that might bait some of them, like, if we get raided, it might bait them into, like, trying to light my crops on fire. And a lot of times you can take advantage of that, like, one or two are sitting there putting out, like, lighting stuff on fire, and the other ones either go a different way and they just bully the 2 or 3 by themselves. Or even just having them separate out where they don't have their full force coming. All of it can be very helpful. Okay. And how are we doing on our research? You got the brain wiring. I don't care about any of those. And we got molecular analysis, which can give us the immuno enhancer and all that. Didn't we have someone who was a body modder? Yeah, so your body... I mean, you've actually got some stuff, so, like, you're already happy about your body modding stuff. Okay, so Megalo is a body modder and could certainly use more bits and bobs. You're also a body modder and could use some bits and bobs. Alright. So probably do Megalo next, and then we'll do Palatine here. Start body modding them out. Okay, so let's go in here. And Sangophage back into the machine, buddy. Oh, you're not signed to hauling? Hang on. Hang on, how'd you get away with that? Trade signal source. All right. Of course, literally the worst place it could be, per the usual. All right. So pretty much just waiting till I've got some good stuff here. I've still got room for about not quite 70 more tiles if I wanted to build more. I'm not even really sure what I would want to build next. I could certainly add another spot up here to be like more systems for the ship. Honestly, what I could do is just make that I could just make this like a weapon storage or something like that. Start not having everything chucked back here. Start moving around a little bit. Okay. We can trade with them real fast. Give me your 1 unit of medicine. That's fine. Let's see. We don't care about anything I'm seeing here yet. You can have these garbage tier weapons. Go ahead and get rid of the one flak jacket that's kind of worn. Okay. Oh, it's been a while since we've potentially had any of that break. I was trying to remember with the Cataphract armor what the penalties were. I know it's got a decent number of them. Like, I want to say it impacts movement speed, if I remember correctly. So I can go over here, do the Cataphract armor. So Cataphract armor... let's see. Yeah, so it's a significant movement speed penalty. It's minus 0.5, which is very, very significant. And then the helmet doesn't do anything to that regard. And the prestige armor does basically the same thing, but it can do better with psychic powers. And then the Phoenix armor, that was the one that, it shoots fire, as I recall. So it could be one, if you get Phoenix armor, dealing with stuff that isn't mechs, you can go and just blast fire into the areas and do mayhem with it. Arbiter Tree Sprout. Cool, create this, and no animals. Phoenix is better versus fire. Yes, it also has a fire resistance. You are correct. I was trying to remember what the difference is. I want to say it has a higher cost overall. Yeah, so you're 150, 56. And then if I were to say, you know what? Oh, I can't add more. We've maxed out the number of recipes. It's fine. We can go through it this way. I want to say, because I know there was the chem fuel cost, which no one cares about. It's got some steel costs, some chem fuel, and some components. Not honestly that much more of a cost, but yeah, it does have the benefit of being far more resistance to fire. So you mined a bunch of this stuff, you haven't picked it up yet. I think you've got too many people with too many jobs right now, and not enough of them are able to get to the hauling part. I thought we had a dedicated hauler. That might end up being Mandible at the rate we're going. They can do crafting. Need a lot of people chip in. Dark vision, coagulate, and aggressive. Gross. That's fine. You keep your super fast healing. I'll get it someday. Alright, so we got 10 more days on that. And that's for the shield generator we want. Which is going to go right in here, next to the other one. That way I can have overlapping shields for this spot. Because you could sit there and I could actually go and put it up here to cover the whole ship. Realistically, the use case I'm going to have for it is going to be primarily just for dealing when we have a raid, to be able to throw a shield between me and the enemies, to buy me more time. Yeah, honestly, don't need to even look at that anymore. Oh, you know I forgot to do as well? Something else I should get set up here? A place for the shuttle. Get a shuttle here. Even if I don't end up using the shuttle that much, it'd be good to have a place to, like, be able to take off for a shuttle for a quick trade or whatever. Alright. Actually, honestly, then we go to Misk, and we'll put a fire foam popper in here. Alright, so this is going to start being like our weapons closet, so instead of having it all get scattered there, this will be stuff for like the EMP, the weapons, all that. It's not a great position for reaching our defensive position. But it'll be good to, like, help us sort stuff out, because right now it's just all being jammed in the one giant storage. Because then we can put it up there and we can start changing the settings to keep it cleared out. I definitely also need more crafters out here working. I could probably take Gilmadesh off of priority on planting. Make them a dedicated crafter as well. They could substitute in to help grow when there's nothing to craft. Fired surgery on Cookie. Okay. So we're grabbing everything not bolted down and dragging it in, because I don't have a whole lot better to do right now. pretty much just waiting on this to finish. Then we're going to move on to going to our space location. You're getting relatively close to aging up. You got a while. Look, change desired. That's fine. You can do it. It's right there. And actually, one of the things we can do now... we take that out of that location. Opening this up a little bit more. So if I decide I want to actually go ahead and take apart those two storage benches. All right. Oh, flat screen television. Yeah, so you give them television for another recreation source. They don't really need it. Wait till we have a little bit more power. But then they give us another recreation source to potentially put in here. Alright. We have mechs approaching from multiple angles. So that's just a Centurion and a Pikeman up there. And are they going to prepare? They are going to prepare. So honestly, I feel pretty good about being able to just knock down the Centurion and the Pikeman real fast. This mess over here is a little scarier. Ah, it's so far away. It's a shame the Thrumbo aren't grouped up better. I'm pretty sure I'm sitting in an army of these things. Yep. I have a small army of these, so go ahead and grab everyone. I don't feel like dealing with my own problems. So Randall Thor, wait till everyone's inside. Where are you going? That's gonna be a problem. Push the button. So that Thrumbo's gonna get absolutely murdered. If we could take out a couple things on the way down, that'll be nice. Probably not a good use of my resources. Let's make sure shells... no incendiary or EMP right now. See if we can't soften up a centipede or two. Now, it would certainly be nice if I could get away with using the EMPs. But the problem with the... They're right there, buddy. What are you talking about? They're literally right next to it. High explosive. High explosive. Let's see here. Oh, I see what's going on here. I understand. You're too scattered. It's not gonna be able to do anything. Cancel it, never mind. They're too scattered all over the place. It's not gonna make any kind of difference. Don't leave. Oh, they're Manhunter Pack, but they're leaving. Well, if I knew you were gonna do that, I would have just not bothered. Okay, so they're gonna be aggressing us anytime now. Let's go ahead and we need to make sure that they do aim to get in here. Well, this sucks. They're Manhunter, but their time ran out. And so they're just leaving. And they both left deftly in directions that don't take them to the mechs. Because I had counted on those 4 Thrumbo, you know, potentially taking down 1 or 2 targets. So this is going to be pretty messy. And we want to stay for the shield generator here, so we're going to deal with it. Ideally, we would want to chuck EMPs down this hallway. We could still do that. We could still do that, actually. You have a shield belt right now, and that's fine. Where did our EMPs get to? It's been a while. Alright, get people ready. Get over here. Range team 1. Range team 2. You can't do anything here. You'll want to be over here somewhere. Come on, get in position real quick. You need to be down here and ready. Because we'll be late to the charge in this one. Activate as soon as you can, man. I'm late on this. I really need to get that activated. Did you? Okay, activate away. You stop chucking, because I actually don't know if that breaks it or not. Alright, the shield's going to fail rapidly. So change our positions up. Start dropping the EMP here. You over here. You over there. You pop in over here as well. I don't know why that didn't go. Block him up. Okay, back it off. Let him out. Get in there. Where are you going? What do you know that I don't know? Okay, you've got all that. Reposition time. It's time to simply murder. And sorted. And in all that fighting, you took 2 bruises. Okay. And that is how we cleanly wipe that stuff out. Alright, so where did your axe go? Oh, I didn't get the axe one. And thank you, Biscal, for the tier 1 sub. I do appreciate that. You had... was it an assault rifle you had? Because you grabbed it... Oh, here we go. We can go up here. You can grab your normal quality assault rifle. We'll allow these doors again. But yeah, so now you see the entire design of this kill box. I can poke in my melee to jump on something to tie it up for a second. And with the second shield, I probably wouldn't have even needed that much, because I would have just, when the first shield was starting to go down, turn on the second shield and just kept hammering away at them until both of my shields are fully depleted. Once they're fully depleted, you can't use it again for its like 3 in-game hours or something like that. But that's really not that long. You can have a single fight last well over 3 in-game hours. So yeah, I could like put up one shield, put up the other shield, tie them up for a little while, put up one shield, put up the other shield, tie them up for a while, and just spray damage. And as you saw, once there's like, okay, I've lost the defensive position of the shield, we back off to the sides here, they'll naturally try to go to the cover in here. And by going to either side, if they go here, these ones got free reign. If they go there, these ones got free reign. If they go anywhere along this line, some of both of them can shoot. The people up here really don't get a good shot unless they come right up here. But you get the idea. It gives me a lot of opportunity to kind of collapse in and move. Really what I should do is I should have the doors here and here versus where they actually are. Because if I were to do them farther out, I could then back everyone out and let the doors hold the line for a few seconds while I'm retreating and doing whatever repositioning. Okay, so link, storage, clear, important, weapons. And we'll deal with all that later. So we start moving all the weapons up here into this closet so I don't have to hunt for them everywhere. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Inspired trade, that's fine. Distress signal, that's fine. So 8 more days and we get out of here. It looks like I'm actually going to get some of this rice and all that up. There's no farther life on the map. We have extinguished all life on the map there is. Oh, and if you also missed, all of these areas down the middle are uranium instead of steel, because the uranium has over 1,000 health versus the steel's only 400. And these barricades are also uranium for the same reason, so that hopefully they hold up to a lot of abuse before they finally break. There's also doors here, so that, like, say my melee pawn, it's time to back out and something chases him in, I can keep going through the second door and close it behind us as well. to give ourselves more time. We got the auto doors, right? Yeah. Put auto doors on that. Put an auto door. Make the exits to the ship auto doors as well. Then we can go from there. Because auto doors open and close faster. They just require some power. And right now, we could spare quite a bit of power. As I have 1,300 spare power at the moment with everything turned on. Granted, when you go to space, it's going to eat up most of that spare power for all the oxygen production and heat. Okay, I do 49 more tiles. Alright, brain wiring we just unlocked, so now we're on to rocket swarm. Do I want anything from brain wiring? I can't add to bench. Psychic agony, as you do. Okay. So, brain wiring. Gotta remind myself what all you give me. Because I think it was like the joy wire and all that stuff, which... not really a thing I'm gonna be using. Are you back at tech? There you are. Nope. Nothing I want there. The joy wire keeps you happy but lowers your consciousness, making you not effective as much on anything and more likely to die. The pain stopper will keep you in the fight longer, but it tends to be kind of a all or nothing where your pawn won't, you know, get downed and survive. They will either win the fight or they will die trying. And then the mind screws if you just hate someone. How far have we gone? We don't have the aesthetic nose, the detoxifier lung made yet. That's fine. Okay, of the research left, is there anything I even want? Foam turret I don't care about. I'm not gonna worry about those. Molecular analysis is not a bad one. Putting mind screw in a pawn that you hate. That's basically what you do, is mind screw is just, if you specifically really loathe someone's existence and just want to make them suffer even more, that's what a mind screw is for. There's no real positive benefit for it. It's just, you want to hurt someone. So one thing we can also do that'll help. It's gonna be a weird thing. I'm putting a chair here. And the reason I'm putting a chair here is it'll be more likely to be targeted, you know, when it comes to running around. So if we don't have anything standing out here, it's more likely they'll come in here to smash the lights or that, because they'll be the only valid targets they can reach without going through walls. If they're a masochist, will the mines be grid? No. So it's more bad than anything, because the masochist, they'll get the happiness from the pain, but also you can die of pain in RimWorld. Pain itself is potentially lethal. If pain hits 100%, consciousness hits 0%, or you bleed out, so your blood hits 0%, all three of those will kill you, and then if any critical organ is destroyed, you'll also die. So brain, it's like brain, liver, heart, or like the torso itself, or the head itself. If any of those go, your character dies. So pain by itself can kill you. So weirdly enough, just having the mind screw means you're closer to death. So think of it kind of similar to the Joy Wire in that you're giving them a mood bonus, but with a pretty hefty consequence for it. Where the Joy Wire, it's the consciousness that's penalized. Therefore, you're closer to 0 consciousness where you die. Instead, it's a pain spike, which means you're closer to dying from pain. Alright, so you're getting the nose done. I haven't seen anyone running around in the cataphract armor yet. Okay. Alright, mechs again. They are attacking from multiple angles again. So we got one group coming from straight below. All of it's long range. The Cyclops is a little rough. So it's all just tons of range. So schedule, get back into the safe area. So this is one of those times that we don't want to try and engage from afar. Because that'll be playing into their advantage. We do have our shield ready to rock and roll again. The worst thing is I'm pretty sure all of these attacks aren't even the attack for the survey scanner. These are just random event attacks. Alright, so Snuffalo here is going to want to run up there, grab those EMPs again. It'll be really nice when Mandible's old enough that I don't feel like they're just gonna die if I bring him into a fight as a brawler. Honestly, for you right now, I'm gonna make you hold a gun anyways. You're gonna get a mood penalty as being a brawler with a gun. But, like, right now you might as well be doing something to help. Okay, and we're gonna go ahead and pop this door just to make sure they take the bait. So you've got one Cyclops down there. Yeah, either side. Shield user wearing having a ranged weapon. All right. You know what? It's fine. Take your axe back. Never mind. But same general plan as last time. We put all of our stuff up here. We start blasting everything that comes in here. The big risk is these Cyclopses. The whole gimmick behind them is they can shoot through shields. So they're kind of the priority target. The good news is most of these enemies here don't actually have that high of damage. So as long as we can get the shield up early, like late enough that we don't waste time, we should be able to get through most of the fight before the shield fails. It's unlikely they'll break it by sheer damage. And it will protect us from the Tesserons. The Scorcher's a little bit of a concern, but it's fine. Alright, everyone into position. It's go time. So you stand by your door. You all here. You all there. Get back here. You stand off to the side. Leafy Puke in position, ready to activate the shield generator when we need it. I am having a good night. And wait. Activate. And it came up just in time. Okay, I hate that that's... I didn't think that would shoot through the shield. Okay, all of you, that target. Oh, no, don't. Stop it. So stop that. Yeah, I'm not loving that that's apparently allowed to shoot through my shields. I had not really anticipated that. Let's see if we can't bait them in farther, because this is just getting us hurt way too much. We'll start dropping the EMPs over here. No. Oh, don't run up there, buddy. No! Stop trying to do that. Okay, we accidentally impede our melee pawn. Okay, so schedule unrestricted. Yep, so the thing is, because they had they have a Circadian assistant and they got hit with an EMP, they did collapse instantly because basically their brain got EMP'd. Yeah, so Blaster there got pretty messed up because got set on fire and then pretty much just ran into the pain. Which is always the big concern there. Okay, so you're back up. Go grab this. Alright. So you're pulling a lot of power to, like, recharge your shields, which is fine. The fire is well done. Yeah, no, I mean, basically the problem is when someone gets set on fire, they lose collision so they can walk right through a bunch of other characters and all that, so they'll run right past your enemy line or whatever. And then on top of that, they will kind of like just panic run. And it does feel like 90% of the time when they panic run, it's straight into the enemy. It's not how it works, like it's not pre-programmed to be like, oh, go that way. It's usually just the way you end up designing your defenses. That's the way it ends up playing out, unfortunately. All in all, still, We got a little bit of burns from the gazers going through. And that was just the thing. I forgot that beam grazers just shoot through shields. I knew the Cyclops did. Surprisingly, like, I was waiting for a Cyclops to set up here and just choose a target down here to pepper. But all of them ran, like, you could see where they died. They died, like, right here in this middle corridor, there and there. They just bolted right in for it. And a big part of that is they recognize that this is valid cover. And so they're trying to go for the cover bonus. And yeah, it just means they're going to go in there and get wrecked. They can overwhelm you, though. Like, if there's enough Cyclopses or all that, or not enough Cyclops, there's, like, a Legionnaire to cover them a little bit. They can get over here and get to the defensive position, which does work. They do get the defensive bonus. But the idea is the defensive bonus with that many things able to just free fire on them. You know, okay, half the rounds miss due to cover, but you're doing 4 times the amount of rounds into them. Sure. You still come out ahead in that math. And honestly, really down here, we could use a lot of chain shotguns and make this way stronger, because whatever got into this point would just not live. That's why you like smoke launcher and late game kill boxes? Oh, so use this strategy of you just drop smoke on your people. Yeah, your accuracy's penalized, but you're just gonna numbers game it. That's fair. I can see that. If you're able to just pour enough damage into one target anyways, who cares if you miss a third of the rounds or half the rounds? It's an interesting thing. The only time I always keep a smoke grenade launcher floating around, but I basically only use the smoke grenade launcher for the purposes of shutting down sentries when there's like mech clusters and all that. Because completely disabling them lets you stroll up and deal with them at your leisure. And now we're just disassembling all the mechs. And again, none of those have actually been the survey scanner raid that happens, because this will trigger a specific raid to happen. And usually it's a decent scale raid. So we've had 2 back-to-back mech raids. And part of the reason we're running into a bunch of mech raids is because we did befriend everybody. It's now going to be almost exclusively Infestation, Mech Raids, and Manhunter packs. And stuff like the Cultists or whatever from Anomaly. Or Anomaly things. But, like, your regular human attacking raids are going to be very few and far between. Which is a pro and a con. This is normally one of the reasons why you want a permanently hostile one, even though I dislike the permanently hostile mechanic. Is because then you stop having human raiders on a real amount. Which has a lot of negative consequences of not having a path to get new recruits and all that crap. And Megalo grabbed the very first set of Cataphract armor. Now, to be clear, generally speaking, you'd probably want to prioritize only wearing the Cataphract armor when you actually need it. But, because the movement speed penalty is extreme, it's 0.5 movement speed dropped when you only have, I think it's like 4 normally. So it is a very substantial penalty. But at the same time, I have found in the past, with the way a lot of encounters go, if I try and stop and have everyone run and grab their armor and then try and get into position, if it's an attacks immediately, you usually just don't have the time. Hell, there's times where you have attacks immediately that you don't have the time to get to your defensive position at all, or even rally at all, depending on where it shows up and when. So it can be pretty rough to deal with. Okay. Interestingly enough, normally, like, you get the raid that has a lot of EMPs and you just don't care about it. If you really teched out a couple of people and you gave them the brain wiring, there is a reality where a bunch of people with EMPs could actually be a threat. Just knocking your people down one by one. Granted, they're not that hard to dodge grenades if you're watching them. But, normally it's always the joke. You see, like, the EMP-only raid, and you're just like, okay, we can just stand here and shoot them and let them throw EMPs at us. That's fine. I also just realized... Did I not change your assignment? That explains that. You should be taking off your vac suit. There you go, buddy. How about hauling that inside so it doesn't rot, so when you go to space you don't die? Imagine going around the RimWorld with for the smallest chance they'll face cyborgs. Yeah, they've set themselves up for one specific battle alone, and they're just holding out hope against hope that someday, somehow they will face that fight. And when they do, they'll be perfectly prepared for it. Alright, Suji Cookie's gonna pop in here. We're still trying to get genes. Alright, we've got lava flow. So more than likely, we're gonna be running inside and losing a bunch of this stuff here. Let's see if we can't really fast. What types of brick do I have? Sandstone? That's perfect. Let's see if really fast I can slam down a sandstone wall there, and then the rest I'm just going to write it off. There's no way I block this whole thing off in time. Okay, don't worry about hunting anymore. A lot of times the hunters will just run through the lava on their own. Where are you going? See, here is an example of why you have to be careful with the lava. They have determined that he wants that snail. As you can see, there is not a valid path that doesn't involve cyanide bathing themselves in lava. So we need to cancel that. Okay, now you're going for another snail that died. Okay, so now you're retreating. Good job. Standard you behavior, like, I got this. Why is everyone getting so wild about it? Stop sowing those, because one, we're not going to get a chance for them to grow anyways, and then two, it's about to be submerged in lava. You would think with a lava flow and a dumping rain, the dumping rain would cool off the lava, effectively blocking a lot of it. Alright, so you got that part done. You know what? None of those make sense. So keep doing your thing. As it starts to overtake the crops, we'll just tell them to stop it. Earth. We're deleting the zone. Stop it. Okay. Okay, so let's into the home zone for now. I don't trust you all. Stay inside the ship. Great crafting is cool and all, but not really what I want. So I should be able to go through here. Yeah, so I should be able to go through nearby. So I could run in and do stuff with all this. Yeah, no, it's fine. The ship's hull is not flammable, so it'll just go up against it. The same thing you like. The way you deal with this lava normally is you put up stone walls and all that, and that's enough to protect it. All right, molecular analysis. That's the last research I'd actually care about, because then we can get immunoenhancers. It keeps raining every 2 seconds because there's too much fire. Why is that there? Ah, these are the 2 benches locked in for unfinished stuff. That's not my favorite. It's fine. They'll get 1 or 2 things done, and then that'll get it all sorted. Oh, so we are ready for our next candidate of shoving all the things in someone. Hey, Megalo, have you wanted to have every one of your body parts replaced? So bionic eye, bionic arm left, bionic leg, not left, bionic leg right, coagulator, healing enhancer, circadian thing, lung left, detoxify kidney left. We're not going to give him the aesthetic thing yet. We're going to wait till we get the oh wait, you know what? Was the skin enhancements here? Oh, you know what? I bet you we just don't have what I need for those. Yeah, skin hardening we don't have yet. So what storyline are we looking to narrate tonight? What? We're doing a challenge run where we've been using the ruthless faction pursuit mod, so like everyone hates us and was actively pursuing us and trying to kill us. We have finally got all of them to neutral except the Mechs, because we can't befriend the Mechs. Where are you? Okay, Megalo, go to the hospital. We want to use every advantage we can get. So we've been using that mod. We've gotten pretty far in it. We're now to the point... 1 second. Overview. Better medicine. Okay. We've gotten to the point now where we're down to dealing with, like, the Mechs as our next target. And just kind of building ourselves up, getting ready to take on the Mech finale and all that. Yeah, so as you can see, the lava will stop there. One problem you do run into with the lava doing this stuff is if it hits, say, for example, this corner, it can burn that table through the corner. It's not supposed to. They've done multiple updates where they said they fixed it. It still does. It's not as bad. It was a thing that would constantly happen every couple seconds. Now, like, with the lava sitting there, I'll do it like once a day, maybe. That'll jump and start it on fire, and they just put it out real fast. So we're just installing all of the bits. Megalo is a body modder, so Megalo is going to have gone to sleep being like, I got this cool arm, I'm a little bit happy, to waking up utterly ecstatic. That so much of their weak, flimsy, pliable human flesh has been removed from their bodies. Meanwhile, Leafy Pew's medical is getting really, really good. They're a solid 15 medical and climbing. Granted, because I'm doing these all in batches, we're not getting the learning we would otherwise, because we're kind of hitting the max learning cap. Alright, just like that. Machine body is complete. I asked for this. Plus 13. Permanent mood bonus. And now we go to the bench, and we remake all the parts for the next person. And then the next person is going to be Palatine, because they're also a body modder, and they're getting a little frustrated. They're seeing all their friends around here getting all teched out, and they're like, how do I get in on that? And the answer is just wait, buddy, you're going to get it. Just don't die. Okay, one thing we can do here is load this up, get a bunch of this junk out of here to clear up some space. Oh yeah, all that plain leather. Okay, so we got all that. Leave all that stuff alone. That's fine. That's all fine. We're gonna keep that book so you can keep researching that. It does make me wonder with the waste pack atomizer. Oh, we can take the kidney and the lung we yoinked out. The thrombo horn. Grab those bio-coated weapons. Grab that. Those are all fine. Those helmets can go. Go ahead and get these 2 vac suits that are a little worn out of here. To do. Yeah, no, I'd get rid of them because you end up with like a whole bunch of stacks of like 10, 15 of various leather that it's too little to do literally anything, but it still takes up a whole section of a shelf. Since we are leaving stuff out here that I don't like being left out here, I'm trying to have them grab all these like random scattered bits and chuck them here. Yeah, so the machine body is completely and utterly kind of overriding the Supreme expectations. Oh, weird. Aesthetic wooziness plus 10 mood? I never noticed that before. I'm assuming that's because body modder. Better joke you've always had about plain leather being used for grab ships as it's lighter. Mm-hmm. Okay. They don't seem to be grabbing anything anymore. So 71. 61. Let's see. So 71's the highest we've seen so far. Because whoever offers me the most gets it. 71. Sold. We are now allied. Nice. Yep, no, like the whole idea with the grav ship is it basically negates gravity. That's also why I can't just take us out into space to go to the next planet or whatever. Is because it is based on effectively pushing back against the gravity of the planet, and therefore by its nature is incapable of escaping the planet. Yep, so since they sold all that stuff, they're actually getting all this rice and everything inside the ship. I want a raid to show up in this corner and just die. That's kind of one of the things I always end up hoping for with this, is I just want to see a raid that doesn't have a valid path to you, that doesn't involve lava, just to watch the enemy just run through the lava and not even have to be involved. Has to be warm sleeping in the lava? Yeah, it's sleeping right by the edge of the lava, where it's nice and warm with its first, second, and third degree burns. And even though I realistically could go out here and grab these and probably be fine, I've had too often where some pathing weirdness happens and they go, I'm gonna run across the lava. And the moment that starts, you usually lose that person. We're also just sitting on our ship researching. Gotta catch them all. Third degree burns, yep. So that's kind of cool. I've not actually gotten a book for a technology that I didn't have the blueprint for. So we actually are getting the waste pack atomizer, which is normally typically locked behind a lot of the mech tech stuff, which is kind of an interesting consideration to be able to process the pollution, all that stuff. Those are people that never played the game The Floor is Lava. I know, right? Don't forget the frost burns. Oh, don't worry about it. We've got someone in here. We grabbed the sanguiphage for definitely not morally ambiguous things. Okay. So what we're going to be able to do is I am going to be able to accept this and then immediately leave afterwards. I'm probably going to take the Goodwill and the Jade, so that way I get the Goodwill to max us back out with the Empire, and I'm going to immediately take all the Jade and then send it to whoever else nearby, so we can like double dip on that. Because I don't care about the uranium. I'm making Cataphract armor, so I'm going to ignore the recon armor. A legendary jump pack is cool and all, but like not something I care about, and that's not enough plasteel for me to care about. So literally I'm just going to hit the button and then leave. So the lava should be receding by now. Like, I'm not even seeing the lava flow marked over here on the left anymore. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to quickly use the restroom, so I'm going to go do that, and I'll be back in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay. Can the mechs walk over lava? I honestly don't know. So mechs are immune to fire damage. But at the same time, I don't know if lava purely goes through as fire damage. So I could see that going either way. I would guess they probably can. But I've also not been able to line up to test that. But the Empire is just too easy to placate. You make enemies with them, toss them some junk, and they're back to friends. They really ought to balance the system so it's harder. Yeah, so that's, we've been talking about, like, things that we would like to see in whatever the next DLC is. And it's been a pretty universal thing within the RimWorld community about being like, okay, we want the whole, like, you know, diplomacy, politics, like, between you and the other factions. We want there to be more to that. I saw a Reddit post earlier that, you know, there's basically a person was complaining saying, you know, RimWorld as a game is great, as a story generator, it's crap. And their argument was basically around how the interactions between the factions is basically everything is genocide. It's like mechs show up, genocide. Insects show up, genocide. You know, this hostile faction shows up, genocide. This faction you never met before that just showed up at one random time, also genocide. That is just kind of like RimWorld by its nature. That's kind of how it treats so much, and it's a little bit of an exaggeration, but it's very, the diplomacy side of it has very little going on for it. And the thing that got me was someone's response is like, when you realize that the diplomacy system in Spore was better than the diplomacy system in RimWorld, it's like, oh man, because the diplomacy system in Spore was freaking terrible. You just go up and you do like a little dance or whatever, and then you're friends. Or you just murder everyone nearby, and they, you know, you basically suborn them by just scaring them into submission. And it's like, yep, that actually has more layers than our system does in RimWorld, where it's you launch gifts at them, and that's the only way to make friends. I mean, technically quests, but yeah. Death is too cheap, but how else do you develop drama and conflict without losing your audience? Well, no, but that's the thing. We're talking about, like, the diplomacy between you and the other factions. You can make more depth to it. Like, we were talking about stuff like, you could have a defense pact with another faction that they would basically stage some people on your tile with you. So not just the thing be like, help, I need help, come get me. And then, you know, they drop pods or they tell you they can't get there in time. You could stage some of their fighters on your tile for an ongoing cost. Or, on the other end of it, you could have your fighters over on their tile for an ongoing cost. Or for an ongoing benefit. You know, effectively mercenary yourself out. And all that. And as people were mentioning, you can go from, like, I have betrayed the Empire, maxed my reputation down to literally nothing. Here is a gift of a pile of gold. Okay, we're right back up to max ally with the Empire, all in the course of a day. And it's like, okay, there needs to be a little bit more stickiness to some of the things. Like, I'm down for, like, minor stuff, being able to be like, okay, let's just take that backsies kind of thing. But, like, when you've gone and they send a trade caravan who has stuff you want, you're like, okay, we're just about to murder all these people, bottom out your reputation with them. And then suddenly you turn and go, like, here's $15. And they're like, oh, okay, never mind. Now, I'm not saying it's like you betray them once and it should be stuck hostile forever. But it should be more of a transitional recovery. That, like, when you've done something to offend them kind of thing, again, you've hurt them, whatever, that there's almost like a penalty on the recovery of reputation, and then also have like a diminishing return on like gifting over time. So if I just sit there and blast them with tons of gifts, that there's a point they stop accepting it less. Not like super long term, like have a decay on that diminishing return, but you get the idea. Exotic trade good ship. So long-term faction memory ledger that limits how costly and fast change relationship are. Yeah, something that's got a little bit more stickiness to it. We can go and grab the glitter world maybe. I'm running out of penny oxalin. Really? Hang on. 1 second. We're running out of Nutrimine? So I'm out of Nutrimine. No, I got 96. Why? Yeah, so that covers that area. It's because I'm getting storage wider and wider on the ship that a lot of stuff isn't under the beacon, so I can't trade it away. Artificial metabolism is pretty cool. I'd love to get that. Super fast wound healing. Make it happen. Doesn't matter the cost. Doesn't matter. We're making it happen. We got a bunch of gold. What can I give you that'll get you to give me that? Sure. Animal pulsar sold. Yeah, that'll be that super healing I've been trying to get. I don't think we got enough negatives. I'd like the pentioxylin, but man, I am not making that work. I would say, don't you dare chuck that in the lava. Just drop pods right in the lava. Gives you the finger. Okay, so this is what we've been hoping for. So super fast wound healing. That's a really good one. Robust is a really good one to put together. The problem we have now is I've got poor social, plants, and cellular instability. So I really can't quite get that to equal up yet. If I can get coagulating blood, that would be like really amazing to stack in there. But I need to get a hold of another negative, is what we're waiting on. So as far as you go, what do you have that I still want? Fast runner is fine. I honestly don't think I want anything else from this one too badly, because mostly our positives I'm not going to use. The strong melee can be cool and all that. The mild UV sensitivity I already have, I believe. So, you know what, buddy? Lou, you've done us a solid. You treated us well. I think it's... Oh, never mind. I changed my mind, Lou. I was going to let you free, but then I realized I could suck your youth out of you. As soon as we get the research. I forgot that was the second reason I was keeping you here. To be fair, what I was actually going to do is walk out and drop them next to the lava. So let's be real, I wasn't going to be helping them that much. Hey, Real, how's it going? Alright, the lava is almost all gone. Granted, it did destroy basically all of our crops, which is fine. We got plenty out of here. We got 762 packaged meals now, so we're good. It's like the guy who runs off when he's the best healer. Who would do such a thing? Yup. That's suddenly making me go, I haven't done like a check through to see where everyone's at. Oh, yeah, and one of these days, I'll tech you out. Alright. I was going to send you out to die, but just remember I can harvest your organs. Yeah, no, I'm not harvesting the organs. I'm literally harvesting their youth. Arguably worse. An organ, in theory, you're going to get transplanted or replaced and maybe you'll be better. Robbing you of years of your life? That's, it's pretty jacked up. Gonna be honest about that. Some, pretty effed up behavior. I'm not gonna stop doing it, but, you know, maybe I might feel bad. When the lava falls back, it should leave behind resources that you can mine for chunks you carve lava blocks. So we got molecular analysis. So we're now going to need to go to this bench. Okay. So let's grab you off this list. And we're going to go ahead and do the Immuno Enhancer. And add this onto the list. It's always good to have an extra liver. It's the only replaceable body part that you can't fabricate. I mean, yeah, I would actually say the number of times I've lost a liver in the game and not died, I don't think that's ever happened for me. Old man Jenkins needs his youth more. He's only on his 5th, 20th birthday. Yeah. You know, you've never lost your youth before. You don't understand what it's like. Not like old man Jenkins has been through. Alright. So, I have no idea how I'm going to be dealing with the extra stuff in here. So first, we need to bring that inside. That's what I was afraid of. Okay, so for right now, we're going to go to dumping stockpile right here. Critical, clear. And grab shield. Cool. And then with that, we got our prize. So everyone's on the ship. So our next destination, we should be able to reach... Ooh, can I reach it? Let's see. Barely no. Traces of jade, compact machinery. Alright, so we are going to launch. I'm just not going to go and do space things yet. We got to go one jump over, and then we got to launch up to get the sub-person or whatever. Yeah, so you're over this way. Is there anything cool we could do here? Got ruins. Valley and caves, valley. Megavore habitat, windy fjord. Ancient quarry in a chasm. Sure. Ancient quarry, let's go. Hey, cuz Jackie, thank you so much for the 20 stream streak. I do appreciate that a whole heck of a lot, so thank you. Sometimes you feel like onions should be a thing, just so you can have licer and onions in games. Oh, liver and onions. That makes way more sense. I was like, licer? What are we talking about right now? Oh, I forgot to accept it before I left. Boo. Because now I won't want to do it because it'll psychically suppress us for several days while we're probably going to end up having a fight. I always do that. I'll always sit there and be like, yeah, let me just trigger something before I leave, and I'll always forget. Open ocean. Great for fish, not so great for you. Alright, so let's not park ourselves directly next to an explosive. Unrestrict you. And we're going to go through the whole pattern. So dumping stockpile, do that. Low, allow all. No human-like corpses or rotten. If you don't actually anticipate getting any of these crops, we'll just go over here and do like a big area like that. And say rice. Alright, what types of ore did I have on this tile? Marble and granite. Alright, so we'll go over here. And even though it's not really a priority, I can't choose it because we don't have any granite yet. Alright, so while that's all going on, kill it all. Kill it, kill it, kill it all. Alright. Then go here and go ore. We have a little bit of silver ore. Jade. That's fine. Plasteel. We're actually slowly burning through it. Machine. Honestly, for a quarry, this place is pretty underwhelming, actually. Any obvious ancient dangers? Nope. Oh, also we can go like this. So, we can leave in 1.3 days. I am going to take the quest anyways. I shouldn't, but I'm going to do it. So we'll just deal with having ourselves psychically suppressed for the better part of a full day. And even though I don't care about that, we're just building that to kind of buy us time. So if we have raids come in, we can kind of tie them up for a minute. Okay. I also have more room to put something here. Honestly, I might just literally go in here and build shelves or whatever. Okay. Let's see, you think there's a player who made a point of landing on top of the anima tree just because he didn't use it? And he was tired of the trouble it made for him in the past? Oh, like just getting the debuff? So by crushing the tree, it doesn't get applied the debuff or something because it's destroyed technically before the pawns are on the map or something? I also forgot I had fully intended on grabbing a drink while I was up, so bear with me. I'm just gonna grab a drink and be right back. Alright. Just forgot to do that when I was up using the restroom. And... so we got the pods have arrived. So what I'm gonna immediately do is say, hey man. Well, actually, we'll probably have to wait for you to bring those in, won't we? I actually don't see where you dropped the jade. Alright, whatever. Where did you drop the jade? There it is. Yeah, so we'll give him a chance to haul that all in. Because we're leaving very, very soon. A Wolverine is hunting Mandible. Alright, Wolverine, if that's the decision you want to make with your life, And you're probably getting pretty close to aging up. And it's 13? Yeah, 13 you age up entirely. Okay. Yeah, so this is going to be a thing. We have to clear out this space to put another shield generator in here. So that we can cover that up just the way we've got before. Get the jade in here. I'll go. Does the Mopans still have 10 factions? No, we're down to just the mechs. Everyone else is chill with us now. We got just the mechs left. So we're slowly working our way up to being able to handle the mechs and dealing with that nonsense. Alright, so we're going to tell it to load this up. Items. We're going to grab the bits of leather like we've been doing. We'll grab the whole stack of jade. Still reading that book. Grab the bio-coated weapons and the garbage weapon there. Grab that cap. And that'll do. And then once they load this up and launch, we're going to grab everyone back in here. And then we're going up to space to get ourselves the thing that makes it so when it comes to piloting, things go smoother. And pretty much I'm going to just kind of ignore putting the shield there until we start getting some of the storage cleared out. I'll probably want to go and separate out, just like we did up here where I'm making kind of special purpose, you know, weapon storage. We'll probably also want to go through and get some of the other stuff. Let's also make sure all of my zoning is all fixed. Home. Safe. Nearby. Aha, that's not right. Oh god, why? There you go. Okay, reassign everyone to nearby. Okay, hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Why are you out here? Do not leave a bionic arm out here. Okay, now restrict you to staying inside the ship. Because you should wake up really quickly, get that all sorted. I'll have to go through and mess around with getting everyone's stuff done everywhere. The power is fluctuating at the moment. We'll wait on the strange signal. I don't want the alpacas. We're cleaning up a bunch of stuff. Wonder why I keep saying that the that becomes unavailable. Are you not home zoned? There we go. Alright, go grab it now. Because I'd like to get that out of there. The pig skin's outside, so we won't be able to grab it. Let's get those bio-coated things out of here. Alright, so launch it. It's not going to be a huge boon, so we got 18. That's fine. 20. So 20 is the highest we're seeing so far. Okay, and with that, assignments. Space melee, space melee, spacefarer, spacefarer. Okay, so let's get everyone changed over to their space gear. Okay, now they're grabbing all the clothes. Putting them all on the mannequins and all that. Alright, looks like they got everything put away, and we are good to go. So it is time for space. Do the bionic fellows even need space equipment? Yes, because you can never like fully replace them with bionics. So they're always vulnerable to vacuum and stuff like that. So it is a thing where you can't just make it safe for them, unfortunately. Alright, and with that, we've got the bounty for Abby. And this is going to do... The vac skin gland means they can be just fine with a helmet, though. Yeah. There is ways you can go and do it. There's also, I believe if you have the gene, you can get away with a less than full setup. Okay, so the attack has begun. I was kind of hoping I could, like, force them into only being able to defend in one way. That'll do. So basically with this, I can go out this door and do what I want. This is a defensive position down here, so I can force them to path the whole way around, and they got a side door if I try to outflank them. And I can also go out the back door there. Let's confirm that landing. Okay, so there's one unlocked door down there. Oh, right, we're on the edge power-wise. So with here, we can turn this off. It's not going to be needed up here. Okay. Air-wise, we're good. Heat-wise, we're good. Alright, so we've got our people for now. Get everyone ready. I take a peek at this hallway, see what we're in for. Okay, so I've got just a bolt action, a chain shotgun. Get a couple of sentry guns here. There's Abby. There's an SMG. We got Curry there with an incinerator, another bolt action. There's a lot of them, and they got a mix of bolt actions for long range and chain shotguns. A lot of chain shotguns. There's definitely an engagement we want to probably prioritize as far range as we can. Because while they do have a couple of bolt actions, I feel like we will win the long range by the I can put a lot of bullets into the air way faster than they can strategy. And we keep that up. Okay, so we got all that revealed. Yeah, so I think this is one of those cases that we want to just engage at the farthest out range we can. And then bait them back. Now, the Cosmogalo of you getting all these cool enhancements that make you run and fight real fast. Okay, nicely done. Okay, that's actually some more range than I was anticipating. Okay, they've gone for their cover. Let's grab all of you. Start running them in here. Bob, you hold up just a second to grab their attention. Good job, Bob. Alright, Bob, you're going to need to hold here for just a second. I don't love this, but I am going to need them to run around here and open that door before you completely de-aggro them. So come on, get that door open. Get the door open. Alright, you're good. So now it means when they de-aggro, we'll have a path that's valid. Yep, so now they reverse direction so they can go to my defensive position where I'm going to be ready for them. Let's get the children on the safer, well, the child on the safer position. Okay, we need to power some more stuff off. You flick those switches. Yeah, so they're going to go all the way around, all the way up to where we are going to be in our defense position. Everything's ready. Leafy Pew is ready to pop the shield. And then you're going to go somewhere in here. Right now, I'll just plunk you right there whenever we have the chance. We've honestly left them with only one long-range weapon, so I'm going to have a quick change of plan. All of you get back out here. And Bob there. Leafy Peel will still be on standby just in case they're needed. Rather than the one bolt action... Okay. And nice and sorted. Alright, so... Quick Sleeper, Chemical Fascination, Gourmand. They're not associated with anyone, so we're going to go with the strategy of those clothes, I shall have them. So we can go ahead and take that from you, and that from you. And then order, allow all. So we're going to go over here and go storage. Dumping stockpile, expand this to be low and allow all except rotten and human-like. Get those out of here. And then go down here and low, clear, and just human corpses. What's the brown thing in the corner of your kill thing? Is it a chair? Yeah. It's a chair primarily because people will target the chair. So it's just another thing to try and bait them into attacking the kill box. There you go. That's the battle cuck chair. Basically. Pretty much. You can sit in the corner and watch the battle. They seem unhappy about something. Something about vacuum exposure. Alright, so now we can go through, we can go and see all the goodies. We got our stuff there. Everyone's unrestricted. But it's just the thing to bait them into attacking. It's the same thing, they'll go after the lights too. So you are unhappy because of your flesh tentacle. Don't rob them. They aren't even dead yet. They're already dead. Watch just removes the EVA helmet. Okay, so once everyone's doing better, we're gonna run in here. We've got a hunter drone over there. I'm sure there's gonna be more sentry. Yeah, there's a sentry gun over here. In fact, eat your meal real fast. So I need you running over here. Where are you going? That's fine. Apparently that desk, much, much better than this desk. So Bob's gonna clean up things in here for a minute. So I've got a hunter drone in the corner over there. Bunch of hunter drones in there. A lot of nasty stuff in here. Alright, let's gather everyone. We got quite a bit of awful in that room. Let's get you to the intersection. Where are you going? Huh. Nope. I see you, RimWorld, trying to kill one of my pawns and making him path in really ridiculous ways. I'm wise to you. Okay. That's one-handled. So that room's going to be one I'm going to need to bring a lot to bear on it. Okay, so I've got this hunter drone and the wasp down there. So that room and the room on the other side of the hallway are going to be a little bit of a mess. Okay, so in this case, we can pop... Probably not the door I should have done. It is the one I did, though. Okay. Defending the scanner for a grav core, we could look at that in a minute. So we got the bad things out of this room. So now I've got this nasty monstrosity of a room up here. Alright, so what's going to be the best way? So we can go over here, drop you there. And so we got you set to hack, you set to hack. That's honestly kind of scary down there. Ooh, you actually got stung in the head. Okay, do it again. Okay, now I just need to step over far enough for that to see me. There we go. And just like that, it is all sorted. So make sure I didn't miss any. Hunter, wasp, turret. Okay, we're good. So everyone's good. Everyone's unrestricted. Open the boxes. Hey, Soul, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Soul Spire? The run's going good. We've gotten to kind of the end game of everything we've got going on here. We're gonna want to go here and go to allow all. We're gonna let everyone get patched up. We still need to pop those open. Yeah, Soul Spire's another fantastic content creator. Also plays RimWorld. So definitely someone to check out and all that stuff. Why are you slowed? Oh, you're just going for a walk. So let's peek that door real quick. Contains unknown. We'll want to deal with that. Okay, so claim, link, storage, clear all. So anything on those shelves we'll take. Deconstruct the hydroponics, deconstruct the lamps. Got some marinade going and pulled some barbecue chicken. Nice. That do sound really good. Oh, we got more boxes to open. You can hack that door for better pathing. Gravelite panels, advanced components, gravelite panels. So a bunch of gravelite panels primarily. We got that to check out. Smoky Fleet. A group of pirates from the Smoky Fleet are attacked. They're going to be smarter than the average people. Alright, so get in position. They're not going to let us wait and get a lot better prepared. There we go. Grab you. Okay. You get over here to assist if able. I guess you spectate or something, I don't know. Get you in position to pop that just in case we need the shields. Get in here as fast as you can. Oh, no, 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 don't stand there. Don't stand there. Okay, we popped the shield. So get a full minute and some change of shields. Oh, you move up here, I guess. Alright, so still got a full minute. There's another melee pawn, bolt action. They're apparently destroying the shelves I claimed. So machine gun, spear, EMP, spear. Okay, so once I get the machine gun down, the rest is just no problem at all. Alright. So that looks like... Oh, no, it's probably going to be up in time. Where are you going? Fight's over here, buddy. Well, that was actually unintentionally very clever of them. Oh, hey, you can get out of here, too. Because had they run straight in, I would have just had my shield up, and they would have not even got a chance to fight back. I'm guessing he's going to destroy, like, one shelf that got overlooked or something. You are not someone I want to keep around, so if you could go ahead and just strip that one real quick. I like how he just stood there and watched us approach, like, oh no. Very, very Austin Powers watching the steamroller slowly close in. Yeah, so just a couple of brute. Actually, he had a hand talon. He didn't do any real damage with it, but he did have a weapon that would have potentially done some damage. We'll let everyone recoup. I still have these 6 cryopods to deal with. That to pop out. That can have mechs and all sorts of junk in it you don't know till you pop it open. It did less than a like it did like 1 damage. Oh, I probably should have checked if any of them were something other than baseliners of the survivors. They look like baseliners, though. But why are you upset? You had to rebuff Bob, you had to rebuff Aster, and you observed a whole lot of corpses. Yeah, so we can go in here. Let's pop these other pods. You can have your television, as long as you're good. Okay, so let's grab everybody else. That's fine. Again, you get out of here for now. Just deal with your stuff. Can't have you breaking. Oh, hey. A beautiful jogger impid who doesn't have their basic needs met. Alright. I guess you could live here and do whatever it is you do with your lack of anything. Some carnivore meals. Alright, so this is going to be a bit of a cluster here. Why do you have medical? Oh, sensory mechanites, that's fine. Because I don't have enough people to tie up a lot of them in melee. You should be in the back. Okay, like I said, a little bit of a mess. You get out of here, you took a heart hit. I like the ones that when you ambush them, they stop to take the time to drink the go juice. That of all the things they could do to help their odds, taking the swig of go juice while you're actively pouring bullets into them is just definitely not the strategy to win. Huh. That looks like it kind of hurts, you know? Like, really, really kind of looks like that would hurt. Let it burn. Don't go in there. So you're good. You're good. Okay. The temperature should start crashing back down. There's not enough fire to keep it up. Then you go and take, like, the gold and plasteel that survived. Okay. So that's no longer off limits. Alright, so you got all that going on. How's Mandible's age up? So, ooh, you're getting really close to aging up. They definitely want to get out of here before Mandible ages up, or at least get stuff back home, whatever. They did leave a chunk of steel on the ground out here, which worries me. And there's a bunch of random junk laying everywhere out here. Okay, so new schedule, Mandible. Mandible, you're trapped to stay on the ship. Because you're about to age up and I don't want you to have your suit pop off while you're in the middle of running around out and about. I was like it was the one person walking around. Okay, yeah, so we'll just go ahead and rescue you, I guess. Alright, they joined. Do I want to let them join? They're beautiful, which is a negative. But they're also a jogger. They are an impid, which does mean that's negatives I can now get from them, and very fast runner I can get from them. I do think I'll let them stay. I probably shouldn't. Unfortunately, they do have penalty to melee if we do that. So they are going to need to be ranged, despite the fact that they actually have some stats there. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. You are going to run over here, and you're going to grab an assault rifle. But if you would like to be our brand new, beautiful infid that is in our colony, you can do !join. And one of the first things I'm going to do is, once you've got yourself armed, I'm going to chuck you in a machine and try and get some negative genes out of that. We're also going to want to try and convert you pretty much as soon as we can. Don't remove that vac suit, friend. You will definitely regret that immediately. You don't have any disposition to start crafting, right? Yeah, it's fine. You can be a crafter. Okay, so let's go in here. Assign. There you go. Nope, not that way. This way. There you go. There you go. Let's make sure you do not remove your vac suit. Instead, you're going to jump in the machine to get your genes yoinked out. Because what I'd like... You've got a lot I'd like. Anyone's got a lot they bring to the board. I would like the weak melee, poor animals, poor plants. Those are all big wins. I would like the very fast runner. Those are the things I would be interested in getting out of you. And then meanwhile, we got them picking up what they can, bringing it back. As long as I don't see good stuff sitting here, we'll just let them keep doing their thing. A little bit of power fluctuations. Just a sign of things on the ship being in good orderly fashion. One thing I'm running into is I'm going to have to get a grav core to expand the ship if we're going to be doing more with any of this. And you are still getting... Oh, right. You're upset because you got multiple rebuffs and ratty apparel, which you should take care of soon enough when someone makes a better shirt. Oh, and the vampire in the back corner, Lou, is getting frostbite again. Poor Lou. Poor Lou. Slowly losing all of their fingers and toes and everything. I don't really care, though, so, you know, that's fine. We need you to pop out of there. You're gonna starve to death. Okay. Temp solar for power? Oh, no. I don't care about that. I can just turn off a workbench if I actually care. We've actually got a lot of power up here. I've got 3 grav core cells and all that. I've got 2 vanometric powers. So I could put a solar panel out there, but it honestly wouldn't matter that much. I also don't have the batteries to go with it, so it would just only help me during the day kind of thing. Not really a big care. Alright, so let's go to bio here. And we're gonna draw that name. And we'll get B Skull 02. Welcome to the colony. With your permanent predisposition to being unhappy. So go ahead and stop the queue. Sometimes existence is sad. I really need you to get out of that machine because you are starting to actually starve to death. Okay, what did you get? Poor plants and slow wound healing. Ah, the poor plants I'm on board with. The slow wound healing is a hard pass. Psychite binge because you're in serious pain. Do we even have much psychite for you to binge? Oh, there's probably flake out here somewhere. Yeah, that'd do it. Yeah, it'll still add to the complexity, I believe. Because we do that, so that's 2 complexity. We add that. Oh no, it's keeping that complexity too. Oh, interesting. It does not override. Slow wound healing is taking priority over super wound healing. So I can't put them together. Oh, also, I didn't check. Save. Scrap steel. We got Masterwork vac suit. And component boxes. Okay, so we're starting to dump stuff outside. FFX, my bud, my bro, that is not the play print. He just standing out there being like, yep, just gonna chuck this on real fast in the vacuum of space. Quest available, toxic clearance. An anti-grain would be a nice addition. How is my gold? Oh, I have 1,300 gold. I don't remember when we got that much gold. I need to not have that much gold. So we can get the anti-grain. I don't need the uranium. I'm actually gonna leave that alone. Yeah. Defending the scanner for a grav core. We will accept that because I do want a grav core. So one thing I need to do is we do need to add a little bit more production space for starting to smelt equipment that we're not using, kind of deal. Okay, so load you up, because at some point I got an amount of gold I really need to not have. So grab all these drugs and get them out of here. Grab the trace amounts of jade, get that out of here. You're still researching all this. We don't need all the corpses. That's all fine. Grab all these random junk weapons you've collected. All these other things here. All of this. So I got one good chain shotgun. A normal Hellcat. Grab you. Yeah, so I've got a ton of stuff that's very lightly used. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we got some lightly used stuff. Let's go ahead and chuck some of this out of here. I need to not get rid of a bunch of this. We are currently wearing our vac suits and all that. Oh, and also load items. Where's the gold again? Chuck like 500 in there. Because that is way, way too much gold to be just sitting in my inventory. That is just stupid amounts of wealth to get me in trouble. But then we take all that and chuck it in here. That should free up inventory space for other such. Yeah, so you're doing Starflight Basics. That's fine. We're out of wood. That's also fine. Yep, so running around to the ship just one by one, grabbing all the junk, clearing off the shelves. I will allow body parts on that shelf as well, because I want to make sure they don't get left out. Okay, gene extractor. Nothing to do there yet. You love how your spaceship is fueled by wood. Yeah, I mean, right now we're just turning the wood into chem fuel. Okay, so Nona can toss it to here. You'll give me 42, 34, 46. Looking like 46 is our winner. One point under turning them into an ally. That's okay. And you're just running around goofing off. We've got everything else pulled into the ship and almost everyone's idle. So let's go ahead and get ourselves out of here. Quests. I don't care about that one. So you're up here, way to the right, and we do have another core up there as well. What is getting you out of your RimWorld rut? Yeah, I haven't played since early May. Might fire it up over the weekend. Yeah, no, it could definitely be a thing that, like, whether it inspires you to do a new run or a different approach to an existing run or whatever, it can make a big difference. Alright. Oh, I can get all the way to the terraformer? Okay. So that's got 15 days to do that. Alright, I was not expecting to get that kind of range. Alright, well, let's go ahead. What was your quest reward? Just a grav core. It's 15 days for just a grav core. Yeah, I'm down. Because then we can hop up here. And you're on the Rual Forest side of things. Ancient launch site. Not a very long growing season, but we have a decent amount of food. Mostly we need meat, which there should be plenty of animals to hunt here. Oh, never mind, it says decreased animal life, so there won't be a bunch of animals to hunt here. That's fine. Regardless, we can stay here, get our 15 days, get our grav core, move on to the terraformer. Okay, so schedule. We need to put you on recreation, unrestricted, assign, melee, anything, melee. We will want to get some stone to surround that. We'll deconstruct you. And then with this, I should be able to go in here and turn the power back on these things, since I won't have a bajillion heaters and oxygen things and all that running. Okay. So we need to protect the scanner for 11 days. Oh, we can go up here and go zone. Dumping stockpile. Low. Allow all, except rotten and human corpses. We are in spring. I'll tell you can go ahead and plant rice. Oh, 1 second. Let you get your armor on first. Okay, and what type of stones do we have here? Granite and marble. Cool, so we can potentially get more of this done. Let's also go floors. Marble floors. And those will be things to get done eventually. No real priority to them. So zone. Do not build a ceiling over it. Structure. See if we can manage to get all that done. Okay, so Lou's genes are ready for extraction, so let's go ahead and grab Lou. Okay, so we're getting a little bit of power fluctuation, which I wasn't really anticipating with what we got. What do I want to kill for right now? We can kill one of the research benches. I am going to want that to replace my chem fuel. Oh, we'll kill the TV. That's right. We added the TV, and that's a pretty big power hog. It's 330. Cool. So it seems to be stable. I'm not noticing... Well... I mean, we've got one AC turned off for the freezer, but we're on a tile that's cold enough that it's not really needed in the first place. Were you done with Lou's genes? Yeah, that's right, weren't we? Just habitually. I mean, yeah, I had one very fast runner over that one, and there's not really any of these other ones I'd want. So yeah, no, we're probably done with her, so far as that goes. Oh wait, and quest, signal, yes. Monolith has arrived, all the way on the very edge of everything. I definitely feel like, in a lot of ways, that shouldn't be an eligible spot for places to be. Just because the nature of how the game works, where stuff appears on the edge of the map. And that you can just get in so much trouble because of it. Because it's all those things like making yourself rules that you don't go within a certain number of tiles of the edge of the map, just because if a raid shows up, that character just dies. Like, there's no recourse, they just die. Because that is a real bad place for that monolith. In fact, turn it off. If any attack happens anywhere down in this corner while they're over there, they're just a dead pawn. Okay, no ancient danger. We got Blood Feeder, which we're not going to use. Turn off the tailoring bench for now. Stabilize that power a little bit. But the grav core here, I can go ahead and get another one of these grav core power cells made. We'll cancel that shelf. I'll set that door to not stay open. Okay, and how are we doing with this stuff? We still get the detoxifier and the bionic eye and such. But once they get that done, we'll have another person will just tech out completely. We've got that shield to deal with. They're mostly leaving just the wood outside. So let's deconstruct one of these benches. Because we're going to start slowly shifting stuff around to make room for the next shield generator in here. Okay, but actually, before we get too far... Why are you in... Oh, sensory mechanites? Okay, so let's grab all of you. Because we do have a ruin here worth taking a peek at. So grab all of you in the intersections here. Just in case a guy thinks scary that goes bump in the night in here. Aha, I see you. It's mostly for if I hit an insect hive, we got backup to help Bob here. Alright, so that's all clear. Get the next intersection. Here we got a bunch of free fuel. Okay. I'm not seeing any safes or anything like that in there, so that's good. Alright, Mandible is going to be aging up into an adult in less than a season. Like, we're down to days. And then Snuffalo has a bit longer. Okay. Make sure all my engines weren't covered. Yeah, so it should happen over time is as we're wearing through our clothes, we're going to wear out this cotton, we're not replacing it. We're making a bunch of food and we're not replacing it. I mean, we are replacing it, but that's fine. A blue heron in the same place you find an Arctic fox. I am pretty dubious of that. Okay. I'll make these more shelves for wood and chem fuel. You would like medicine. Unfortunately, if I say no, we take a mood penalty. Cool. So get out of here. Okay. So that's all fine. Great crafting I don't want. Blood feeder I don't want, and the poor plants with slow healing I don't want. And dark vision with coagulate and aggressive we don't want. So I'm basically telling him to take that all out. Okay, you're not dumping stuff out there yet. Let's reinstall you. Or rotate you. And deconstruct you. And deconstruct you. And deconstruct you. And deconstruct you. And that's probably going to make a big mess. And then with that, we can take you from up here. And that's our second shield generator. So we just gave up a lot of storage for that, which is fine. But it is going to be a thing we're going to want to resolve. I do have room for 49 more blocks. So we could make another area that's got, like, special purpose storage. $28, $34. See how far that goes. So we can go down here and just make another storage room. We can make that something that we don't need tons of around the ship. Like the vac stone and all that can go back there. Okay. And we're building all these different things. Alright. So put a straight through path there. We will want the uranium here for when we go to contain something, which has not happened in forever. We've not been seeing much anomaly stuff because we haven't been going out of our way for it, so it's not been really happening. It's going to be exactly the number of tiles we can have. We got room for one more, so once they built that, we'll be good. But the Arctic foxes almost reached the lower 48 states, so Southern Ontario could have both the blue herons and Arctic foxes, and that's on Earth. Oh, okay. I didn't think Arctic foxes would go nearly that far south. But fair enough. Trying to have potatoes rot in our storage, that's okay. Yeah, so basically we just gotta chill here for 8 more days with that. Okay, so with this, we can close that door. We're gonna want to go over here to structures, granite shelves. Okay, and what we're going to want to do as well, put an orbital trade beacon here, and a fire foam popper, run a power cable through there, and we'll plunk a light on this wall. Alright, so we're getting ourselves an extra storage room. And like I said, I could see putting stuff like blocks, steel, just random... Like, I'll probably want to go and specialize it. For right now, I'll probably just grab one of these ones and just copy its settings over, and we can clean it up to be more specific later. But ultimately, we're just chucking stuff on the ground. Not a lot of it, like I got a couple meals out here. Because I just cannibalized 9 spots, each which could carry 3 things. So you get the idea, 27 stacks of items. We just took away their storage, so that is what it is. Alright, so you're still working on the bionic eye. As soon as you get that done, we're going to tech out the next person. Okay. Inspired trade. That's also fine. Alright. Yep, so we're working on what basically would be like the end game ship. We've got the research happening. That's not really a priority. It's just something that's getting done. Okay. So one thing I'm going to try and do is like... Alright. We'll go in here and we're going to make one of these shelves like specifically like this is the shelf where all the all the cash goes. That way when you go to trade, it's not like you don't have any money just because it happens to be in a different part of the ship. Arbiter tree sprout. Do this. Create zone. No animal corpses, please. And that'll be what we can do with the human corpses. Because I've opted to leave this thing going, because I really want to get that research, but that's just too bad of a position. Whoever's researching that, I'm just basically gambling. Alright, so we're not going to do those conquest stuff. You got like psychic suppressors and all that all over the map from me traveling around. Are you running a music mod? And is there music ad from the DLCs? Yeah, so I'm running a couple of music mods. So I've got one mod that means any of the DLC music, it can still play regardless of stuff. So like Royalty, for example, has some music that will only play once you get a high enough title in Royalty. I've got it so it'll play anyways. I've also got a mod called P Music, which is there's an individual who makes a whole bunch of music for a whole bunch of games. It's really, really top-notch stuff. But they made some custom music for RimWorld. And then on top of that, I actually have a music mod that adds Project Zomboid music to the game. Just because. Yeah, no, P music, people will be like, what mod could you not live without? And I used to say, it was Don't Stop the Music and P Music. Now it's, I forget what the music mod's called, but there's like Music Manager or whatever. And the reason for that is because otherwise RimWorld can have the tendency of, like, it'll play music for a while and then it will just stop. And then you'll have no music for an extended period of time. And you're like, RimWorld, please, you got a really good, you know, soundtrack and everything. I'm gonna need you to actually play it though. Like, I can't have you sitting here just not playing the music. RimWorld is the most chaotic, cozy game. RimWorld could definitely be a chill game. It can have its super stressful, sweaty moments, but it can be just a game that you can just like sit there and vibe with the occasional like pain point of whatever's going on. Okay, so Cookie can climb back in the machine. You still got stuff to give us. That helmet is wild. Hey, Gord! Thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a shout out for Gord McLeod? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Definitely someone to check out and all that good times and whatnot. The library raid, yep. Playing some Pal World, so if you're looking for your survival crafters, you can find it over there. But it does play a lot of similar game stuff, has done like RimWorld and a whole bunch of that, so if you like any of that stuff, you can probably find it over there as well and all that stuff. But yeah, thank you so much for that raid, and welcome in, Raiders. How's RimWorld going? It's going good. We're very much in the end game. We're making cataphract armor now, and all that good stuff. Slowly but surely, like, getting ourselves ready to roll credits on the Odyssey ending. This, for those who missed the beginning of this run, RimWorld has an end game? Yes. But for those who haven't seen where we started this, we are using a mod called the Ruthless Faction Pursuit mod. So if you've seen the Odyssey DLC, Odyssey scenario where you get your grav ship, you land, and then after a while it goes, uh-oh, the mechs found you, you know, skedaddle or die. And it means it. And so you run away, and it's kind of this whole thing where you're trying to build up your ship while running away from them. It's the same idea as that, except it's literally everyone who is hostile with you will do it. And we started with every single faction as being at maximum like -100, but we have slowly worked them all up being neutral. Now, the mechs are still after us, so we're not in the clear yet. But that's kind of the thing, is our goal is to have no one actively hunting us as our win condition for this run. So we're 11 years into this run, and so things are going great. We're getting pretty teched out, pretty juiced up and all that stuff. And so the plan is to take the fight to the mech hive. I've legitimately, like, right now, honestly, we could just take the mech hive. We're in great shape. I could probably just do it without an issue. But we've been building ourselves up and all that, and, you know, in the next day or two, like the next stream or two, we will probably make the move in the mech hive to put an end to the scenario. Please do not leave this in the defensive perimeter such that the enemy uses that against me to give them cover. Yeah, because we just got our second shield. We're here for a grav cord so I can put more internal power on the ship. Grand structure. You're willing to give me an orbital bombardment, the tiniest bit of reputation. That's fine. Okay, so meanwhile, copy your settings. Paste your settings. Why are you leaving the flak pants outside? So copy your settings. Deal with that in a moment. Link and paste your settings. Exotic trades good ship. Okay, so we got the Royal Tribute Collector. Don't care about that. Oh, we got the exotic trades good. So go here. Let's see if we can't get rid of some stuff. Okay, so you've got Nutramine for me. We are sitting on at least a decent amount of Penioxylin. We could get these. I don't really need them. So let's see. Low grav, toxic immunity, pain doll, vacuum resistance, blood feeder, and great crafting. We'll sell those. Psi Extreme we're not going to be doing. I don't care about that. And let's see, we have an Architect Eye. I don't think I can make the money happen for that one. We got a lot of good stuff, but unfortunately I got a lot of my things. There's not a whole lot where we can get at them easy. Alright, so I'll take 15 Glitter World Medicine. Now we can check to see what we can load up here to get rid of. So again, take all those bits of leather. Probably should have gotten some of the other stuff. So Dark Vision, Coagulate, Aggressive, don't want it. Wimpy, don't want it. Let's see here. Still researching this. We got all those to put into someone in a minute. Oh, we got a vac helmet that's basically junk. And that'll do for right now. But basically getting stuff out of here. We want to make sure we're not leaving stuff like unfinished armor laying outside, that kind of nonsense. Yeah, so we got super fast wound healing. But I don't have... Oh, good, we got Poor Plants by itself. So I could actually get super fast wound healing in people and dead calm. I'd rather get robust. Those two together is really good. We just need another negative. We did get an Impid, and the Impid has poor melee, which would be great, so that all our ranged people, I can give them the poor melee and all that to get the points. If I'm able to get a hold of the coagulating blood or whatever it's called, that's an amazing combination because your character gets downed after a couple seconds, all their bleeds end up coagulating, and then they heal up real fast, they get right back up, and, you know, within a couple in-game hours are ready for their next fight. But I want to start getting people switched over. So you're my Impid. Yeah, so you got 10 days still, so we're waiting 5 days to this thing to finish. And it's going to give me a Grav Core. That's going to become... I'm even going to go ahead and start it in advance. You're going to become one of the Grav Core power things right there. You get another 1,000 watts of power to use on the ship. So that all of my power is completely handled within. Alright, so we got the pod ready. So you launch that. Whoever offers me the most wins. So we got 14, 17. 17's looking like our winner. Cool. And we're just basically keep paying to keep people happy with us. But every time I just have, like, need to do some cleaning out of clutter, we do a launch pod to just get everything out of here. And eventually I'll need to go through and check, and there'll probably be someone I'll have to go and do an extra trip to just deal with all that. And we're honestly getting to the point, research-wise, that we're going to run out of any research I can do at all. And then once we get to that stage, we'll tear down our research benches and make them into fabrication benches if we haven't already won the game. One problem I'm going to run in here is we're going to need to expand that again, because I'm going to need to make room for processors around this thing. Ultimately, the gene extractor can be moved anywhere, it doesn't matter. But the gene assembler, I will need to have room for, like, the processors around it to allow me to have more complicated things and yada yada. We can worry about that once I've got, you know, like, what would be the complexity of what I've already got? So if I did this, you, and you, that's complexity 5. So if we got one more negative in there, we could get the complexity 6 and be good as a starting point. But then if we got, like, the very fast runner, which we can get from an Impid, and the poor melee, we'd start pushing ourselves to needing to start getting processors around it. I also have the butchering station right there, and the butchering station definitely can be moved somewhere else on the ship, too. I mostly just shoved it there because it needed to be somewhere. I'm gonna... Well, no, because there's always a raid that attacks us. When we have the raid that is targeting the survey scanner, when that's done, I'll turn that on so I at least get a little bit of research done on the anomaly stuff. Because that is just completely stalled out. Because the one anomaly I had in the back here did nope out. I could also just do avoid provocation. Probably not the right mood, because I'm not trying to do anomaly things. But if we get the Revenant to show up again, that'd be kind of the dream. Get a Revenant, shove it in the back there. Unfortunately, the first Revenant showed up before I could do anything with it. But you're doing a monument mission for 3 healing serum and a bunch of uranium. You're using your own cache of uranium to build the monument. Yup, it happens. We might do avoid provocation pretty close to when we're done. That way, if it's like the pit gate, I can just ignore it. Like, we just don't even have to worry about it. We'll just leave and move on to our next objective. If it's something like the Revenant, fine. The Golden Cube, fine. Even stuff like Shamblers and all that, fine. But basically, it's something I want. Nope, there goes all the rep dipping, because everyone's going to naturally move towards hostile. I just realized this whole time, you should be fishing. Got nothing better to do, go fish. Masterwork Cataphract Armor. Ooh. And Lunarian was like, that is going to be mine, thank you. Right here, right now. I'm going to get that Cataphract Armor. Okay. So we got Megalo sorted. And it was you next for getting all the teched out. So you, operations, add, so bionic eye, bionic arm, bionic leg, immuno-enhancer, coagulator, healing enhancer, detoxifier lung, circadian assistant, and detoxifier kidney. It's time for you to go to bed. And a whole lot of surgery is about to happen to you. So Leafy Pew. And a Masterwork Cataphract helmet to follow that up. For the record, Sentient Cookie is a production specialist. Alright. There's the arm. There's the leg. Alright, so Leafy Pew can't contribute to this. So Leafy Pew could keep doing their thing. So you got a centipede. Are they attacking immediately? No, they're gonna prepare. So you got 4 lancers, 2 pikemen, and a centipede blaster. That's a range heavy group that's nasty. Centipede blaster and a scyther. 2 centipede blasters, a centurion of scythers. Okay, so what's gonna happen here is we're gonna go schedule, restrict everyone to the home zone for the time being. Don't try and do anything special. Get home, get in here. Unfortunately, there's not enough wildlife to be worth using a pulsar on. They'll just die in seconds. We are going to manually open this door so that they target us. Snuffalo here is going to grab... Where's the EMP gone away to? Snuffalo here is going to grab the EMPs to be ready. And we do have our 2 overlapping shields, so we can actually hold back here and spray ammo into them for a good long while. The Leafy Pew's just going to keep on doing surgery, because this person's not going to be able to contribute to this fight anyways, which is not great, but it is what it is. Even if I stop now, they'd still be under anesthetic. So we're going to try and get that all going, and I might be able to unnatural heal away the anesthetic. I actually don't know if that works or not. We could try it. Now, one big problem is those centipedes can actually punch through the shield pretty quickly. The good news is there's not many of them. So hopefully, like, if we can trash these lancers, it'll make our life way easier. So you're feeding them, middle of surgery, you're like, alright, we've been going at this, we've been doing surgery for half a day. There's your next meal, so you can keep the surgery train rolling. Alright, it's go time. So you're going to run up here to your position. You're going to go to your position. You go here. You pop in here. Snuffalo goes over there, ready to drop the EMPs where the EMPs need to be dropped. You can activate this, right? Cool. So you get in position for activating that since Leafy Pew is busy. Oh, Lunarium, why are you going that way? Please don't go that way. Okay, if the Lancers really want to lead that far ahead, that is perfect. So we're going to wait till they get right around the corner and activate the shield. First shield is go. And for right now, you two fall in here so you can also get line of sight on them, hopefully. How's the shield holding? Shield's getting kind of low. Alright, get ready to activate the second shield. First shield is down. Oh, don't do that. Snuffalo, buddy. I appreciate the hustle. And that's why I didn't want you to do that. And check out Treacle, who also plays RimWorld. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Good times over there. Yeah, so what happened to them is because they have a brain wire, when they get hit with the EMP, it knocked them unconscious instantly. So how's the shield holding up? Still holding up okay. Okay, they're about to hammer through that thing real hard. So you all get over here. No, not you. You stay right where you are. Don't go anywhere. You four over here. You three get over there. Here. There. Yeah, because the shield is right about to collapse. I need you to not get up while all this is going down. Okay, you've done your job. It's not really what I was hoping for. That's actually a pretty bad position. That'll have to do. So this is the kind of the worst case scenario here, is we have gotten ourselves in a position where it's got cover here, so if I move out, it's going to be just a straight on shooting on shooting with that. What I might be able to do here is you try and break away and get that door closed. And now it's Centipede's stuck in the middle of it all. Come on. Don't go into the EMP. You'll just get down instantly. Please kill it. Please kill it now. You're not getting shots in. Reposition so you can. It's loose. That is not what you want. Please kill it now. Okay. Let's get Bob out of here. No, 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 Bob. Ah, I knew that was going to happen. All right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to pop this door open. Come on, let me move you. Okay, so we open the door to let it back out. Get the stun. Please get the stun. I beg you to get the stun. This is not good. Okay. Alright, well, that was a bit messy, but we did make it to the other side. As far as serious injuries, there's not much here. You go ahead and... Like, the good news is most of this was just EMPs taking our own people out. Which is fine. You get back up here, grab your assault rifle. So for people who need medical, you took some pretty nasty hits to the leg. Yeah, so honestly, you just took nasty hits to the leg, otherwise you're in pretty good shape. How are you doing right now? Are you fully surgeried out? Or did Leafy Pew finally just give up? It was like, I can't do it anymore. You didn't get all your stuff in here. Oh, it's Immuno Enhancer or Healing Enhancer. That's right. So let's take the Immuno Enhancers off this list. That's right, because I made the comment the other day that I was like, I know some of these conflict with each other, and I don't remember which ones were which. And that was what it was. The immuno, you could do an Immuno Enhancer or a Healing Enhancer, but not both. So no, the Immuno Enhancer, we'll double check. Did I put in the wrong spot? So Immuno Enhancer, oh no, you're right, it is a kidney. Yes, I just put it in one spot and then I took it out the other. So let's go ahead and do the Immuno Enhancer and right. It helps if you do the right thing. So you can put that in you. Orders, allow, schedule, unrestrict. Where are you? You're eating a meal while you're bleeding heavily from both legs. As you do, I guess. Alright. Yeah, so you're right. I just messed up my surgery. I did it on the same spot. Cool. So we got the Healing Enhancer... So the Detoxifier and the Immuno Enhancer, so we're really good shape there. You are up. You are bandaged. You do have an eye injury. You got aesthetic nose. Go ahead and close that door before we have problems. Yep, no, I just put it wrong. For some reason I thought it was a torso one. Do the next list. But yeah, so now if we look at them, and machine body is complete. I asked for this. As you should. Don't bother planting those. We're not staying there that long. Harvest what you can. Alright. You should be aging up like any second now. Yeah, literally about half a day until they age up to being an adult. Let's see, what's next? Reprocessor, sterilizing stomach. We don't have those yet. But, oh no, I take that back. Yeah, no, we don't have those yet. Probably not gonna bother with any of that. The sterilizing stomach can be very useful. I actually usually tend to get the nuclear stomach. Which I know there's ramifications for that decision. But, you know, you can just excise the cancer. It's not that big a deal. In RimWorld, it's not a big deal. Okay. Go get your Zeus hammer. Major instability is a great negative gene to use with nuclear stomach. Yep. Absolutely. Major cellular instability tends to be one of the ones I like to grab, but usually you don't want to grab that until you're at the point where you have the chronophagy ritual and all that, so like you can deal with the aging issue. Alright. Which, like I said, we'll do avoid propagation, like, right by the end here, and see if whatever shows up is something I want to take the time to take down to grab and hold captive. If not, we'll just leave and move on to the next thing. Because if it's just like a bunch of shamblers, I'm just not even going to bother fighting it, we'll just leave. Because there's no point putting the effort in if I don't care. Okay. And little by little, we're getting everyone sorted. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. They actually have... Okay, they actually have a little bit longer. They have a couple more days. I misread that. I was like, wait a second, you should be aged up. Right. That's fine. You, on the other hand, you got a while yet. Alright. So, B-Scale's favorite color in the game appears to be like a light blue. They call it light sapphire, but I'm sure it's not going to be a color that's here. So, sky blue. So there we go. We'll paint your room your favorite color. Alright. Solar flare, that's fine. Cool. Yeah, so all in all, it's a combination of we're just spending so much time crafting our bionics and all that. Well, you saw there's a major negative when it comes to EMP usage once you start teching your people out with bionics. So there's always a thing to be careful. So the big ones are, if you have any of the brain wiring stuff, it'll knock you unconscious if you get hit. I believe if you have the stomachs, I believe your character will stop and start throwing up instead. You know, but the same thing, you're basically out of the fight for a good little bit. Oh, we actually got food poisoning. Been a while since we've seen that. Yeah, so you can see these shields actually recover relatively quickly. Okay, based on the power I'm seeing, I should be able to turn on that second research bench again. And then as soon as they give us the grav core here in 7 in-game hours, we'll get another 1,200 watts. So we can turn on the 1 or 2 other things that we've got turned off, and we should be able, when we go into space, to just leave it all on, even with, like, the spike in power. And because one of the next thing we're going to need to do with the grav core is just make it so we can build more ship if we want. Because we've hit our limit. I can't go any bigger without another grav core extender. We don't care about the logging. We don't care about the hunting. I don't care about that thing. We're about to finish defending the scanner any second now. And then we're right next to the frozen terraformer. Alright, pods have arrived with the grav core. We'll give him 2 seconds to get that thing loaded up. And what do we have that's still turned off? The tailoring bench. Yes, we just need 2 advanced components, which I probably have just sitting around. No, well, we will have 2 advanced components very soon. Alright. So, Void Provocation. I don't think we have people with any type of psychic bonus at all. I think everyone's just generally neutral. Oh no, we got one person who's got a reduction. I think everyone else is just neutral. Yep, so as long as we don't take the one person with the reduced, I'm gonna have Leafy Pew deal with this. That way it's a pacifist who's downed, if it comes down to it. Alright, schedule, zone, expand area, nearby area. Do not leave nearby. I don't need anyone getting caught out of position. Even this corner in the bottom right is still a little dodgy. Okay, so schedule. Change that to safe. Get everyone inside the ship. Come on, Revenant. Ghoul attacking. Well, that's not really what I was hoping for. Schedule on restrict. Well, yeah, I just forgot it. I forgot when you Void Provocate, it chooses one that you've not done before, that's unlocked or whatever. So yes, that was kind of a waste of time. Either way, That'll just make things worse for me because now Dual Infusion is another one we have as an option here. How much food do you have? So it's all rice. You're leaving rice in giant heaps up here. So there's not really a thing keeping us. So where are we heading now? So we can go to the Terraformer. I think that's going to be our next move. So I've got everyone on here. So again, let's go to schedule, safe, have them all move inside the ship for a second. Assignment. We go here and go Spacefarer the whole way down. Space Melee. Space Melee. And when they wake up, they'll switch over. And how long until you... Okay. So it's 4 times that speed. We're gonna chill here for just a minute. Because we have about 2 days, I believe. I believe we have 2 days until Mandible becomes an adult. And I don't want them to become an adult while we're running around doing space things. Plus, that does mean finally Mandible gets to join Team Melee, so Bob isn't doing this all by himself. Which means certainly one of the two of them has to die. I don't make the rules, it's just the way RimWorld works. If you've got things going slightly too well, it's just not going to work out. It's not, to be clear, I'm memeing. Just in case people aren't catching on. I am memeing. The game doesn't literally just murder people, but it feels that way sometimes. It's like, oh wait, you're doing well? Yep. Age up to adult. Yeah, RimWorld 13's considered an adult. Until they hit 18, their max health is a little bit lower, which is pretty bad. But, you know, waiting 5 in-game years to use that pawn is, yeah. Now, to be clear, when we say adult in RimWorld, it's adult so far as being able to do all the functional stuff. They cannot have relationships until 18. So far as, like, you know, lovers or whatever. Alright, further than me, chat, I'm going to use the restroom real fast, so thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. See you in a few. Okay, and I am back. Alright, so like I said, we're going to be, let's see, don't drugs also work differently before 18? Oh, I have no idea when it came to the rules around that in RimWorld. Generally speaking, I don't tend to use a lot of the, like, significant drugs in my runs. Like, on the rare pinch if things are really desperate, I'll slam a go juice to, like, on my doctor or something. But while they are extremely powerful and actually very genuinely, like, strategically very useful, like 100% very usable, very powerful, can be completely ridiculous, will absolutely get you out of jam in a pinch. At the same time, I also don't tend to use them very often. Like, strategically, I think using them has more merit than trying to avoid using them, but at the same time, it's just my personal choice. I just tend not to. Let's see. We can go ahead and grab you. Grab the trace amounts of leather. You remember correctly, they still have a lowered resistance, so you can get addicted more frequently. Yeah, that would make sense. But yeah, so it's those things, it's not one I'm super knowledgeable on, because it's just not a thing I tend to do very often. We've got some pretty worn... I'll grab that recon armor. Once you start getting down to 70% or whatever, people are just going to, choose other options. Oh, you can actually load up 4,000 rice? You know what? I'm gonna allow it. Because there's so much rice out here, it's fine. Okay. And we're doing that because we're just waiting for, Mandible here to age up, which is like... Yeah, so they've got, 7 in-game days, but children age up 4 times as fast as normal, so you'll notice the chronological age of them is 3 years, 1 quantums, 1 day, yet the biological age is 12 years, 3 quantums, 8 days. You get to see how that works. It is 4 times the speed, so by having 7 days there, you know, divide it by 4, and you're basically at like 1.75 days. So pretty much 2 days, all that's it. You had a 6-year-old get addicted to Psychite because they had a tea, and you don't have to binge on the hard stuff. It eventually got brain damage. Yeah, that was, who was it I was watching? That they actually had a character die because I think both of their kidneys had chemical damage from a drug addiction. I think it was Go Juice or whatever. They had slammed Go Juice to help them with surgeries and all that, and they got addicted and just chemically damaged both the kidneys or whatever. And unfortunately it made it so what should have been a fairly trivial, I think it was disease to deal with, they couldn't handle it because, you know, you need your kidneys. They're important. Okay, so your right eye is messed up. We can't help you with your stuff yet. And you've got your hand messed up. Let's go ahead, and for right now, we'll deal with the hand first. Congratulations. And then what that means is... or who was it? Cyanide, who got the eye messed up, you're next on the list to get all the bionics. Let's see. Yeah, you need your kid's knees. They're important. The rest of the kid is important too. Yes. Yeah, so we did get a couple people who got food poisoning. That's probably because I've got these ones. I'm honestly making it so they are allowed to cook. And for the record, the recipes on here, I don't let them cook unless they have a decent amount. What did you get here? Ah, you've got a book that'll give us stuff. There's like nothing left to hunt. Just all the rice everywhere. I knew I overplanted, but it's just a thing. Colonist needs rescue because of food poisoning. And I missed where you went down, so there is the mystery of where your weapon was. It's right there. Because they're a genie, so they're a wimp. Everyone is getting food poisoning because of a incompetent cook all of a sudden. Let's see, the variable aging speed makes a lot of sense. You thought about how people born in 2008 can now vote and instantly age 20 years? Yup. Yup. That's I've had a few times where someone would be bad mouthing young people or whatever, and it's one of those things. They'd be like, "Oh yeah, you know those, Gen Zs are like, hey man, did you know a lot of them can drink that they're old enough?" And they're like, "What?" It's like, yeah, a lot of them are like 23 and all that now. So as you're talking about them like they're 8, almost the whole generation is adults except for just like a few on the young end. And they're like, no, stop it. That's not true. For the record, I don't remember Generation Z. It was a thing that happened like, oh man, as a millennial, as well as things that was frustrating me is you'd have people bad-mouthing millennials like we didn't know how to do literally. I think it's like, dude, we're 40. Like, what are you talking about? Our age range is like 30 to 40 years old. We're working on like taking fiber supplements and all that. And it's definitely one of those ones you talk about that, and there's kind of like a come to Jesus moment where they're like, oh crap. They're just like, they're not even young adults anymore. We're just adults. Just solidly adults. Why are you malnourished? Just eat something. I got like 800 meals here. Upset about being malnourished. Yeah, for the record, the people were basically just bad-mouthing young people in general and had just grown accustomed to young people equals millennial, and was like, yeah, we're not young anymore. Hurts. Hurts. In the knees and lower back. Sometimes the shoulders. Some days you wake up and you find a new ache that you didn't have before. Alright, transport pod. So 42, 38, 43, you're going the right direction. Looks like the 43 is gonna have it. Those was born in the late 1900s. Ah, man, every time you hear the late 1900s and it sounds super old and you're like, wait a second, man, that's like 26 years ago. It's like, it's some time, don't get me wrong. It's not a lot of time. Luckily you start hunting while we're on the way out, not while we're over there. You're from the previous millennium? Yeah, no, it's one of those things. Oh, that's not what you want. Run. Bob, get in there. Okay. So you've got 2 minor scratches on you. Thankfully, you're in pretty good armor. I mean, it's over a quarter century ago. It feels like a lot of time. Yeah. What's worse is when you realize Gen Z are some of your are sometimes parents now. Oh yeah, and it not be creepy or weird. That was another one of the ones that I can't remember who was even saying it to. That I was like, yeah, so it was like, millennials can be grandparents without anyone being in it like a creepy weird age. And it's just like, what? It's like, yep, it is, can 100% be a grandparent, and it's completely reasonable and fine. Not even like, you don't even have to like rush having kids or even. Persona Core offer, don't care. Like, it could be an entirely reasonable thing. If you're like, wait, what? Really? It's like, yeah. Yeah, it's like time, man. Time could be pretty ruthless. Not gonna lie. Alright, so ideology, since we're sitting here anyways. Marble Reliquary. My knees agree with that. Yeah, I know, right? Again, where you unironically talk about the benefits of dietary fiber. Because very genuinely, get that dietary fiber. Not getting it's a real bad time. You want that digestive tract working nice and proper. Are you gonna age up already? Come on, kid, grow up already. Okay, literally any second. It's we can't even measure how short the increment is between aging up, so they're in the middle of sleeping, they're gonna wake up in the morning, and their arms and legs are just gonna be a different length than when they went to bed. Very genuine teenage problems. There's a reason why teenagers are clumsy. When, between the individual days, your limbs are a different length than they were the prior day, it is understandable that you might not have the best gauge of things. There you go, you're an adult. Alright. Ooh. Okay. So, quick sleeper or industrious? So, industrious is really good. Quick sleeper is also really good. I think I'm gonna go with industrious. And we will take you three. Yeah, that's what I'm going with. Alright, so congratulations, Mandible, on your successful transition to adulthood. That's what happened to you when you went to bed 5'6" and broke up 6'12", or 6'12" is 7. 6'2". Yeah, it's usually not that extreme of a difference, but yeah, no, you'll because you grow in spurts, you'll change like a measurable amount, you know, during the, you know, like overnight and all that stuff. It's one of the reasons that you'll actually have people, oh, I forget what it's called. There's a thing where because you can grow very rapidly during your growth spurts, that it can actually cause you aches and pains because you grow so quickly that it takes a minute for the rest of your body to kind of adjust to it. So it can give you like joint pain or whatever. Yeah, it's literal growing pains. I forget what it's called when that happens. And yeah, it's wild to think about that you know, overnight your limb grows enough that you kind of need a break to deal with the pain. So unfortunately, can't leave until Aster here stops having their psychotic wandering. Let's see, hit 189 centimeters range 16, and you haven't gotten any taller since. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It happened different. I had a buddy who, like, 5th, 6th grade elementary school. The guy was like 6'1" or 6 flat or something like that. So you can imagine being in the 5th grade. That dude was a tower. That dude was like way up here. And was basically done growing. I think he maybe grew 1 more inch for the entire rest of all of that. But just shot up right away at like 5th, 6th grade. That's what, like 12 years old? Oh man, when does high school end? Because I think like you're a teenager in middle school? It's been a long time. So yeah, but you get the point. It's like 12, 13 years old, somewhere in that age range, and just again like 6 foot flat or whatever. Just blew up. 2 meters is rough, gotta duck through some of the doorways. Yeah. Oh man, would you stop with the food poisoning? It's incompetent cook, and I do have it where they won't cook unless they're at they won't cook actual meals. Oh, I need to get your stuff set up. So, what was I doing with you? Oh, I could do basically just about anything. I think you're going to be another crafter. Because I've got it where they can do that, and they can fill in and slowly work their stuff up. High school is 15 plus, most people graduate around 18. Yeah, so then middle school would be 2 years, so it'd be around 13 and 14, well, like 12 and 15 for middle school, roughly. So yeah, you'd be a tween to just barely a teen when you finish elementary school. Oh, I need more marble brick than we're gonna have there. I see. Man, would you stop, like, stuttering? Okay, so we did get our grav core power thing here, which means I've got over 1,800 spare power. But one thing, we're getting a lot of like these sudden hangs and all that. So I need more marble. I want to go ahead and get this reliquary started. Just with the marble. And then we're going to duck it back down. The good news, I'm getting this storage built, so that'll be good. Well, we're going to get shoot off this place here in a minute. Because we don't have another target to go to until we go up here. And that's going to be another grav field extender. And then most likely the next one after that will probably do the grav jammer, which is needed to do endgame things. Do you have anyone ready to pop in here? We don't need anything else off of Lou, as I recall, right? You're, yeah, because we got the super fast wound healing. We've got robust. I don't care about the strong melee. I don't want to deal with aggressive. These suck as negatives. These suck a lot as negatives. And we're not dealing with Hemogen. So I got all the negatives I want out of you. So genuinely, I'll probably, like, no, I think... Incoming mechanoids in 12 days. There's that cue that tells us we have to leave. Yeah, so we're going to let them just continue to work on this real quick. Because we can get the reliquary built. And then maybe we go after an artifact if it's convenient to do so. Just because. Because I haven't pursued the artifacts and I couldn't tell you how long. It's also a curiosity where you go to get like the last stage of the artifact. There's usually not many enemies there, but you have to like kind of go into an area where there's mechs protecting it or whatever. I do wonder if I land my grav ship at that spot and like run in there, will it adjust the threat of it based on having the whole grav ship show up, or it'll still be like the 4 mechs and then all hell break loose and come in there. Oh, Senji Cookie only now was able to get up from the food poisoning. Lovely. You would if you run RimWorld. How would chemical treat water? Sorry, what? I would if you in RimWorld. How would you chemical treat the water? Because it's got, oh, like water treatment? Yeah, I mean, luckily there's no need for water in the game. I mean, there's stuff you could do to make water safe in real world between using stuff like reverse osmosis type things where you like boil off the water and you have it recollect again. So like all the crap in the water gets left behind. For the most part, it's not 100% perfect. There is some stuff that can carry in the water vapor. But there's processes to sanitize water. Getting a whole lot of rice in there. So the next town we get to is going to have next to no life there. We'll want to switch over to our vac suits even though we're not going into space for protection against the temperature. I'm also getting low on our dye. We'll probably want to grow that at some point. Sure, just thinking about your crash landing. Yeah, well, I mean, like, crash land, that's like in real life survival things that, you know, the whole, you're in the wilderness, how do you survive? There is water you can kind of drink straight from the ground that, yes, there is an inherent risk of getting foodborne, waterborne illness and all that kind of stuff. And it can be a dangerous risk. But there is, again, stuff you can do to help it. You can boil the water that greatly reduce the risk. There's different types of filters that you can reasonably make. And all of them have their pros and cons. Like, literally just getting a bunch of sand and then pouring the water through the sand does a little bit of filtering. You know, it's not gonna like cure it of any all the nasty bacteria, but there's stuff you can do. Because I mean, your primary filters you deal with in real life are charcoal filters and sand filters. You know, and water we get from the aqueducts and all, that's just limestone that it's going through. Yeah, then we, like, in real life with city water and all that, we chemically treat it as well. Or you do stuff like heat it up. There's a whole process. I'm not going to pretend to know all the details. I used to work city government, which included water treatment, so far as the IT side, but I don't know their processes. I just remember they got their giant vats and all that they had running when all their processes were to, remove certain stuff, put other stuff in it, that kind of things. Because there's, like, you have people be where it's like, oh no, there's minerals in my water. You want minerals in your water. Minerals, water without minerals is really bad for you. Water loves minerals. It will get minerals. If it doesn't have minerals when it goes into your body, it will find the minerals into your body to claim as its own. Here's a hint. You need those to live. It's real bad for you if it starts sucking all the minerals out of your body. And without the minerals, it doesn't taste good either? Right. The minerals is where most of the taste comes from. Okay, this shelf. Clear, unfinished only. Get that out of here. I don't want to see pieces of armor laying out there. Like lead and chlorine? Well, obviously no. They're minerals keeping your teeth healthy? How dare they? Exactly. No, I've known people who've got, like, they have a whole reverse osmosis set up so they can have clean water, and it's like, no, you don't want to do that. Like, it's fine. There's situations where you'll use, like, reverse osmosis to remove stuff from water to then put it in for, like, making something else, like coffee or whatever, that you're then reintroducing minerals and all that. Even that's a little over the top. There are some things like Keurigs and all that that will want you to use water that's gone through some of those processes, to avoid, like, what's the word? It's not not scoring, not scalding, where you get the buildup in the lines that causes it to get blocked up. Scaling, thank you. Scaling is adding an extra letter. Yeah, so they'll have you use, like, certain types of processed water to avoid the risk of scaling. So while your body likes a lot of those materials, your coffee machine does not. Coffee machine is not a fan of that. Danish tap water is real bad for scaling. Here in the US, it's kind of a really all over the place because we have people on well water, we have people on city water. And so, like, city water is generally, in most places, pretty solid. So far as, like, being safe, healthy, whatever. With exceptions, obviously, you hear about, like, Flint, Michigan and all that, where the water's gotten contaminated with lead and whatnot. But broadly speaking, it tends to be pretty good. But then you get to, like, well water, and it is a real crapshoot. Like, well water can be truly repulsive at times. It can be good at times, too. You're using well water, you end up needing what's called a water softener with salt in it and all that to try and get all the crap out. You'll have it where, like, it'll discolor your walls and all that because of the stuff in it. And again, there's also a difference between it's bad unhealthy and it's bad as in it's perfectly safe to drink. It's just real unpleasant. The structure. Put the columns in there. We can move that over there. They're basically moving this into being an ideology room over there. It's a hassle? Yeah. It's nice for drinking water, but the calcium buildup is on shower waters is rough. Yeah, no, I definitely remember. What type of IT did you do? So early in my career, I did like your regular help desk technician stuff. Then I moved into what's called a help desk coordinator, which is sort of partially on the IT side. Like I still did regular IT work, but also, dealt with like interfacing with the customer, helping them as I could over the phone. If it's something I needed someone to go in, I would, go through the help desk system, get that tasked off. Later on, I became the assistant network administrator, and that's about the point that I switched over from IT to software development. So I've done a whole bunch of the stuff the whole way up the pipeline. Then I did software development for 15 plus years. That I pretty much worked on just about anything under the sun other than game dev. A lot of it was like web dev, mobile dev, and then data heavy back-end systems, because that's just what the demand is there for. I forgot how ridiculously long it takes to build a reliquary. Okay, so once we got that, we're gonna go ahead and go back to the stone cutting bench and take it back down. Because we're gonna have to leave soon, so I'm just kind of going with this. You've been told, you look like I look like be good at you look like you'd be good at IT. So far, been right. Just don't really know what you need to know for IT. Well, that's the thing. Like, IT is kind of an umbrella term that's, like, kind of a little bit of everything. The reality is you'll have, like, help desk technician, which means you know about computers and repairing them and that kind of stuff. You have network administrator, which means you're going to know a lot more about, like, networking and cabling and all these kind of things and configurations of servers and whatnot. You've got database administrator, which is, you know, dealing with databases and all that kind of stuff. There's a whole range of IT. That there's the broad general stuff, and then there's all, like, the specialized stuff. Alright, so now we're not going to get it yelling about penalties. I'm kind of just letting them get the shelves done, because it's all that extra rice getting brought in. I see a stack of penny oxalate up here, and that deeply upsets me. That is not going to be allowed at all. Okay. So your gene's finished regrowing, so we'll chuck you in here. Because I want, right now out of this one, I would want weak melee. The weak melee would be a good one. I can't remember if it's poor plants or animals I need. Obviously very fast runner would be great. I don't have enough negatives to use it. So help desk, PC repair, and server management. Thanks, to be clear, lots more to explain. Yeah. And then you also have software developer, which is not really IT, but it's kind of IT adjacent. Usually if you're going to work in IT long term, there's going to be some amount of software dev stuff you're going to pick up. Alright, schedule, set you to nearby for now. Also, I just realized you had a reasonable schedule of recreation. You're not a child anymore, you don't get to have fun. Okay, we're getting ready to leave here in a minute. I just got rice out here. We got a bunch of shelves built, they're full of rice. There's not really any animals left here. So as soon as our infant friend here pops out of there, we're gonna go ahead and start getting ourselves moving out of here. Okay. Mysterious cargo? Alright. Skin hardening, yes. Come on, Revenant Spine. Come on, Revenant Spine. Hell yeah. Get it in here. Capture the Revenant. Alright. Oh, also you gave me something else? So we got weak melee damage, poor animals, and fire spew. Okay. This fire spew I didn't really want. I'm not sure how that puts on the balance. It's neutral. Okay. There's the pod just arrived. Go plug in skin hardening. Alright, we're gonna go here. So I gotta remember, under the skin hardening, there's a lot of fun things. Oh, is the skin hardening a different one? Oh no, I'd have to actually research it. Never mind, we're good. We'll get all that crap loaded up, and then we go. You're going to the terraformer, so what we'll do is we'll take a quick detour here of like pulling everyone into the ship, switching them over to their vac suits and space stuff. Just because that'll give them a lot more defense against the frigid cold. Yep, so you're right about to get that completely filled. And then we'll have the reliquary set up. And then the reliquary lets you, get your relics and keep them there. Relics, if I recall correctly, I want to say the relics give you a mood bonus for everyone with the ideology. And occasionally you'll have people show up just because. So schedule everyone to the safe spot. Everyone inside, you good? Alright, assign Space Melee and Spacefarer. We can draft you and run you in here. So you can start trading out all your equipment. So I can get all their space-worthy stuff on. And then we hop over to the terraformer. Alright, I think well, no, you are not. Wake up. Because you need it more than literally anyone else here. You are an Impid. You are not a big fan of the cold. Okay, so with that, it is time to go. You're gonna go to the frozen terraformer. Okay. And then we're gonna go after this. So we do have the mech hive, which is good. But yeah, so I'm assuming what we're going to probably do is the next time we stream this, we're not quite done for the evening or whatever, but I know we're not going to have time to like wrap up the scenario or whatever. So, okay, so go ahead and try and drop in. There's more marble wall down there. Okay, I get it. There's not much places I can go. I'm trying to do there. So I can still get into this area, and I should be able to get into that pretty easily. So we're going to confirm the landing. Thruster breakdown, that's fine. Grav core detected in the cave entrance. It'll take a moment to bring everything online. So what we're going to want to do here is we'll go a zone, dumping stockpile, low, allow all, no, none of this, no human-like, wildlife. All of you are forfeit if we get into that. In the meantime, we're going to go orders. Somewhere in here is a base to be found. To work on that. Ore. That's fine. I saw that there is compact plasteel. A good chunk of it here. And there's jade. And there's machine stuff. Machine stuff. But the big thing is, we need to get in here. And meanwhile, we should be able to go Masterwork Cataphract Helmet. That's another one. Love to see it. Masterwork Cloth Shirt. Love to see it. And I've got almost 1,000 spare watts of power. Up schedule on Restrict You, or we'd be here all day. But yeah, so the idea is we want to carve our way in, because even though it's summer, we're on a deep freeze tile, it's still slightly below freezing, which is actually not too bad. The first time I did this one on my last run, we were like way up here in kind of this area, in the tundra. It was like minus 100 almost outside, and we basically were freezing to death immediately. I barely managed to get some vac suits on and run some people out of there. Yep, so somewhere in here is a ruin. We're going to get to that ruin. And then once they're able to get into there, inside will be the thing terraforming this place. And when we destroy it, it'll go back to whatever the natural temperature is on the tile. We're also going to go here and tell them, harvest it if it's there. Okay. Lunarium says, let's have a party. Fair enough. Sometimes you just gotta party hardy. Exotic good trade ship, so we'll do that as soon as the party's done. Okay. An unnatural healing is available. New lovers. B-Scale tried to attract Baghdad Bob by describing her as a glimmering aura. Has become aroused and agreed to become their lover. Will now sleep together. Consider assigning them a bed. Okay. Just double checking that we weren't dealing with another affair situation. The sentient cookies genes have regrown. So hop on in. We got you all sorted. Yeah, so we're very rapidly carving our way through the ice here. Okay. Yeah, so I think it will be a thing that what we'll probably do is I'll probably want to go and deal with the villagers thing. And the plan for that is you do not land directly on the villagers thing. It was bugged when it first came out that you get like endless waves of tribals that would eventually overwhelm you, like cartoonishly high. So what we'll end up doing is we'll like set up the tribals nearby. We're just gonna ferry out a whole army, go in there, get the data, and crush them horribly, and then get back. And then like we'll go after the next thing. You get the idea. Rebuffed by Megallo 3 times. Just not having a good one. Oh, I forgot. It's fine. It's too late. They're already gone. That's definitely the one we would have gotten Deathless from. Great Intellectual again. We don't actually want that. The exotic trade chips we do want to stay on top of, because that's going to be our best source for biotech stuff. Okay, so we've got over here. Looking for a door. Alright, there's the door. That'll be the better one to hack. So cancel this one, hack the other one. Strange signal, accept that. Be like right up here. Don't be down there. Up here. This is pretty bad as well. Anywhere in this area. You suck. It's fine. Alright. Grab everyone. Why are you saying go through the door? Alright. So, most likely we'll have some robots with a little shotgun on them. They can actually hurt you pretty bad in numbers, or if you... Well, I didn't want you to run in. Why are you going that way? If you die over this, I am going to be extremely upset. Okay, surprisingly, you only took one minor hit. Why are you going there? Stop. There's literally no... Oh, you know what it is? They lined up there and I couldn't see them through the wall. That's exactly what's happening. Stop going this way. Stop going this way. Okay. That was an immediate reveal. Notice me. Notice me. Don't be rude. I don't like that they're not moving around because it makes my situation way more complicated. Oh, your range is that ridiculously long? Okay. Oh, come on. Of course you'd go after the Impid, you bully. How badly you get hurt? Oh, you got freaking messed up is what you got. Alright, well, you're hurt already, so you grab them and get them out of here. Honestly, the rest of you just get out of here. Don't go into the building to eat. Where are you going? You're digging some... Oh, I see what's going on. All right. Cancel all of this. We good now? Okay, get out of here. All right. Go deal with that sentry gun. Camera the crate breaks line of sight. Oh, there we go. Come on out. Meanwhile, I'm just having our two melee pawns just handle everything. Alright, and how are we doing? Because you are getting... So you just have a bruise. Oh, Mandible probably will want to back off soon. Alright, Trickle, thank you again so much for hanging out, all that good stuff. Always good to have you. Okay. We can get you two in here. Climbing through the hoarder's apartment to go after their Roomba, basically. So we don't want to tell them to go in there yet. I do see there's a safe in there, there's other goodies. We'll want to do that. Okay, there's probably more awful stuff in here. Medical emergency. Okay, you are being treated, that's fine. Let's see if I can bait you. There we go. Come on out. All right. Okay, Mandible, it's time for you to go. You've done your job. Get out of here. That blew up prematurely, okay. There's a lot of explosives in here, so I was going to try and have it where it would chain over to the other stuff and just get clear. I mean, that's fine by me. Okay, so get out of here. Oh, actually, go destroy that. We can go over, order, allow all. Exhaustion on Mandible. Get the medicine. Get the safe. Get those two. There's probably more stuff in here I gotta worry about. Sending in the melee team is a never-ending punchline, but Tish. Okay. So I still got that door to check. And then this door to check. Yeah, I want to mine that out, but let's wait until we have others here, just as a precaution. Because it definitely had the last time where someone got caught out by themselves. They didn't die. Okay, so let's get you out of here. Disallow this door. So we got wasps down here. There could very easily be dangerous stuff in this corner down here or up here. Same with down there. So we won't tell them to mine it. But we can grab all the stuff that's already exposed. Is no one going to treat you? Is it one of these kind of things? Honestly, you got hit hard. Like, we're lucky we didn't lose you. Solid torso hit for like 2/3 your health. Always a risk. Starvation on you. Please feed them. Okay, so we already got our grav core. Got any spare blood to donate? Offset the extreme blood loss? No, not handy. It's honestly probably not a bad idea to have that floating around, but I have not been doing it. Thought I had one size thing in there, but I don't see it. Yeah, because we'd want to put it up here somewhere. So what we could do, we can go over here, make a steel door, plunk down a couple of tiles so that I can quickly put a grav field extender over there. Meanwhile, the rest of you all do your thing. And then once everyone's all patched up and ready to rock and roll, we can move on. You are all angry because you ate without a table. How dare. Alright, and how are we doing so far as all of our stuff? So we're waiting on the... Okay, we're waiting on a couple things. Detoxify lung and all that. We're getting more plasteel, which is good, because we are burning through it rapidly now. So go grab your gun before we lose it. Okay, and we go boom, boom, boom. I'll put a grav field extender back here. And I believe that's kind of the max you could do. Doesn't it say? I believe it says. So we can have maximum per ship is 6. And that's 6 once we build the last one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we got the 6th one going in there. So 2,000 tiles is the biggest the ship can get. To be fair, it's a big ship. Like, objectively, this is a pretty sizable space for, like, a colony and all that. Because you're not normally going to go that much bigger than this unless you're doing like a full-on forever colony kind of deal. But get everyone a chance to heal up. Oh, another thing we can do is, now that we've been in there, schedule, go back to the safe area, get everyone back in here. You no longer need your space gear. Okay, assignment, melee, and anything. So change into your normal gear. Okay, we can let you back out. Because once we destroyed the terraformer, it's now 70 degrees outside. So it's just a normal tile. We just need the stuff for when we first arrived, and it was ridiculously cold. Alright, we got some visitors. Okay, so what we're gonna go ahead and do is grab everyone. And who is one of our best mining people? Looks like you're my best mining person for right now. So we tell them to go ahead and you're gonna mine this room out. You're gonna mine that room out. You're gonna mine this room out. Meanwhile, you're both gonna go here, and all the rest of you are gonna run over here. Okay, we also could just shoot these. They don't have a lot of life. Okay, shield's still holding up. Okay, that one's all clear. Alright. So with this, grab everyone can range stuff. Cool. Alright, we're just gonna have to take the risk with them mining. I don't want to sit here and do this whole time. So this had to be ready to have people retreat if it comes down to it. We've got armor, it should be relatively okay. You got scratched up by a wasp. Alright. And thank you, Stop Todd, for the 60 stream streak. I do appreciate that as well. Yeah, and B-Scale's gonna be out for a while because being an impid, they heal very slowly. Oh, let's go ahead and have you pop down and talk to them. Okay, so give me what little medicine you can. Apparently basically out of penioxylin. The poor plants and slow wound healing, get that out of here. And that's all of your money. Cool. Yeah, so we just want to check out because there's going to be more goodies in here, potentially. We've got the Gravelite panels here. There's likely another box right there. Alright. And you've got that, well, you're working on getting that sealed in there. Area revealed. Okay, that one ended up being safe. Serum synthesis. Alright, good to see. That's as afraid of. Yep, you got clear of the corner. All right. And nicely done. Also, there's another area to mine out here. Got chem fuel. Did we get the safe open already? Because there was a safe in here, I recall. We held off opening it till I was able to clear out more. And I got another one to be opened here with some glitter world. That bike can just stay where it is. Oh, that was the safe. We already got it. Cool, cool. Okay, so I've got all that. They're going to keep working on their stuff here. We're hunting what shows up on the map to continue making our food. And holding up pretty well there. Mandible keeps taking minor injuries, but we'll get them sorted. As far as the research goes, we're pretty close to running ourselves out. We've got this done. Unfortunately, we are going to get these advanced researches first, before we drop down to maybe getting chronophagy. Yeah, so literally I have just the uranium slug, the gun link, the pulse weapons, the skin hardening, and then the endgame. It's cold and terrible. Excellent. Alright, we don't need to be worrying about this, but I am just having him clear it all out. You never know. Sometimes you'll find like an extra box. Like we found, you know, both of these were trapped in the ice over here. But it's kind of always worth taking the time to clear out some of these ones, especially the terraforming one where it's all stuffed full of things. And these corners will be dead spots, so we don't need to go into there. There's a component box. Every time I turn around, I seem to have more gold, despite the fact that I keep tossing gold away. And while I've certainly mined some, I don't feel like I'm mining nearly as much gold as I end up finding. Oh, right, I do actually have the monolith here being researched. So we might actually get lucky and be able to get chronophagy. Multiplying like triples? That sounds like a problem that during colonial times people would have been really excited about. Is it the place that was like minus 100 last run? Yeah. Both the times this run, they've been in warmer areas that then had the terraforming accident kind of thing. So their cold was like, you know, it was a little below freezing, but well within what you could manage without having to go too much of a hassle. Okay, so it looks like we've completely ransacked this place. There's nothing more to be found here. So we just need them to haul it back. They'll keep clearing the last of that ice out, which is totally fine. Alright, so we're just going to haul that back. We haven't been dropping anything on the ground at all. So that's fine. Okay. And people are researching and all that kind of stuff. Whoever installed their AC, you may need to hire them. Yeah, it's like, oh my god, the AC actually works? That's amazing. That said though, chat, I delayed the ad break for as long as I can, but we are going to be wrapping up here in just a minute. So, the next time we end up playing RimWorld, what we've got left going on, we've basically got our ship here. The things we're missing is I will need to add the signal jammer. That's required to do the ending, which will require one more of these, the grav cores. We're honestly at the point, we're running out of uses for the grav cores, because I'm not allowed to build any more shield extenders. You're allowed to have 6. We've got all 6 up here. Once you get that 2,000 tiles, the ship physically can get no larger. That'll be it maxed out. We've got our power cores going on here that I've got a bunch of those. We're up to 4 of them. But I've got so much spare power. We're sitting at about 700 extra power right now. I can chuck one more in there just as an extra precaution. Like, just put it right down here. But then that's... like, I can keep building power and all that, but, you know, if I don't have something to use it with, who cares? And yeah, so literally the next time, it's mostly work our way down here, probably grab 2 grav cores on the way, work our way down here and take on the hive. Because I could still sit here and endlessly try and biotech and bioengineer. Literally, I feel extremely comfortable. We're actually in an extremely good position for taking out the endgame encounter. You know, maybe now we take a loss, but this time we're sitting on a bunch of people are in cataphract armor. Everyone is at least got some kind of armor going on and all that. Granted, we'd have to ditch some of this. The only one who won't be able to participate is Snufflo. Will have to sit there and hang out at base. But yeah, so we're in a really good shape there. So with that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop that follow. That way you can get yourselves back here in the future. We will be checking out Luz Lagoon on the 27th, Big Ambitions 1.0 on the 28th. We've got Valheim 1.0 coming up. We got TCG Card Shop Simulator 1.0 coming up. We got Star Wars games coming up. There's a whole hell of a lot of stuff coming out here in the next, you know, month or so. There was another one. Oh, Retro Rewind has got its it got a major update coming out. There was another one someone mentioned the other day. It's like, oh, I need to get that on the list. What the hell was that? I even installed. Oh, the Crust has its big update coming. That's another one. There was another one. Everything is update. Everything is updating. So I do feel like we're gonna try to wrap this in the next stream or two. That way, I'm all in the clear to jump into all these games, you know, coming out without leaving this hanging. So with that said, I am going to go ahead, and if you're over on YouTube, I don't have a host raid, so don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream is ending over there, so thank you so much for tuning in. And then what I'm going to go ahead and do from there is I'm going to put up my ending stream screen and find some